He was betrayed by the Empire, and the truth was buried with the death of thousands. He didn't come back just to survive. He came back for revenge. In a world of ruins and destruction, monsters fell from the sky, forming piles of bodies over which a single person walked. That young man looked down at the people there and asked in confusion, "Luo Wei, weren't we brothers who fought together? Why would you do this to me?" Luo Wei activated his voice microphone and answered the young man's question atop the mountain of monsters with another question. "Do you remember when the calamity began? Monsters emerged from spatial rifts, destroying everything in their path. Later, we called those rifts dungeons, and we saw those who came into contact with them gain mysterious powers, classes. That's why we formed the body class to conquer the dungeons, and we managed to advance triumphantly." After a brief pause, Luo Wei cast a sharp look at the young man and added, "And that's why I need to eliminate you. You have become someone beyond my control. Users of powerful classes can easily destroy the Empire's order, and you, who have even surpassed the Triple S class, are the most dangerous of enemies." Hearing the words of someone he used to trust and follow, the young man didn't know how to react to such a shock. They wanted the strongest powers to remain in the hands of the royal family so they could rule the Empire. Furious, the young man shouted, "So that's your excuse for eliminating my comrades and family?" The sharp eyes of the one wearing a crown, Luo Wei, pierced the young man, showing he would do anything for the stability of his empire. The young man shouted Luo Wei's name furiously, releasing all his remaining power despite his painful wounds. He vanished from where he was, advancing like a flash of light, but before he could reach his target, a thunderous explosion occurred behind him. With no strength left, the young man fell into a puddle of mud. Mounted on a horse, Luo Wei approached, revealing the truth. "I forged the tempering of your armor a long time ago. That explosion also injected a poisonous compound into your wounds. After a Triple S rank battle, you shouldn't have enough strength to resist. I even prepared my entire army, so consider this my final act of respect for you." Above Luo Wei, all the water in the environment began to gather, forming a large sphere. The young man on the ground, already powerless, saw his life flash before his eyes. In childhood, he had camped and played with Luo Wei. He thought they were good friends, brothers for life, but now those thoughts seemed more like a joke. Before the young man lost consciousness, a voice arose in his mind. "Your secret skill, Mirror World, has met the conditions for activation. Triple S rank secret skill, an ultimate ability that reverses everything. Use it or ignore it." The young man, already powerless, stared at the water mirror below him and slowly closed his eyes, feeling himself drown in a vast lake of darkness. Decades later, in a forest region near a lake, several laughs could be heard. A group of youths had tied someone upside down and laughed at him, pretending he was no longer alive. However, the leader of the group, muscular and wearing a malicious smile, attacked the tied young man, mocking, "I can still see a spark of life in him." Laughing, another boy loosened the rope, throwing the already pale young man back into the lake once again. Falling headfirst into the water, the young man held his breath as long as he could. Outside, the group of delinquents laughed with their friends, wanting to keep the young man there longer so he would learn a lesson for pretending in front of them. Underwater, the young man was already losing breath, to the point that a red trail came out of his mouth. Suffocating, his eyes began to turn red, and shouting in his mind, he wondered why he always ended up in such situations. At that moment, the desperate young man underwater heard a sound coming from outside. Another boy, trembling with fear, had run to the group of delinquents, pleading, "Stop it! He really won't survive like this." However, the leader of the group only cast a look of contempt at the boy and replied, "If he's suffering, let him heal. Isn't he an enchanter?" Maliciously, the delinquent put his arm over the boy's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "Aren't you being hypocritical? Weren't you the one who helped us find him? This is all your fault." The bespectacled boy stammered, trying to find a reason, but that only irritated the delinquent, who proposed, "So, do you want to get in the water instead of him?" The delinquent squeezed the boy's shoulder, mocking, "Did the punching bag grow a brain?" Just as the delinquent raised his hand to punish him, a loud bang was heard. He looked back and noticed that, in the middle of the lake, a glow had appeared. Reverberations spread across the entire surface, creating a new scene. Seeing a dungeon suddenly emerge, the four delinquents panicked and started running away from the place. The bespectacled boy managed to get up, also intending to flee, but upon seeing the tied young man, he had a moment of conscience. Putting all thoughts aside, he ran toward the bound boy. He passed through the expanding dungeon's energy, entering the new scene, desolate and full of monsters. He hurriedly tried to untie the young man, but the ropes were too tight. While still struggling with the knots, he was surprised. A humanoid monster with horns, wielding a cleaver, jumped at him. At the same moment, he felt someone grab his shirt. Before he realized it, the one he was trying to free had thrown him back and faced the monster's attack. A hand was extended toward the dark creature, and channeling a small amount of energy, a blue sphere of glacial impact was created. The sphere hit the monster, causing a glow of life to pass through its body. It suffered a healing attempt. Basic heal had been used on the lesser entity, but failed because the target's health points were already full. The bespectacled boy shouted desperately upon seeing this. "What are you doing? Why are you healing the enemy?" The monster grew furious at feeling mocked and attacked again, only to be blocked by a shield of light conjured by the bespectacled boy. The boy who had cast the healing magic opened his stats window and was confused to see that he had the enchanter class. He was also surprised to discover his name was Yun Che. Looking at the energy in his hands and recalling the healing magic he had cast, he realized he was not in his original body. Normally, when someone touches a dungeon, they are bound to a system and receive a random initial class, something that cannot be changed. After that, they become stronger by invading dungeons, gaining skills linked to their classes. However, the protagonist had been a warrior who reached the pinnacle of human existence. At that time, he used a skill called Mirror World, becoming trapped in this world until hearing the cries of a boy drowning. With that in mind, he realized he had been reborn in the body of a young man named Yun Chi. That was not exactly a happy ending, but still, he was grateful to the young man who had given him the chance to take revenge. The bespectacled boy, now trying to defend himself against two monsters at once, shouted to the protagonist, "Yun Che, the monsters are gathering, help me! I won't be able to handle 3 at once." Ignoring the bespectacled boy's cries, the now Yun Che checked the new body's stats, which were tremendously weak. Even those smaller monsters had a speed superior to his, which would prevent him from escaping if he tried. Opening the skills window, he saw he had a basic heal, a slight immobilization technique, and one last skill that increased attack by only 5%. They were practically useless. The enchanter class was extremely niche. Its strength was based on support, and even so, it was crushed by almost all other classes. It became clear why the original owner of that body was so despised. Despite this, he still believed that, with his old combat instincts, he could deal with the smaller monster attacking him. However, it would have to be quick, as the current Yun Che discovered his stamina was low. As his only hope, he found the Mirror World skill. Dodging the monster's cleaver attack, he extended his hand and used the skill, still not understanding how it worked. However, the skill failed because the conditions were not complete. Wondering if the problem was the level or the lack of a real mirror, Yun Che lured the monster to a puddle of water. He used the skill again, and once more, it failed due to insufficient level. This allowed the monster to jump on him, pointing its weapon downwards. Dodging the attack and observing the low-level failure notification, Yun Chi confirmed that Mirror World needed a reflective surface to activate. Since the level was a problem, he decided to try using the skill on another target, the cleaver the monster carried. However, once again, the skill failed. Seeing Yun Che continue to fail, the bespectacled young man, whose shield had been destroyed, shouted, "Stop wasting time with those horrible skills. I won't be able to hold them off much longer." At that moment, a surge of energy shot into the sky as a creature leapt onto the battlefield. Roaring furiously, the malformed sovereign, a level 10 monster born from decades of resentment, raised its sword, revealing sharp teeth on a face that hid its eyes. Before that monster, the bespectacled young man fell into despair. "We won't make it. An elite monster like this needs at least someone at level 10 to be defeated." As the first monster appeared, several other flashes of energy fell from the sky, surprising the bespectacled boy. The environment became completely dark and hostile, causing him to collapse to the ground in pure shock. Before them, an army of hundreds of monsters had appeared, summoned by the dungeon. Yun Che kept trying to use the Mirror World skill, even on fallen stones on the ground, but always received the failure notification due to insufficient level. While wondering if even against a stone the level difference was so great, he saw the monster army advance with disturbing looks and a hunger to devour humans. The bespectacled young man, lying on the ground, trembled so much he could barely conjure a proper shield. Yun Che then tried to use Mirror World on the malformed shield, and this time received a notification saying it was impossible to reverse others' skills. The notification appeared as a clue. Quickly, he used the skill again, wondering if he could reverse his own skills. This time, Mirror World was successfully activated, reversing the original Yun Chi's skill, Entwined Vines. In the blink of an eye, thousands of magical thorns appeared, filling the battlefield and piercing the newly summoned monsters. The entwined vines skill had been reversed into chaotic thorns, automatically activated. One of the monsters, however, had not been hit. At least 5 times larger than a human, it swung its axe furiously at the bespectacled boy. But before the blow was completed, a red fist struck its cheek. Another monster had attacked the one threatening the young human. With raised hands trying to protect himself, the bespectacled boy was confused to see what had just happened before him. Observing the situation, Yunche realized the skill's effect had been completely inverted. Now, instead of vines entangling a single enemy with a low chance of immobilization, the skill turned into thorns attacking a target with a low chance of causing confusion, thanks to the reversal enchantment. Confusion was an effect that afflicted units, making them attack randomly those around them, and that was exactly what was happening now. The army, which had previously attacked the 2 young men, had started fighting among themselves. A confident smile appeared on Yunchi's face. He had seen a useless skill turn into something powerful thanks to the reversal. Therefore, he wondered, what would happen if I reversed the rest? Observing the chaotic battlefield, Yunche realized that Mirror World truly lived up to its reputation as a triple S rank secret skill. It not only reversed the effect of the skill it was used on, but also transformed it into something completely new. With his experience, Yunche knew that if he had used the original version of the skill, not only would the success rate be low, but the effect would last at most 1 second, never reaching the technique's true potential and failing to prevent the dungeon's evil monster army from attacking him. That would have been his end. Faced with such a powerful skill, Yunche considered reversing his other skills as well. The first that caught his attention was Empowered Attack, which increased a target's attack by 5%. Without hesitation, he used Mirror World on the Enchanter skill, and in moments its name changed. Trickster's Blade, now with an initial mana cost of 40 points, granted a 10% attack increase for each mana point consumed, lasting 60 seconds. Drawing a sword, Yunche infused it with energy using Trickster's Blade. He observed the blade after activating the skill, aware that for the next 60 seconds, each of his strikes would be enhanced. While imagining the potential of such a skill, Yunche unexpectedly gained experience points and leveled up. He had reached level 6, although at first he did not know how. However, smiling, he noticed many monsters were killing each other thanks to the effects of his skills. The monsters were granting good amounts of experience, but many were still free. One attacked Yunche, who used the sword to block the creature's fist. The protagonist smiled. This was the perfect moment. Upon leveling up, all his 120 mana points had been restored. This was the ideal time to test Trickster's Blade, especially since Chaotic Thorns were still active. Using his mana continuously, Yunche advanced through the giant thorns he had created, attacking monsters without stopping. When only 10% of his mana remained, Yunche had already accumulated a 120% increase in his attack power, with 44 seconds left on the effect. Having more than double attack, so simply broke all conventions. Determined to make good use of that power, he advanced against a large monster wielding a cleaver. Yunche managed to dodge the attack and using his sword deflected it. Moving quickly to the creature's back, he delivered a fatal blow. His attacks, powerful and wrapped in shadows and afterimages, exterminated the monsters before him. The bespectacled young man, now safe, watched the battlefield in amazement. He could not believe this was the real Yunche. A level 5 enchanter should not have such strength or skills, but the young man was mistaken. Yunche had already reached level 6. Now he had 120 mana points as a base stat, regenerating 1 point per second. With this, he could theoretically maintain a constant 230% increase in his attack. Having regenerated all his mana upon leveling up, and with Trickster's Blade strengthened, Yunche felt his current strength was enough to face elite level 11 monsters. But then, amid his confidence, a huge arm tore through the ground, emerging to the surface and throwing rocks and monsters away. Surprised, Yunche faced the powerful creature that had appeared. A battle chimera devastated everything around. Its muscular arms, threatening horns, and imposing mane announced the power of a level 21 monster. Several monsters affected by the confusion skill surrounded the chimera, but the creature's power was such that it swept them away with a single blow. The bespectacled young man was shocked to see the monster. He could not believe a chimera could appear in an apparently low-level dungeon. Yunche, on the other hand, watched the secret monster with narrowed eyes, shadows enveloping his arms. The chimera roared like a lion, furiously charging toward Yunche. If caught, he would be devoured in a single bite. But the chaotic thorns surrounded the chimera, trying to stop it. They failed to affect it mentally, at most slowing its advance. Immune to chaos, the monster extended its hand toward Yunche. And, unexpectedly, the bespectacled young man jumped in front of him, wielding a shield of hope. The protagonist observed that gesture of faith and saw, for a brief moment, the image of an old paladin companion. A memory came to mind, his old ally staring at him angrily and shouting, irritated, "I already told you not to be reckless. You never listen." That memory became extremely vivid in the protagonist's mind, unlike the bespectacled young man who was hit and thrown away. The young man fell heavily to the ground amid dirt and aged bones. Shocked by the fact that the boy had practically thrown away his life, Yun-che ran to him. The young squire, Chao-ji, had lost almost all his health points. He had less than 1% remaining, entering a critical state. Yun-che quickly tried to heal him, but his basic heal only restored a single health point. Yun-che had to continuously use his healing skill, randomly regenerating between 1 and 5 health points, until Chao-ji got out of the critical state. After several attempts, Yun-che saw his mana run out while Chao-ji's health points were still around 5%. This showed how pathetic the enchanter's healing skill was. Worried, Yun-che asked the boy if he had any healing potions. Hearing that Chao-ji still had one saved for emergencies, Yun-che told him to drink it. Checking the information of Trickster's Blade, Yun-che noticed there was still a 110% attack increase, although with only a few seconds remaining. Against the level 21 boss with over 10,000 total health points, he had no chance of defeating it. However, upon closer inspection, he realized there were several monsters with low health, and he devised a plan to use them. Making a decision, Yun-che looked at the young man with glasses. "Chao-ji, wait a minute, I will defeat them." Surprise appeared in Chao-ji's eyes at such a confident statement. Yun-che dashed like lightning, attacking the monsters one by one, zigzagging as he circled the main boss. By luck, or by his understanding of magic, as soon as the short duration of the cheat blade skill ended, he gained enough experience points to level up, which fully restored his health and mana. Immediately, the protagonist began to constantly use the cheat blade skill to increase his attack points. He knew that, facing a boss with over 10,000 health points at his current level, he would need at least a 400% attack bonus to defeat it. However, since the cheat blade skill lasted only 60 seconds, he would have to use it 40 times within 50 seconds to reach that bonus and still have enough time to attack the boss monster. That was exactly why he sought to reach level 10 by defeating the smaller monsters to gain experience. Under the shocked gaze of the boy with glasses, Yun-che continued to defeat the monsters, leveling up a few more times. However, the chimera would not let him move freely. With its larger size, it crossed the battlefield toward the young man. By this point, Yun-che had already reached level 12. He had lost his fear of the monster, having easily surpassed his goal to confront it. Drawing his sword with a dark look filled with power, Yun-che advanced decisively. Using the cheat blade one last time, he achieved a 510% attack increase, lasting less than 10 seconds. That was the time he had, but for him the power was more than enough. As if forming a spiral, Yun-che's attack climbed up the chimera's arms, tearing every part of the creature's body like a whirlwind of blades. Climbing up the chimera's body, Yun-che turned and mid-air unleashed a flurry of attacks on the creature's back. The power of the whirlwind shredded the chimera, which could not resist. It only roared like a wounded lion under the blows. In a matter of seconds, the chimera's health points dropped to 0, confirming its defeat. Jaw dropped, Chao-ji wondered, "Am I dreaming? A level 5 enchanter just completely cleared a newly appeared dungeon?" With the experience points obtained from the chimera, Yun-che reached level 15, different from the level Chao-ji had imagined. Having defeated the dungeon lord and cleared the entire area, Yun-che saw 3 items shining on the ground in front of him. At that moment, Chao-ji, still incredulous, walked up to the young man he knew and somewhat hesitantly asked, "Chao-ji, is that really you? How did you suddenly become so powerful?" The protagonist, with a look full of emotions and memories, looked at young Chao-ji. He clearly saw his friend behind that boy, noticing the resemblance between the two. He couldn't help but ask, "What is your relationship with Chao Ben-ben?" Shocked, Chao-ji asked without realizing, "How do you know my great-grandfather's nickname?" Hearing the word great-grandfather surprised the protagonist. He couldn't imagine that he was actually facing a descendant of Chao Ben-ben. The fact that the young man in front of him was the great-great-grandson of the arrogant Chao Ben-ben was strange. The protagonist truly believed that everyone related to him had been eliminated by Luo Wei. The protagonist was about to ask about Chao Ben-ben when Young Zi averted his gaze and said, "There's no reason to talk about him now. If you don't want to answer my question, that's fine. You don't have to humiliate me like that." Confused, Yun-che tried to understand what was happening, but the young man, melancholically, changed the subject. "We need to go back to school. Tomorrow there will be a visit to the Modern History Memorial. Missing class will get us noticed." Chao-ji's words made the protagonist tremble uncontrollably for a moment, but he quickly composed himself. He knew he couldn't reveal his true identity yet, and if Chao-ji decided to investigate him, he might find something suspicious. So he put the matter aside and returned to the academy. As Chao-ji had said, they were going to the memorial. The protagonist imagined this could be a good opportunity to check the records of what had happened since he was betrayed by Luo Wei. The next day, in a city with buildings reminiscent of revived Gothic style, with pointed roofs, ornaments, and flamboyant facades, a double-decker tram crossed the streets alongside cars. Inside the tram, several students chatted animatedly and enjoyed the ride. At the back of the vehicle were Yun-che and Chao-ji, both dressed in casual clothes, resting silently. Looking out the window, Yunche noticed how much times had changed. After being absent for so many years, he saw many new things he had never imagined. Humanity now used products derived from dungeons to fuel vehicles, as well as various four-wheeled machines he had never seen before. Confused, he opened his inventory, remembering that only items left by defeated monsters could be taken from dungeons. One of the items Yunche was using at that moment was the Chimera Bone Ring of epic grade. This ring was made from the ribs of the Dungeon Lord, the Battle Chimera, and allowed the wearer to integrate a chimera limb into their own body. He had also recovered a book obtained in the dungeon, something that was normally sold, but this time he used the passive skill equipment, Physical Resilience. It permanently reduced physical damage received. Remembering that objects that could not be stored in the inventory disappeared after defeating the Dungeon Lord, Yunche wondered what had happened in the world during his absence to justify so many changes. After a few hours of travel, the group arrived at a square where, in the center, there was a gigantic statue in front of a huge museum. While the protagonist stared at that imposing figure, he heard the teacher say to the students, "Before us stands the supreme governor of our kingdom, the emperor who ended the dungeon disasters, Luo Wei." As he led the students inside the museum, the teacher commented, "I believe many know that this place 50 years ago was the scene of the famous rebellion. At that time, we were severely afflicted by dungeons, especially after the appearance of that terrible SSS rank dungeon. Everyone lived in fear." While showing the museum sections, he continued, "Our king Luo Wei personally led the army on an expedition. Despite heavy casualties, he conquered the dungeon. But at that moment, he was betrayed. A long-planned rebellion caught him by surprise, and the mastermind behind it, you all must know his name, Yunche." With a dark look, the protagonist listened to the distorted version of his own story. According to the official narrative, he, someone the king deeply trusted, had become an ungrateful traitor. Anger grew inside Yunche. They were the ones who had conquered the SSS rank dungeon. They were the ones who had been ambushed. The teacher continued fervently, "We cannot imagine the pain of being betrayed under those circumstances, but our king overcame that sorrow and fought bravely. With the help of the hero Ding Kun, he successfully suppressed the rebellion." Yunche frowned upon hearing that name. He didn't remember anyone called Ding Kun. At that moment, the delinquents who had thrown the former Yunche into the lake reappeared. They were surprised to see Yunche and Chaozhi. "You're still alive. I thought you had been swallowed by the new dungeon." One of the delinquents explained, "Didn't you hear the dungeon was conquered? For that to happen so fast, it must have been the work of a master. These two must have had absurd luck." Everyone's attention turned to them. Everyone knew Ding Shu and was curious about the situation, questioning Yunche and Chaozhi whether they had really encountered a dungeon disaster and how they had survived. Ding Shu approached and put his arm on Chaozhi's shoulder, whispering in his ear, "You're really lucky, but you almost dragged us into that dungeon. How do you plan to pay that debt?" Chaozhi quickly pulled away, shouting, "That was your fault. I'm going to report you." With a threatening look, Ding Shu grabbed Chaozhi by the face. "Hey, what's wrong with you? You don't seem to understand the situation." He pushed Chaozhi to face him and pointed to a nearby statue, where a knight was stepping on someone kneeling with their head on the ground. "Look at this statue. See your ancestor being crushed by the hero. Chaoen, the traitor. You're his descendant. Do you think anyone will be on your side?" Chaozhi fell silent. Ding Shu continued, "You can insult me all you want, but don't you dare speak ill of my ancestor." Ding Shu's loud voice attracted glances. One of the students commented, "Isn't Ding Shu's grandfather the hero Ding Kun?" Yunche, with an even darker expression, started paying attention. Another student said, "That one next to Ding Shu is Chaozhi, right? The descendant of a traitor insulting the heir of a hero? The world really is upside down." Chaozhi was shocked to hear everyone repeating that his ancestor had betrayed the king, and that without Ding Kun, many would have died. Inflated by applause, Ding Shu shouted, "I don't care what you say behind my back, but how dare you insult my grandfather in front of me?" The teacher approached, trying to calm things down. "Chaozhi, your teacher will be fair. Just apologize." Chaozhi, stunned, heard the teacher continue, "You should be grateful. The hero spared your family. Showing ingratitude is dishonorable." The teacher stepped away, and Ding Shu grabbed Chaozhi again, pointing around. "Even if I beat you here and now, no one will say anything. No one would help a street dog." Holding Chaozhi by the hair, Ding Shu smiled maliciously and clenched his fist. "Do you think the descendant of a hero can be wrong? For my grandfather's honor." As his fist advanced, the malicious smile was interrupted by a shoe that hit his cheek squarely. Ding Shu flew away and fell heavily to the ground. Surprised, Chaozhi looked at his savior. With a dark look, Yunche said, "In this family of heroes, does no one have time to educate their brats?" Everyone was surprised to see Yunche, and some even recorded it. Not believing he had actually dared to attack Ding Shu, he seemed like a completely different person. Yunche's words echoed among the students. No one believed he had tried to insult the family of a hero. Some who knew Yunche remembered he was only level 5, the weakest in the entire class. However, the one who mentioned this was questioned about how he managed to hit Ding Shu and what he intended with that. To many, Yunche had gone mad. This guy has no parents and has always been too gloomy to have friends. Now his brain finally broke. Even with his injured face, Dingshu smiled darkly. He wiped his face and stared at Yunche. "You're clearly a punching bag. You should be grateful I'm not coming after you. And you dare to attack me when I'm not paying attention. Perfect, I'll deal with you too." Standing up, Dingshu joined his group of delinquents, using their magic to attack Yunche. Seeing their intention, the protagonist snorted, and before they could react, he moved, hitting each of them with punches and kicks before they could use their abilities. In an instant, Dingshu found himself on his knees again, coughing heavily. Seeing Dingshu and his group on the ground, the academy students were surprised, not understanding what was happening. Dingshu's expression showed how incredulous he was. He couldn't understand how he had lost to Yunche. Surprised comments quickly began. "Did you see that? He was knocked out again, not by accident. Is Dingshu really that weak?" Hearing the mocking comments, Dingshu became furious. He hurriedly got up, letting his fiery aura overflow his body as he used the Fury skill, increasing his attack by 25% and roared, "How did a level 5 support suddenly become stronger than me? You must have been lucky." Dingshu didn't want to take any risks. He quickly drew a fire hammer from his inventory, which increased his attack power by more than 300 points. With the hammer in hand, he charged at Yunche with fury in his eyes. However, before Dingshu realized it, Yunche had moved to his side and mocked, "Your openings are too obvious." With the Cheat Blade skill active, giving him an 80% attack bonus, Yunche hit Dingshu with a left hook. Still unable to believe what was happening, Dingshu began to fall. Midway down, Yunche kicked him once more, driving Dingshu into the ground. At that moment, a security guard pushed the students aside to clear the way, shouting, "What's going on here?" Seeing Dingshu unconscious on the ground, he shouted, asking if there was any healer nearby. The students were shocked to see the fight. They had never seen Yunche move so fast. Remembering someone said Yunche was only level 5, a girl asked if he didn't seem too strong for that level. Even a little apart from the main group, 2 girls were surprised, although one didn't show it. Irritated, the security guard scolded the teacher. "Fighting inside the hall is forbidden. What if something got damaged? Can't you control your students?" The teacher quickly approached Yunche, taking it out on him. "Insulting a hero wasn't enough? Now you dare attack a hero's descendant? Aren't you ashamed?" Immediately, the teacher conjured an item from his inventory, something that caught Yunche's attention. Before the teacher could attack him, Yunche released the power of his ring, destroying the staff the teacher was holding. Everyone was surprised to see the student defeat the teacher in a direct confrontation, and they stared, speechless at the situation. With a faint energy surrounding him, Yunche reprimanded the teacher. "You want to talk about shame? Teacher, you who claim to seek justice seem to be listening only to Dingshu's side of the story. Are you perhaps trying to curry favor with his family?" The teacher was stunned by such a direct accusation. "Don't talk nonsense, how could I?" However, at that moment he noticed Yunche was wearing a ring and wondered what kind of equipment it was. Even without using his full strength, the teacher had been blocked. He blamed that mysterious ring for it. To save some dignity for the teacher, Yunche commented, "Just a casual remark. I don't think you are that kind of person, teacher." After clearing his throat, the teacher replied, "All right, I will investigate the cause of the conflict." The teacher decided it was better to retreat. In front of such equipment, there was a possibility someone was secretly supporting Yunche. The protagonist looked at the information of the Chimera Bone Ring and discovered that after a single attack, its durability had dropped to 37%. Although its quality was epic, it was only equipment for a level 21 lord. It was too much to expect it to be so effective against a level 35 teacher. Turning his back to the teacher, Yunche recommended, "As punishment, just expel us from the museum." Yunche ignored the teacher and headed toward the exit, calling Chaoji to follow him. As Chaoji hurried to follow, everyone watched Yunche, commenting on their surprise at how completely he had changed, and even blocked a teacher's attack while still a student. After Yunche left, the teacher remembered Dingshu on the ground and shouted urgently, asking if someone could cast a healing spell on him. After Yunche left the museum, with Chaoji following, he lowered his head, thoughts swirling in his mind. It seemed that truly no one had survived. Even Ben had been eliminated by that so-called hero. The protagonist looked at Chaoji, who seemed quite excited to follow him, and imagined that if he asked something, the boy would answer without even thinking. Clearing his throat, Yunche asked, "History isn't actually my best subject at school. Can you tell me the specific deeds of that hero called Ding-kun?" Hurriedly, Chaoji tried to recall what he knew, which wasn't much, and said, "Back then, it seems he discovered the conspiracies of the great villain Yunche in advance. He led an ambush near the triple S rank dungeon to provide support, and thus resolved the entire rebellion crisis." Hearing about the ambush, Yunche remembered how he and his group, exhausted, had been suddenly attacked, and powerless to fight back, were destroyed. Chaoji revealed that according to history, the hero Ding-kun aspired to solve the dungeon crisis since childhood and had trained for it. After being promoted by the king, he fought in several countries for years, saving many places from crises like the famous Great Cataclysm of Winterfell City. Upon hearing the city's name, Yunche recalled how he had been to that city, wiped out a monster army, and walked over them. Snorting, Yunche remembered Ding Kun's statue and asked, "That sword, the sword he was holding?" Hearing Yunche mention the fluid cloud sword, Chaoji revealed that it was said to be the sword used to execute the traitor Yunche, and it was a higher-level equipment. Fury rose inside Yunche as he connected all the facts. Not only were my glory and achievements taken, but also my sword. With a furious look, he swore to himself, "Ding Kun will be my first target." Away from the city, there was a land estate with several mansions. That formed the Ding family complexes. Outside, a group of guards around level 30 patrolled to keep watch over the perimeter. The group suddenly felt a presence and looked back, but saw nothing except some kids walking down the street. One of the warriors scratched his head, clicked his tongue, and returned to his vigil. Having hidden, Yunche glanced at the group from the corner of his eye, wondering, "So alert. Are these wanderers with scouting skills?" Following Yunche, Chaoji tried to convince him to leave. "There are many guards here. Even if we manage to get in, the moment Dingshu returns, we'll be screwed." Although Yunche wanted to eliminate the so-called hero Ding Kun directly, he heard from Chaoji that Ding Kun spent all his time in high-level dungeons, and unlike decades ago, now people could not freely enter and exit dungeons. High-level dungeons are currently guarded by the military, and a special pass is required to enter them. Yunche believed that Ding Kun's family had such a pass at home, which is why he wanted to sneak in. Curious, Yunche asked Chaoji if so many guards were really necessary. Aren't they just one of about a dozen branches descended from Ding Kun? Why so much security? Restrained, Chaoji reminded him that after all, it was the house of a hero's descendant, and they also had closed dungeons on their properties. Hearing what Chaoji just said, Yunche was confused. Chaoji was surprised he didn't know and commented that low-level dungeons had long been bought and sold. Downcast, recalling their situation, he said that this was not something people without power and influence could do. Ding Shu has guards with him all the time, so he can hunt monsters and level up at his leisure. But for us ordinary students, we can at most hunt monsters during private school practice, and even then we have to fight each other for them since they are few. Like an old nostalgic man, Yunche clicked his tongue. This era has changed a lot. Doesn't that mean the rich get richer and the strong get stronger? Running to keep up with Yunche, Chaoji confirmed what he thought and said, "A normal person after finishing studies is usually between levels 15 and 20, and after leaving school, they no longer have access to dungeons, so they stagnate. But if you get a dungeon-related job, like a miner in a government dungeon, you can reach level 30 in old age." Looking at the guards patrolling around the residence, Chaoji explained that people like them could enter the family dungeon they worked for, which is why they were around level 30. To reach an even higher level, it was usually necessary to enlist in the army or an official organization like a guild or military academy. Only then would it be possible to access a dungeon and level up. Chaoji's words confirmed what Yunche suspected. To get stronger, he needed a pass. Following Yunche up to that moment, Chaoji asked them to go back. "The level difference is too big. No matter how skilled you are, you won't be a match for the guards." Yunche ignored the boy. It was true that his current strength was far from enough to eliminate the so-called hero, much less the Supreme King Luo Wei, who was under layers of protection. However, he had some confidence. The reconnaissance skills you can learn around level 30 are usually skills that cover small areas. Things like Eagle Eye, Enhanced Hearing, or Summoning Rat Spirits. They aren't enough to cover the entire mansion grounds all the time. Yunche also saw most of the guards seemed complacent, since the dungeon wasn't that important, or because they thought no one would invade the residence. All this told Yunche that he could get inside. While Chaoji was still trying to understand what Yunche wanted to do, he saw the young man jump over the residence wall. For Yunche, compared to what he had faced in high-level dungeons in the past, this was much easier. Chaoji tried to warn Yunche about the intrusion, but before he could finish speaking, he was grabbed by the shirt. With Chaoji at eye level, Yunche asked, "Don't you want to change your life?" Looking away, Chaoji replied, though sadly, "Of course I do, but only if I could get into a guild." Sharply, Yunche stared at the boy, questioning him. "If you were in a guild, would things really change, great-grandson of the traitor Chaoan Chaoji?" Pulling the boy inside the residence, Yunche declared, "A person's fate can only be changed in the present, not by betting on a future you're not even sure will happen." Yunche didn't want to let the dungeon in front of him pass, so walking along the walls, he told the young man, "You decide if you want to follow me or not." With a serious look, Yunche asked his friend from the past, "Will your descendant make the same choice you did?" Chaoji's expression showed how conflicted the young man was, but in the end, making a decision, he walked with his head held high toward Yunche. Walking ahead, Yunche guided Chaoji's movements, always checking for traces of scouting skills like escort-type abilities nearby. Crossing street after street, Yunche remained silent, jumping into the central area, avoiding the guard's line of sight, and waiting for the right moment. He finally managed to enter the Ding family estate. After walking through a small forest, the duo found the entrance to a dungeon unfolding underground. Upon entering the dungeon, they noticed that the initial monsters, shadow zombies, had levels slightly higher than the monsters from the last dungeon, although their numbers were not high since the Ding family regularly cleared them out. After approaching some monsters and hiding behind graves, Yunqi commanded Qiaoji, "There are 2 monsters ahead. Try to defeat them." Qiaoji gritted his teeth, thinking he had no chance of winning, but he tried and quickly regretted it. Using a shield, he shouted in fear, "I can't believe I trusted you." The zombie tried to jump over the shield and bite Qiaoji, who was almost hit. The boy was already regretting invading the residence complex and was shouting that he wanted to go home. Seeing the young man retreat with each monster attack, Yunqi ordered him to try to strike back, but Qiaoji couldn't even find a way to counterattack. With his arms crossed, Yunqi said he was watching so nothing bad would happen. Qiaoji gained a little confidence and raised his shield. With his eyes closed, he charged at a zombie, hitting it with the light shield. But at that moment, a zombie attacked him from behind. By pure reflex, Qiaoji dodged the zombie's attack, which only hit his hair. With his arms crossed, Yunqi saw what he had already suspected. The young squire's talent seemed good. His only problem was panicking easily, so he only dared to defend himself. But subconsciously, his spatial positioning and judgment were extremely precise, so it always seemed like he was in a dangerous situation, yet he barely lost much health. Thinking he wouldn't last much longer, Qiaoji saw his shield break. Many people stopped moving forward due to lack of courage to challenge themselves, so Yunqi decided to demonstrate how Qiaoji should act. He advanced fiercely, zigzagging and defeating the monsters with the skill Blade of Deception, which gave him a 70% attack boost. Yunqi helped because he saw his friend Ben's great-grandson take his first step. Opening his information window, Qiaoji was surprised to see he had leveled up, reaching level 7. Yunqi reminded the boy that experience was distributed based on contribution, so if he didn't break the monster's balance, he wouldn't gain many experience points when Yunqi defeated them. With the resentful bone sword, an item obtained in the first dungeon, Yunqi was ready to defeat monsters and level up alongside Qiaoji. Curious to see Qiaoji was slightly more agile than expected, Yunqi asked how he had allocated his points. Qiaoji revealed that, except for the spirit attribute, he generally leveled everything equally. Yunqi frowned and questioned, "But squires don't add points to agility, right?" The poor boy revealed that if he didn't, it would be hard to find a group at school, since no one wanted to wait for someone who moved slowly, as all monsters could be stolen in the meantime. Sighing, Yunqi asked him to keep a long-term perspective in mind, as class advancement promotions after level 60 had attribute requirements. If you want to become a fortress bastion, you'll need 60 points in stamina and 90 in defense, so you can't just add points randomly. Qiaoji was confused by Yunqi's words, but the average higher-level person is around level 40. How could I think about reaching level 60? That's rank S. Putting his hand on Qiaoji's shoulder, Yunqi looked deeply into his eyes and declared, "From now on, you can start thinking about rank S. No, far beyond rank S." Qiaoji was surprised, although deep down he believed those words. Even having said that, Yunqi knew he needed a plan for his own class advancement. Opening his stats window, he remembered that his support class had only become strong thanks to the secret skill Mirror World. He was wondering which class he should choose when he noticed something, reading to himself, "You defeated a zombie. Obtained souls of shadow monsters converted into elements of the expected world. Mirror World skill gained 2,000 experience points." Discovering that Mirror World could be leveled up, he was shocked. The battle against the zombies continued. With his sword receiving the attack bonus from the Trick Blade skill, Yunqi advanced, cutting down each of the monsters. After a series of attacks, the remaining time of the attack bonus ended, and at that exact moment, a monster that had not been eliminated launched a counterattack. With sharp reflexes, Yunqi moved his body, attacking once again the greedy zombie, which had about 10% of its health left. The Trick Blade could be a powerful skill, but it was not capable of handling prolonged battles. So this time, Yunqi finished off the monster right after its duration ended. After knocking down the monster, exhausted, Yunqi checked his stamina. It didn't last long either, making long fights unfeasible. Still, he was leveling up faster than most could. He had gained 2 levels since entering that Ding family dungeon, now reaching level 17. Yunqi had been continuously obtaining souls from shadow creatures after defeating the zombies. These items were converted into Mirror World element, causing the skill to gain experience points. After checking his skills, Yunqi felt that something was wrong around him. Quickly, he moved, leaving the place where he was and climbing one of the natural walls of the cave. Hidden next to Qiaoji, Yunqi watched the Ding family guards, who had been patrolling more frequently since they arrived there. This made the protagonist wonder if the guards had already noticed that someone had infiltrated the property. The squire, who had reached level 8, commented to Yunqi, "There are few monsters left. Continuing is very risky." Yunqi had to agree with Qiaoji. They needed to be careful with the guards while fighting and at the same time calculate both the attack increase and the duration of the Trick Blade. That was too much work to do simultaneously. looking at his inventory and evaluating the skill book he had obtained. The brick spell, which could create a mana brick suspended in the air. He realized that not all reverse skills were useful in combat since, when reversed, this skill had become the void technique, capable of making objects the size of bricks intangible. As for the mirror world skill, it still needed 30% of the experience required to evolve. Seeing how powerful the reverse skills already were even at level 1, imagining how they would be after the mirror world evolved excited him. After standing up to better observe the guards as well as the rest of the dungeon, Yun-Che imagined that if they defeated its boss, his skill could reach level 2. Since other dungeons might not grant as many experience points, and this was a good opportunity, he decided they should not leave yet. First, they needed to explore the central area where the dungeon boss was located. As they walked toward a zone where vines frequently appeared, raising spiritual chandeliers, Yun-Che noticed the presence of rats and owls summoned through skills. They needed to hide, as detection skills were appearing more frequently on their path. After a long walk, Yun-Che finally arrived where he wanted. In a large hall, spiritual chains extended, sealing a grand being on a stone throne. Around him and below the central arena, there were several guards patrolling. Curious, Chaoji stretched his neck to the side, impressed. A controlled dungeon boss, this is the first time I see something like this. The school dungeon boss is also guarded by teachers. Those chains must be very high-level equipment. Yun-Che observed the situation and analyzed it silently. There were many guards around, and attacking the boss would certainly attract them. At his current level, Yun-Che knew it would be impossible to defeat the boss under such a guard siege. That's why, when he saw an isolated guard watering a wall, Yun-Che moved. Attacking from behind the man who was tending to his physiological needs, Yun-Che caught him with his pants down. With a 150% attack bonus increase, Yun-Che knocked down the guard, immobilizing him. With a dark aura around him, Yun-Che walked to the guard. With a cloth partially covering his face and identity, he threatened him. "I'm going to ask some questions, and you better answer." The mustache guard sweated cold with fear, trying to back away, although he couldn't. "Wait, what do you want to know? Ask me, I'll tell you everything. The Ding family doesn't pay well enough for me to sacrifice myself for them." Yun-Che rolled his eyes, seeing the man surrender so easily. But that was good, as he could ask about his main objective. The frightened man heard about the dungeon passes. "The old master collects a pile of them. They're not rare." Putting fear aside, the old guard looked sideways, mocking. "So you're a group of fanatics of the grandpa hero, going this far." However, his attitude returned to fear when he saw the dark expression Yun-Che showed again. "Hey, it's true. I've seen many times the old master stocks the passes and leaves them with the captain of the guards." However, the guard under custody warned that these were temporary passes, and without inside help, whoever had them would certainly be questioned. Grabbing the guard by his armor and looking deep into his eyes with an intimidating expression, Yun-Che ordered, "Don't worry about us, now empty your inventory." A few minutes later, Yun-Che, Chaoji, and the guard left the Ding family dungeon. Yun-Che dragged the guard, holding him by the shirt, questioning, "Is this really the only enchanter skillbook you have?" Fearing for his life, the guard swore it was and tried to explain. "The Ding family is super stingy. Most dungeon drops are confiscated. We only get the leftovers. The good stuff all goes to those in the residence." Receiving the only book the guard had, Yun-Che learned the skill Sunlight Baptism, a passive that increased defense by 3% for 10 seconds after being healed. With the skill's reversal by the mirror world, it became Moonlight Blessing, a skill that increased attack by 6% for 15 seconds after using a healing skill. Yun-Che dragged the guard, who had lost his armor to Chaoji, to the path leading to the inner residence. As they approached and saw other guards, they hid, and the accompanying guard revealed that they could not enter without being summoned. The guard explained that, except for young Ding Shu, everyone in the inner mansion was level 30, using high-rank equipment. Therefore, they didn't even need guards there. Squeezing the man, Yun-Che questioned if the passes were inside the residence. However, the guard quickly corrected, "No, the family head is there." The guard explained a bit about the structure of the property. In the basement was the dungeon with the boss, while above were the gardens and the inner mansion. The family head was already at level 42, and he warned the boys, "You will definitely lose against him, the mustached master." The old family master was at level 57. He had 3 sons, the family head at level 42, the second family head, also at level 42, and father of Ding Shu, and the third family head, who unexpectedly was the strongest of the 3 sons, being at level 52. The guard wanted to warn the young man who was keeping him captive that, although everyone was out of the residence on business, it would be very dangerous if they returned during an invasion. Yun-Che ignored the warnings and thought about the power of each lineage member. After throwing the now unconscious guard to the ground, he turned to Chaoji, who was wearing the guard's armor. Unexpectedly, Chaoji heard Yun-Che order him to stay outside. Yun-Che had devised a plan, to lure the family head outside so he could safely infiltrate the residence. Sometime later, Yun-Che returned to the hall where the dungeon boss was chained. He observed the highest level chains used to control the boss. The dungeon would not disappear while the boss was alive, so it was common to imprison him to maximize the dungeon's potential in the long term. Besides the chains, Yun-che observed the guards ensuring the place's security. Since he had already learned to disarm such chains in his past life, all he needed to do was deal with the guards. With his bone sword in hand, Yun-che sneaked up to a guard who was calmly having a refreshing drink. Covering the guard's mouth so he wouldn't scream, Yun-che quickly eliminated him. Seconds later, those on duty were shocked as energy emerged from the chains, which began to move. To make the family head leave his home, Yun-che unlocked the level 60 chains that until then had held the boss. The giant Dark Knight rose from his throne as he regained his powers. Throughout the dungeon, the guards' screams could be heard. "What happened? The boss has gone berserk!" Outside the dungeon on the Ding family estate, the family head hurriedly commanded the guards to move. "Let's go! Reinforce the dungeon immediately!" Hidden among the bushes, Chao-ji watched the guards running into the dungeon. However, Yun-che, who had obtained the combat chains as his own equipment, was confident enough to enter the inner residence with ease. Sometime later, at the entrance of the Ding family's inner residence, a carriage had parked, and a butler approached to open the door, welcoming them. "Welcome back, second master and young master." Beside his father, Ding Hao, the one with 2 mustaches, Ding Shu snorted. "You'd think you'd come to greet me even seeing me like this, all because I was careless against that damn Yun-che." However, Ding Hao didn't even care about his son, and ran to the other car, opening the back door as if he himself were a butler. "Miss Yunsha, please step down from the carriage." From the sports car, a blonde girl with long hair carrying an air of royalty got out. Beside her was a young woman with black hair and a firm gaze. The two had been present at the museum when Ding Shu was beaten by Yun-che. Ding Hao bowed with a smile on his face, addressing the blonde-haired young woman. "Welcome to my humble residence." It was at that moment, while bowing, that Ding Hao noticed the presence of a guard. A look of disgust and confusion appeared on his face, and he quickly kicked the man away. "Don't stand in the way." Thus, Ding Hao, his son, and the 2 girls entered the mansion. Outside, behind a tree, Chao Zhi watched the whole scene. Startling the young man by suddenly appearing behind him, Yun-che asked, "What's wrong? The Ding family is back, so isn't this a good time to enter?" Yun-che was confused by Chao Zhi's surprised look, who, curious, asked how he had returned so quickly. Yun-che coldly explained to Chao Zhi, reminding him that even though this was a level 30 dungeon, it was difficult to capture a dungeon boss alive. Warning that it would take them some time to capture the boss again, Yun-che asked the squire what he had seen. Glancing sideways at the mansion's entrance, Chao Zhi pointed to the man who had been kicked by Ding Hao, and revealed, "That person is my younger uncle." The protagonist listened attentively as the young man told a story. Back then, when Yun-che rebelled, his family had already been wiped out, but at the same time, they didn't have to face the humiliation that other families endured. Yun-che swallowed hard, imagining what might have happened. Chao Zhi, with sorrow, revealed, "After that day, the Chao family defended themselves against the Empire's malice at every moment, and under secret instructions from the hero Ding Kun, the persecution we suffered only increased. In the end, we could only become servants of the Ding family, who paraded from time to time to display the power and benevolence of the heroic family." Biting his lips, filled with resentment, Chao Zhi said that his family, to survive, had to bow before the Ding family, begging and accepting to live miserably. Chao Zhi revealed that his father's generation tried to change things by going public, but in the end his father went insane, while his uncle became a dog serving the Ding family. Nervously trembling, Chao Zhi wondered if he really should be there. Silently, Yun-che observed the heavy emotions Chao Zhi carried and stepped forward. Passing by the boy, he stated, "I need to enter the inner residence." Worried, Chao Zhi tried to stop him. "Hey, Ding Shu's father is there now. He's level 42 and fully equipped. If he discovers you, you won't survive." The dark aura around Yun-che brought hope. In this era where dungeons are controlled, if you don't take risks, there will be no hope to change your life. And some things, if you hesitate and worry too much about them, will never be conquered. Yun-che declared to the young man, "I can help you change, but you need to make that choice first. I choose to fight, but I won't force you." Chao Zhi trembled with fear, trying to make Yun-che reconsider. "But there's a great family that rules the world. Can you really fight against them?" Leaving Chao Zhi behind, in a burst of speed, Yun-che answered, "I don't want to fight a family, but the entire empire." In an instant, Yun-che crossed the inner residence courtyard, approaching one of the side entrances. Inside the mansion, Ding Hao heard the news of what had happened and questioned how the dungeon lord had freed himself. Hearing the sudden conversation, Yun-sha asked if her presence was inconvenient. "We can come back for a visit another day if you prefer." Smiling, Ding Hao quickly denied, No, my eldest brother can handle that. A mere dungeon is not as important as Miss Yun-sha." Changing the subject, Ding Hao revealed that after hearing about the young woman's visit, both his father and his other brother had decided to return home. Ding Hao was confident they could handle the matter easily, as they had even contacted Grandpa Hero, who was eager to meet the young lady. Yun-che, who had sneaked inside the house, heard the conversation and wondered if that Grandpa Hero was the same hero Ding Kun. some things passed through Yunche's mind. He had heard that an escort was necessary to enter the hero dungeons, while the girl sitting in the room with Ding Hao seemed to have high social status due to the way she was treated. Yunche grew even more curious since the girl's surname was Yun, like his own, but he didn't believe it was more than a coincidence. Putting the matter aside, Yunche decided to start moving and focus on the dungeon passes. As soon as Yunche moved, the girl who was with Yunsha, who seemed more like her bodyguard, sensed his movement. Yunche sneaked through the residence, avoiding the maids who chatted distractedly. Carefully advancing, he reached what seemed to be someone's office. At the same time, outside the dungeon, some knights along with the family head were leaving the portal. Ding He, the first head of the Ding family, the one with the distinctive mustache, commented coldly. He was released with malicious intent, but we couldn't find any trace of anyone. To take such a risk, whoever did this wasn't just after a high-level piece of equipment. Suddenly, the family head raised his hand, ordering, "Surround the inner residence immediately." Since the young Yunsha was visiting, Ding He wanted to prevent any accident from happening to her. Inside the office, Yunche searched through the drawers but found nothing except things he didn't need. Upon finding a locked drawer, Yunche used his ability to change the shape of objects. As soon as he altered the shape of the lock, he managed to open the drawer and found several books. First, Yunche found a diary, but underneath it, there were several high-quality skill books. The first book he picked up, Slow Aura, made enemies within a 20-meter radius 20% slower. While Yunche checked the skill books, the entire mansion was surrounded by Ding family guards. Chao Ji, who was hiding among trees and bushes, wondered why so many guards had appeared. He questioned whether they had been discovered. The young man was beginning to regret taking such a risk. More and more guards arrived every minute. He saw their chances of escape slipping away, as Yunche was taking longer and longer. His father and uncle came to his mind, and the worried Chao Ji told himself, "If I don't run now, if they find me, I won't have any excuse to give." The third master of the Ding family appeared in the young man's mind, dragging his father while being protected by his mother. Clenching his fist decisively, Chao Ji told himself he at least needed to escape silently, so he could save himself. However, at the moment he planned to flee, he remembered Yunche's voice. "I can help you change, but you need to make that choice first." Making his decision, Chao Ji removed the mask covering his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs. The guards' attention immediately turned to the source of the noise. All of them ran toward the shouting voice. Chao Ji had shouted for a reason, to lure the guards away, creating an opportunity for Yunche to escape. At the same moment, Yunche jumped through a window, breaking it. He looked in Chao Ji's direction with a smile, commenting to himself, "Looks like he managed to overcome himself and chose to fight." Jumping over the guards, Yunche shouted, "I took the chains in your skill books. If you want them back, come get me, if you have the courage." Quickly, the guards began chasing after Yunche. Immediately, Yunche chose the Slow Aura skill and reversed it, turning it into Acceleration Aura, a skill that increased the speed of allied units within a 30-meter range by 30%. Ding He shouted furiously upon seeing the intruder. "Squads 2 and 3 return to support the Dungeon Lord's protection. He's not trying to escape, he's heading to the dungeon." Chao Ji, with a dark and frightened expression, looked back, wondering why Yunche was leading the guards in another direction. Yunche hurriedly ran toward the dungeon. He knew that with so many guards around the mansion, the Dungeon Lord must have already been controlled, and for that, a great battle must have taken place. Running into the underground dungeon, the protagonist planned to take advantage of what must have happened to the boss, who likely suffered heavy damage during the battle. The goal of defeating the boss was for a good cause, to evolve his mirror world skill. Inside the residence, the young Yunsha was served tea to pass the time. From there, she could hear how noisy it was outside, and acted condescendingly. "Uncle, you don't need to keep me company," Ding Hao reassured the girl, saying it was just a small thief who could soon be caught by his older brother. However, this older brother was struggling greatly just to get close to the thief. He furiously pushed aside guards in his way, ordering everyone to head straight to the boss's room. Passing by the slower guards, Ding He took the lead, ordering, "Rogues and archers, follow me to chase the intruder." Getting closer to the inner area, Yunche saw the Ding family head approaching more and more. Immediately, he opened his statistics window. Each class could add 3 attribute points when leveling up, and half of Yunche's attributes had already been allocated to agility. Additionally, with acceleration skills, Yunche dodged the arrows aimed at him. Around level 30, only archers and rogues could keep up with him, and there weren't many of those. After arriving at the boss's room, Yunche saw from a distance the boss monster, the sovereign paladin restrained by a binding magic. On the ground, the boss monster had less than 10% of its health points remaining. For Yunche, this was actually the perfect moment, when the boss was at its weakest state. He only needed to accumulate his power, and then he could defeat the monster. However, Yunche was quickly found by the guards who were already waiting for the intruder. Archers raised their bows and mages their staffs, while warriors and squires stepped in front of everyone to protect them as they used their magic and attacks. For Yunche, however, this was the perfect setup. Extending his hand, he used the chaotic thorns. The guards were shocked to see an unknown skill to them. Although many soldiers were unaffected by the skill due to their immunities, countless guards suffered from the abnormal effect of the chaotic thorns. A mage with low resistance was the first to act abnormally. He cast a fireball in close combat against his companions, causing an explosion all around. Everywhere, mages, rogues, and warriors fell into confusion, and those who were still sane couldn't act calmly, unable to believe there was a skill with such a high rate of abnormal effect. Having created chaos thanks to his skill, Yunche began to advance. He had picked up a dagger, increasing his speed by reducing the weight of his weapon. Reaching a group of guards, he only needed to get past them to reach the boss, who had few health points left. Yunche struck a shield with his sword as he passed through several guards, but the squire could do nothing but call for help and shout at his comrades not to use skills on each other. Observing the group that still maintained their consciousness, Yunche mocked them for not even having good synergy. Their group battle experience must have been almost zero. For people to have become so weak, Yunche could only imagine they had grown complacent due to the long period of peace. As he got close to the boss, Yunche encountered a group that seemed more organized than the others. At their front, a warrior calmed them. "Don't retreat. He's alone. As long as we take him down, he won't escape alive." Several vines and spells attacked Yunche, who managed to dodge thanks to quick movements. Finally, Ding He also arrived at the boss hall and shouted, "Hold him, I'll handle this personally." Equipping his gear, Ding He charged with his warrior's axe amid powerful flames. Ding He showed the strength of a level 42 warrior as he crossed the entire distance toward Yunche in the blink of an eye. The protagonist felt the approaching danger and moved quickly. While blocking a sword that tried to slow him down, he snorted, belittling Ding He's attack. Yunche drew the battle chains he had stolen, although his number of equipment pieces didn't compare to Ding He's, preventing him from winning in stats. With the chains, he could get even closer. The chains demonstrated their power by creating a ghostly energy arm. The dark energy arm, wrapped with chains, confronted Ding He's firepower head-on. However, the attack was only a decoy. Yunche used the impact wave from the clash to move toward the boss monster. He quickly created air, and approaching the sovereign with less than 10% health left, said, "Thanks for the ride." Veins bulged on Ding He's forehead as he shouted furiously, "How dare you do that?" Yunche showed he dared, unleashing a powerful attack on the sovereign to take the experience provided by the boss monster for himself. The dungeon boss, upon being hit, had its health points reduced to 0 and disintegrated instantly. With the experience points gained, Yunche leveled up 3 times at once, reaching level 20. At the same time, his secret skill mirror world also gained experience, rising to level 2. Ding! He gritted his teeth upon seeing an unknown bastard destroy the dungeon in his home. He and his subordinates furiously advanced toward Yunche and the large shadow of the remnants of the sovereign surrounding him. As the group approached, Yunche opened his information window and clicked on the mirror world skill. At that moment, Ding He's axe attack passed through where Yunche was before disappearing after the skill was used. Everyone stopped in confusion, unable to understand how the invader had vanished. Yunche, who had used the mirror world skill, saw the surroundings in a completely different way. He still seemed to be in the dungeon, but everything looked illusory, as if in another dimension. Checking the mirror world skill information, he discovered what had happened. There was a timer. Mirror walk. Time remaining, 29 minutes, 51 seconds. This was a true world inside the mirrors. Discovering that he was in a parallel world created by the mirrors, Yunche understood why everything was reversed from left to right compared to the real world. Approaching one of the guards who seemed frozen, Yunche tried to touch him, but his hand passed through. Those people looked more like illusions. Crouching down, Yunche tried to pick up one of the stones on the ground. However, it didn't seem like an illusion and even had a description. The name of the stone was Mirror Fragment, an item whose description revealed it could be taken to the outside world. Observing the type of stone, Yunche understood that after evolving Mirror World to level 2, he could take things out of that world. Wondering if the system interface had also changed, Yunche opened it. He discovered he now had a list of skills. Some, the ones he possessed, were lit up in color, while those not yet activated remained grayed out. Clicking on one of the grayed out skills, he received a notification that it had not yet been learned. Since the lit up skills were the ones he had reversed, he understood that this was the list of all reversed forms. But it was necessary first to learn the base skills in reality to activate them here. The level 1 skill, Skill Reversal, which he had obtained with Mirror World, for example, was just a simplified version of the level 2 skill. Checking the skill lists, he realized he could start selecting stronger skills that combined well with each other. This gave him an idea. He could efficiently plan his class progression. Amid his research, Yunche noticed something approaching and turned quickly. Flying through the mirrored dungeon, he saw something that looked like a soul made of energy. As the first soul appeared, others followed. As the soul approached Yunche, it changed form, transforming into an undead creature. Immediately, Yunche drew his sword, ready to defend against the flying skeleton. His attacks fell upon the monster, passing through it easily. The ease of hitting the skeleton made Yunche think it wasn't very strong, so he continued attacking. After his attacks, the protagonist received a notification. Undead contract. You can form a contract with this soul. Once contracted, it can leave the mirror world and fight for you. 20 contracts remaining. Analyzing the notification, Yunchi understood that after defeating an undead, he could become its summoner. He also realized this must have been caused by the stone he had collected. It wasn't as simple as he had imagined, since the level 2 mirror world seemed to allow not only taking items out, but also undeads. He looked up at the dozens of souls flying in circles on the dungeon ceiling. For him, this had become extremely interesting, even convenient. Outside the mirror world, dozens or even hundreds of guards from all classes had gathered. Since the dungeon had been cleared, everyone wondered why the thief hadn't reappeared. They didn't believe he had simply disappeared, as if using a rogue stealth skill. Feeling many eyes on him, a rogue playing with his dagger corrected them. "No way. Our stealth has duration and form. It's not completely undetectable." Furious, Ding He attacked the rogue who dared to joke in front of him and shouted, "Then what do you think he did? How did you let him escape with so many people surrounding him? You can't find him. Then pay back everything you earned from the dungeon." Amid Ding He's furious outburst, someone appeared a few meters away from him. Both Ding He and the rogue he attacked fell silent and slowly looked aside. Yunche had returned to reality and, realizing the mirror walk time had ended, wondered if he had returned to the same original location or appeared where he was inside the mirror. Amid Yunche's confusion, Ding He recovered and shouted furiously, "Get him!" Yunche was awakened by Ding He and said, "Don't be hasty. After being surrounded for so long, this time I'll return the favor." In the protagonist's hand, an undead energy emerged. He extended his hand, causing that energy to leak out, along with countless undead ghosts that flew throughout the boss's hall, attacking the nearby soldiers. The hunters began to retreat, afraid of a magic they didn't even know. "What is that? A ghost?" Ding He, however, was not afraid and tried to calm his subordinates. "Don't panic. They are just undead monsters. I've seen them many times before." One of the ghost skeletons attacked a squire, heavily striking his shield. However, the squire was confused because he had actually managed to defend himself. By observing the ghost's stats, he discovered the monster was only level 20. Upon hearing his subordinate's comment, Ding He laughed. "Ha ha ha! I told you not to panic. Now counterattack. Catch it and I'll give you a big bonus." Excited by the reward that had appeared, knights, rogues, and even mages began running toward Yunche. But as soon as they advanced a few meters, they saw the thief disappear once again. Yunche had used the confusion caused by the undead to escape the dungeon. Even though he knew the levels of his summons were still low, he wished he could have even stronger undead, like dark knights and liches. Against such beings, a disorganized group like the one they had just faced would stand no chance. It was a great regret for Yunche that all the stronger undead he found were already under contract. And since the mirrored world had an exploration limit, he couldn't go beyond 200 meters from his starting point. Since the mirrored world reproduced the scenario he was in, Yunche imagined he could explore it from a different location, to perhaps find higher-level undead. So while running through the Ding Estate grounds, Yunche came across a scene. A warrior was grabbing Chao Ji by the face, lifting him up. "You hid very well, but did you think I wouldn't find you? Who knows what kind of reward I'll get for capturing you?" Just as the knight planned to take the young man away, Yunche moved, struck him from behind, and made him release the boy. With a shocked look, Chao Ji spotted Yunche, who grabbed him by the armor and pulled him along. "Let's go!" With the situation having become extremely chaotic, Yunche saw the opportunity to escape and tally his gains later. Inside the dungeon, the fight against the undead was still ongoing, but the warriors of the Ding family had gained the upper hand in the battle, thanks to their numbers and higher levels. Soon, the skeletons were defeated. However, the monsters, which perhaps were not exactly strong, rose again after being defeated, resurrecting with their health points fully restored. When the skeletons were about to attack once more, an energy filled the entire dungeon, destroying them definitively. A man who had just arrived exhaled a heavy breath. Ding Jie, with his characteristic three-tuft mustache, wearing his gauntlets and radiating a powerful crimson energy, explained to everyone that those were summoned creatures. Therefore, even though they were revived, they consumed magic points. They only needed to be defeated a few more times for their user's mana to run out. Inside the mansion, an old man with a gray goatee asked, "Has Miss Yunsha left?" In front of him, Ding Hao bowed 90 degrees to answer, "I'm sorry, father. I failed to keep her here. The intruders were simply too audacious. Not only did they run shouting outside the residence, but they also broke one of the house's windows." Ding Dan, the son of the great hero Ding Kun, and the old master of the Ding family, snorted irritably, frowning. "The intruder managed to enter the inner residence, and not only did you fail to capture him, you don't even know what he looks like. How is your team going to handle this?" Ding Hao had no words to apologize except to acknowledge his failure. But then he remembered something and told his father. However, Miss Yunsha agreed to go to the hero's dungeon. At least Grandpa's matter went smoothly. Snorting, Ding Dan ordered, "As soon as you find out who did this, eliminate him." Looking at the broken window, Ding Dan ordered his son to hurry and find out what else had been taken. At that moment, Yunche was looking at an access card to the dungeon. He had obtained the card but still needed someone who could take him to the hero's dungeon. Still, there was no reason to rush. Upon checking his information, he realized he had reached level 20 in the Dingshu House dungeon. Although the Chimera Bone Ring had been practically destroyed, reaching 94% durability broken, Yunche had obtained several skill books from the Ding family's private collection. To his surprise and benefit, all those skill books were for support classes, abilities he could learn and use Reversion to improve. The Battle Song skill was an example of these. Before, it increased critical rate and damage at the cost of reducing defense. But upon becoming the Shield Song, it provided defense, also reducing critical damage received and part of the critical hit rate. With the accumulation of skills that increased his stats, Yunche saw the opportunity to defeat higher-level people just with his statistics. Yunche also obtained a piece of Corrupted Knight armor, level 30. With its high physical and magical defense, it would be useful in the future. Of all his gains, the most important was the upgrade of the Mirrored World. Although the necromantic skills the Mirrored World had given Yunche were powerful, he knew they were not enough. Based on the equipment style Yunche saw on the statue of Ding Kun, the hero should be a berserk, at least rank S. Given this imagined information, Yunche believed he would need to hire a necromantic spirit, at least of the same level, and reach level 50 to have a chance against him. While Yunche was immersed in his thoughts, the worried Chao Ji asked him, "We're not going to get caught, right?" With a slight smile, Yunche reassured the boy, "Relax. We've already lost them and we didn't reveal our faces. Everything's fine now." Despite the reassuring words, Chao Ji could only nod, still worried. Seeing that Chao Ji was still anxious, Yunche guessed it was because of his young age. Trying to make the boy think of other things, Yunche asked if there were other dungeons nearby where a powerful person had lost their life. Since Chao Ji was confused by the question, Yunche explained he wanted to find a high-level dungeon where he could level up. He would explain the other matter later. Chao Ji thought for a moment and remembered one that fit the requirements, but it was the school's dungeon, one they wouldn't be able to sneak into. Thinking about the school, Yunche reflected on the monopolized dungeons. Since he couldn't access them, he could only rely on special methods. Sometime later, Yunche pulled out 2 books he had obtained at the Ding house and unexpectedly handed them to the teacher. The teacher, upon seeing the purple quality book for his Wanderer class, was surprised. Yunche having such items confirmed the teacher's suspicion that someone was supporting him. Clearing his throat, he said, "The time and place for the school dungeon's openings have already been set. I can't interfere with anything." Quickly hiding the books, he continued, "However, a dungeon has recently been opened for students about to graduate. But if a student is becoming notable, he can join the team for a tour with a teacher's recommendation." Hearing the teacher's words, who that morning had been so arrogant, Yunche was pleased. The teacher shouted affirmatively, "I'll do my best to fight for a spot for you." He kept his word. For some time later, Yunche received permission to go to the school dungeon portal. There, several older students were already waiting. Yunche heard a nearby warrior say eagerly, "This might be the last dungeon of my life. I must hunt as many monsters as possible." On the other side, a young man with a gauntlet smiled, commenting to a friend, "If it weren't for the hero's gift, we wouldn't have this opportunity. We should thank him." Everyone seemed excited, but Yunche frowned, feeling that something was wrong with the dungeon ahead. The teacher known to Yunche was also present and explained to him and Chaoji that this was called the Brave Dungeon, a dungeon gifted to the school by the hero. "There are rumors that the hero once fought here. There might even be traces left by him inside the dungeon." Hearing the teacher, Chaoji lowered his head, clenching his fist fervently. The Brave Dungeon was the dungeon where the hero valiantly eliminated the traitor Chao En. Given this fact from his past, Chaoji wondered if he should tell Yunche. The teacher revealed to the pair that the dungeon level they were about to enter was quite high, so they should be careful and act only within their limits. To ensure nothing bad happened, the teacher called the knight and said, "Little Z, take care of them." The young man called Z clicked his tongue, grinding his teeth, and questioned the teacher, "Then how am I supposed to level up?" Telling the young man to stop complaining, the teacher showed that the dungeon had already been opened and asked everyone to enter. Z, however, kept grumbling. "What are these freshmen doing here? They just came to get in the way?" Irritated, Z joined a group while continuing to complain. "How annoying. Now I have to babysit 2 anchors." Annoyed, he pointed at Yunche and Chaoji, declaring, "Once we enter, just stay behind. Don't cause me any trouble, got it? Otherwise, I'll just leave you behind and take care of myself." Yunche ignored the complaints of the senior student and, leading Chaoji among several senior students about to graduate, walked toward the dungeon, which recommended entry levels between 20 and 40. Although the level was not that high, facing the energy the dungeon seemed to exude, he wondered, why does it give off such a dangerous feeling? As they passed through the portal, the academy students walked through a tall stone tunnel, where, at the end, they could see the crystals that marked the beginning of the dungeon. When the students entered the dungeon, they were surprised to also see two figures, Yunsha and Yunyin. The two girls were also in the dungeon even though they were freshmen. Yunche and Chaoji also received sideways glances from the veterans for being there. A warrior put his hands behind his head, stretching while wishing, "It would be great if Yunsha was on our team. I'd be full of energy escorting girls." The young man even drooled just imagining it, but a companion woke him up. "Stop dreaming. They're in a completely different league, above level 30. We should be the ones asking them to escort us." Remembering this, the young man huffed. I know, I was just joking." Despite the comment, his wish remained. The young man was even more surprised when the two girls walked toward him. However, they passed by him and, surprisingly, walked up to Yunche. The protagonist frowned as he stared at the blonde-haired girl. He recognized her as the guest who had been at the Ding family's house, a person of high status. He didn't think there was any reason for her to approach him. Meanwhile, he wondered if she knew the original owner of that body, or if she was there to repay what he had done to Ding Shu. However, with a smile and while fixing her hair, Yunsha showed no ill intentions. Instead, she greeted him. "I saw you at the memorial hall yesterday. Your skills aren't bad, and your voice is quite unique." Confused, Yunche wondered if she really just wanted to have small talk. But that proved wrong when the girl approached and mischievously commented, "That's why it was easy to recognize you, even with the sound of glass breaking." Yunche was shocked because he had indeed shouted something to Chaoji when jumping out the window the day before. In front of him, a golden energy surrounded Yunsha, who equipped her magical gear, dress, boots, and a large white witch hat. With a smile, she turned her back, saying goodbye. "Now that we've greeted each other, let's leave things as they are for today." While her friend Yunyin changed her equipment, Yunsha finished her farewell, lowering her hat. "We're going ahead." Frowning while hiding his anger, Yunche digested Yunsha's words. She hadn't exposed him, even having recognized him. This made him wonder, was she warning me? That seemed the most plausible, since during his escape there was a possibility that Ding Shu, who had returned to the residence, had also recognized his voice. Thoughtfully, Yunche imagined it would be fine if the Ding family wasn't looking for him in the short term, because with the leveling speed he was managing to apply, soon he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Since the two girls seemed to be friendly, Yunche decided to warn them. Before they walked away, he said, "You two be careful. This dungeon has a dangerous aura." The two girls stopped, and looking at Yunche, Yunyin analyzed his words. "Thinking about it, this place seems a bit strange. At my level, it shouldn't be like this." Realizing the truth in Yunche's words, she smiled slightly, thanking him for the warning before continuing on her way. All the students around were surprised to see Yunsha interacting with someone, when she was usually extremely cold. Soon several of them surrounded Yunche. "Hey, do you know Yunsha? Can you introduce us to her too?" Apologizing, the protagonist pushed the crowd away. "We need to go now." The veterans were surprised to see the two freshmen wanting to walk alone through the dungeon. "Hey, where are you going? There are level 20 monsters. You'll be killed in one hit." But before anyone could follow them, the veteran who had been drooling over Yunsha stopped them. He warned everyone, "Let them go. To be friends with Yunsha, their level is probably not low." The veterans tried to remind their partner about what Professor Lee had asked them, but he reprimanded them with a dark voice. "Don't forget the real purpose for coming here. The fewer people who know about that place, the better. Do you want to share our crystals with them?" Reminding the group that everyone who entered the dungeon was equipped with a sound distress device, the warrior ordered everyone to ignore the pair of rookies. Despite his words, the awakened one showed a look of disgust, as his real goal was to let everyone who interacted with Yunsha suffer the consequences. Since they seemed so confident, they deserved to perish. Outside the dungeon, where the teachers organized paperwork about who had entered for the hunt, a young man ran toward them. Seeing Ding Shu, who was not on the list, a teacher asked what he was doing there. Ding Shu darkly questioned him. "A team just entered, right?" Confused, the teacher asked why he wanted to know. With a dark look, Ding Shu asked about Yunche and Chaoji. The two names had been mentioned by them earlier. Ding Hao frowned, hearing the name spoken by his son. "Don't try to accuse someone just because you lost a fight in the memorial hall. I don't have time to deal with your problems now." Ding Shu shouted irritably when disbelieved. "They were the ones who broke in? Really? I recognized their voices." Ding Shu's uncle argued against him. "Little Shu, the intruders were able to easily escape many guards. That's not something two students could do." Ding Jae agreed with his brother and demanded, "You need at least to prove that the strength of the two boys surpasses that of the guards. Otherwise, we can't believe you." Ding Dan, father of the three masters, ended the discussion. "Enough. We're discussing important matters. Don't disturb us." Now furious, Ding Shu grabbed the teacher by the shirt, demanding, "If Yunche and Chaoji entered, I need to enter this dungeon too." In the dungeon, humanoid monsters covered in stones and crystals attacked anyone who crossed their path. However, when attacked, a powerful energy unleashed by Yunche's sword easily destroyed them. Against the giant crystal eye monster, Yunche faced mana beam attacks, Immediately after encountering the first attack, he activated reflection mode, deflecting the energy beams that left trails in space. Soon after, Yunche instructed Qiaoji to act. The young squire quickly activated a shield spell, the Surrounding Shield, causing celestial winged shields to appear around Yunchi, consuming 40 energy points. This skill lasted 3 minutes and provided a fluid shield with 500 durability points, plus 700 defense points to the target. Right after the first skill, Qiaoji also used Motivational Shout. The skill, which inflamed him with confidence, increased attack damage by 5%, as well as attack speed for him and his companions. With such buffs, he felt confident to advance, leaping over the Crystal Eye monster. After reaching the top of the monster, Yunche brandished the sword he carried. With a single strike, he brought the blade down from the monster's head to its feet, splitting it in half and subtracting all its health points thanks to the Trick Blade, which was increasing his attack by 70%. For having defeated another monster, Yunchi reached level 21. Next to him, Qiaoji cheerfully celebrated having also leveled up. Now the squire had reached level 10. He wasn't at an impressive point like Yunche, but he was already starting to distance himself from other awakened individuals of the same age. The protagonist opened his inventory, checking the skill books they had taken from the Ding family. Both the Motivational Shout and Surrounding Shield skills of Qiaoji had been obtained there. They were extremely useful skills, and the young man could learn them even at a low level. Although the monsters in the dungeon were high level, with Qiaoji's skills, they had become easier to deal with. Continuing through the dungeon, the duo arrived at a vast area with large crystals all around. According to Professor Lee, there were rare monsters in the dungeon, like the Obsidian Beast. This dark crystal beast had a certain chance to drop a support-type skill book when defeated. Gravitational Attraction, one of the skills Yunchi had chosen as essential on the Mirror World skill list. Besides the Obsidian monster, Yunche expected to find undead. Yunche wondered if powerful adventurers had already perished in this dungeon, as their souls might still wander the place. While waiting to find these souls, he was shocked to see something unexpected. Among the crystals, a dark stone monster with crimson marks had appeared. In a crevice with gigantic purple crystals, several of these monsters lurked, overflowing with energy. Yunche and Qiaoji hid, observing them. Yunche never expected to see so many elite-level obsidian beasts moving together. They had even traveled a kilometer away from their usual spawn point inside the dungeon, proving they were wandering-type monsters. Wandering monsters were rare dungeon monsters without fixed respawn locations. They roamed the dungeon and were much stronger than typical monsters. Before humans became powerful, encountering a wandering type meant facing brute force. Such monsters could even roam outside dungeons and destroy human cities, something that often happened in the past, causing destruction and misery, as well as countless disasters. However, in exchange for this risk, the experience and items these monsters dropped far exceeded those of common monsters. Faced with monsters extremely powerful compared to normal types, Yunchi launched a surprise attack. Testing their strength, he swung his sword, charging the power of the levels he had reached. After delivering the first blow, Yunchi observed the health bar of the obsidian crystal beast, discovering it was constantly healing. In the next moment, not only the monster Yunchi attacked, but all the others prepared to launch a mana beam, gathering energy at their center. The mana beams crossed the entire space around Yunchi, like a tangled web. Trying to escape, Yunche was hit in the back, even with the surrounding shield protecting him from several attacks. Little by little, the protagonist realized that even with his high speed, these monsters would not allow him to dodge. Looking at his own health bar, Yunche noticed he had only 1/3 of his points left. Perhaps, if it weren't for Qiaoji, his situation would have been even more critical. Immediately extending his hand, Yunche summoned the undead skeletons. The skeletons immediately surrounded him, receiving the mana beam attacks in his place. However, these small monsters lost their health points just as quickly. Making a decision, Yunche fled, leaving the obsidian monsters behind. He was lucky because these monsters were relatively slow, allowing his strategic retreat. Since his health points and defense wouldn't increase in the short term, Yunche retreated to Qiaoji's side, intending to rely on the young man's defense after he evolved. Thus he called Qiaoji, "Let's defeat normal monsters first to level up." Sometime later, the duo reached another floor where Yunche had seen some monsters perfect for the squire to face and evolve. Qiaoji played his role in group battles, being essential for the front line, creating a magical shield in front of his own shield. In battles like these, people of other classes hid behind the squire to deal damage, which protected them and allowed them to be more effective. Under Yunche's instruction, Qiaoji had put all his points into defense, and with the armor he had gotten from the Ding family guards, he now had the defensive core of a true squire. Suffering attacks from level 20 monsters, Qiaoji barely took damage, a mere 2 points. Still, Yunche shouted, instructing how Qiaoji should act. "Shift your weight, firm your stance, angle your shield toward the attack." Following Yunche's instructions, Qiaoji managed to block one of the attacks perfectly. What excited him more was the fact that the durability of the basic shield had dropped by a smaller percentage compared to previous times. However, Chaoji's excitement allowed him to be caught by subsequent attacks from the crystal monster. Being hit squarely, the squire was pressed against a natural crystal by the monster's punch, losing about 20% of his health points. Immediately, Yunche moved, destroying the monster's stone arm. Saving the young squire, Yunche warned, "Always stay alert for the enemy's next attacks. Don't swing your shield carelessly. Leave room to block the next attack. Stay alert but keep your body relaxed. Tense only at the moment of defense." Beside the young squire, Yunche taught him how to build a good defense, step by step. With a pat on Chaoji's back, Yunche told him to try again. Standing behind Chaoji, the protagonist reminded him that, as a squire, he should always keep an eye on the companions he was protecting. With Yunche's support, calmness and confidence returned to Chaoji's eyes. He advanced once more, defending against the stones thrown at them. Following behind Chaoji, the protagonist blocked attacks that passed through the young squire, while teaching, "Remember, when the stats between two opponents are similar, technique is what determines who will win." When all the monsters in that area were defeated, Yunche leveled up to 22. Facing enemies with confidence helped Chaoji gain experience points faster. The squire already saw his level reach 15 with a smile on his face. Upon reaching that level, he was enabled to learn a new skill book, Shield Armor. The skill applied external armor to the shield, adding durability and defense. Chaoji learned the last skill book they had found for his class in the Ding House and tested the skill on Yunqi and the summons, protecting them. Now that Chaoji had leveled up, the duo was confident to face the elite wanderers. However, at the place where the duo had found the wanderers, new people appeared. A group of teachers, upon seeing the monsters, became worried. For the students' safety, it would be better to eliminate the obsidian beasts. Professor Lei En was confident they could handle normal level 30 monsters, but elite wanderers were another story. Suddenly, they saw a spell fired to the top of the dungeon. That was the students' distress signal. With the signal's appearance, Ya Zheng stood up. "We need to rescue the students first." Lei En was still worried about the wanderers, so the third teacher, Rong Zheng, volunteered to stay behind and observe the monsters. With one of the teachers staying back, Ya Zheng now had confidence to go protect the other students. However, before they made the decision, a duo appeared, Chaoji and Yun Che, who said, "We will keep an eye on them. 2 teachers alone won't be enough to handle elite monsters if they are attacking students in danger." Surprised, Ya Zheng looked at Yun Che and Chaoji, asking who they were. Getting straight to the point, Yun Che commented on how the wanderers weren't that fast and how they hadn't noticed their presence yet. If they kept their distance, they would be fine. The trio of rescue teachers exchanged glances. Since the young man was confident they would be fine, they gathered their energies to speed up their movements and go to the rescue, warning, "They're extremely dangerous. Stay hidden and don't act rashly." Seeing the teachers leave, Yunche planned to do exactly the opposite of what was asked. As soon as the teachers left, Yunche leapt toward the first obsidian monster, unleashing a sword strike charged with tremendous energy. The beast countered with a mana beam, which Yunche summoned the skeletons to block. Chaoji did not remain idle, using shield armor and surrounding shield. The undead, with their defense enhanced by magic, blocked the mana beams, allowing Yunche to move freely. However, the skeletons could not hold out for long and were destroyed. The mana beam spread quickly, but before being hit, the protagonist attacked the obsidian monster at 3 points, draining part of its life. Seeing that the level 30 wandering monster was nearly out of health, Yunchi jumped onto its back and, with devastating strikes from various angles, turned the stone monster into crumbs. The monster's health dropped to 0, and it was eliminated. Having defeated the first wandering monster, Yunche felt more accustomed to his new class. Still, there was much to reach the strength of his previous class. Training while attacking, he zigzagged around the skeletons, leaping toward another obsidian beast while relying on his attack bonuses from reversed skills. Even so, the base attack of his support class was very low. It would be great to increase that stat, which nonetheless was already enough to destroy the second obsidian monster, despite the effort. After defeating the second monster, Yunche leveled up again. This proved how high the experience yield was from wandering monsters. Having defeated another beast, Yunche could obtain the items it dropped. His eyes gleamed as something incredible appeared. The long crystal sword Yunche obtained had an intense magenta color, as well as an attack power of 552 points. The sword, focused on a single stat, seemed perfect for Yunche, who had a base attack lower than he wished. Brandishing the sword to get used to it, he declared, "Hunting will become much easier now." Despite obtaining a good sword, Yunche still felt sad for not getting the gravitational pull skill book he wanted. After defeating the monsters in the area, he wished his luck would be a bit better to find more wandering species. As soon as he wished that, he unexpectedly saw an explosion in the dungeon sky. He remembered that was the place where the teachers had gone. This time, the explosion was bigger, a signal only the teachers sent. At that very moment, Professor Ya Zheng found himself in great trouble. Blocking a passage with his shield, he shouted in disbelief, "Why are so many wandering species gathered here?" In the large area ahead of them, dozens of obsidian monsters were present. While they protected themselves on one side, on the other side of the arena, several students also tried to protect themselves. At the highest point, Yun Sha, seeing the monsters, asked Yun Yin and others what was happening. An instructor approached, responding to the young woman. "It's not clear yet. We just arrived after seeing the signal." Pointing to the cave on the other side of the valley, he said, "The signal came from there. They must be trapped there. We are organizing a rescue, but there are so many monsters that even all of us teachers together don't seem enough." A mage teacher, worried, asked the young women for help. With a confident smile, Yun Sha accepted the mission. "It's our duty." The mage raised her hand, lifting a cross of light. It quickly spread, multiplying around her, making several magic circles appear as she cast a spell. Mystic Art. Starlight. The spell granted a buff to all nearby, increasing spirit by 2 points and attack power by 20%. Everyone was impressed by the great effect of the ability, which seemed to be even epic grade. In the next moment, Yun Sha used another spell, Gravitational Pressure, causing a large wandering monster to be pressed against the ground, which was destroyed. Immediately, seizing the opportunity, Yun Yin drew her daggers and with the crimson attack of Secret Thorns, melted all the health points of that crystal monster. Seeing the duo's coordination, everyone was amazed and relieved, as there was truly hope they could rescue those in the cave. Alongside the group, Yun Che observed Yun Sha. Not only her equipment, but also her skills were top tier. He felt that even if he weren't there, everything would be fine. Still, Yun Che wondered how the situation had gotten this bad, and what had attracted so many wandering species. Warning Qiao Ji that he would check the surroundings, Yun Che asked him to stay put. Immediately, Yun Che used the mirror walk skill, entering the parallel world. Since the place was full of crystals reflecting like mirrors, he could enter that world at any time. Yunzi just hadn't discovered how to leave that world the day before, at the Ding family house, needing to wait for the skill's duration to end to exit. Walking through the crystal terrain, Yunche observed that the monsters did not have ghosts like people. Still, the monsters' bodies physically existed in that mirror world, which was strange, since besides that, no living form could enter that world. Walking to the cave, Yunche observed the teachers and students there. Looking at someone, he wondered, "Is that Xiaoxi?" Yunche imagined it was they who had attracted the wanderers to the cave, needing to use the danger signal. The terrain seemed useful for protection, but it didn't seem it would hold for long. Trying to figure out what had attracted the wandering species, Yunche was quite confused, since everything seemed made of crystals. However, soon a different light, green, caught his attention. He never imagined he would find such a thing in that place. Those green crystals caught Yunche's attention. They were special crystal ores, probably the reason Xiaoxi and her group went to the cave. Unlike the crystals from the outside world, dungeons could produce special materials that did not exist in the original world. Professions with utility skills could use such materials to craft special items, like equipment and accessories. When Yunche touched those crystals, he realized they were so valuable they should be worth more than their weight in gold. Upon touching the crystals, he was surprised by a notification. Mirror image crystal ore can be looted. Return to the real world from here? Seeing the notification, a thought came to Yunche's mind. He discovered that if there was a mirror surface in the mirror world, he could return to the real world from that position. Imagining there was much more to discover about this skill, Yunche mentally noted that he would need to study it properly. Leaving the notification and the crystal aside, he resumed exploring the cave. The amount of ore was unlike normal. Mining all that ore could make an ordinary person a billionaire, so it made sense that the wandering species were attracted to it. Outside, Yun Sha continued using gravitational pressure magic to clear the path, knocking down monsters. Yun Yin, with her dual blade dance, tore through the crystals, combining it with crowd control skills. A large magical circle of light appeared in the area, casting a rain of stars over the monsters, surprising everyone. Are all their skills epic grade? Why are they so powerful? They're stronger than the teachers. At some point, the last monster was cut down, and with its destruction, the teachers protecting the students in the cave were found. The students sighed in relief. "We're saved." Entering the cave, Yun Yin warned, "Don't let your guard down. We still have to fight our way out, and everyone stop being exhausted." Arriving at the cave, Yun Sha, confident from having defeated several monsters to get there, thought it would be easier to leave, but her excited look turned into surprise. The youths in front of her shifted from relieved to frightened by what was behind her. When the young woman turned around, she faced dozens, maybe hundreds of wandering monsters, filling the entire escape path as well as the valley. With so many monsters in that area, the students couldn't help but be scared, as it seemed all the wandering species of the dungeon had gathered there. Unaware of what was happening, Yunche kept advancing in the mirror world. He attacked the stone walls in his path, forcing his way and following the green light of the crystals. It seemed like a labyrinth, so destroying the walls was the fastest way to reach the end. and when he arrived, his eyes widened. Above a stone tree, a star of crystals shone with a much more concentrated essence than any crystal he had seen in that place. That star-shaped crystal seemed to be, along with others, a secret treasure of the dungeon. If crystal ores were considered special dungeon products, then the crystal core could only be called a secret treasure. A secret treasure was a crystallized condensation of all the special products of a dungeon. It took a long and irregular time to form such a core. An ordinary person would never see such an item in their life, and here it was before Yun-che, a secret treasure that, like others, possessed a special effect. Upon picking up the mirror image crystal core, he discovered its power. When used, such a core would grant its user 10 stamina points, plus mana regeneration and a 20% reduction in damage from light and electric attributes. The base stat increase and damage reduction caught the attention of the young man holding the crystal core, as large as a basketball in his hands. If consumed, he knew his health points would increase, and the skill Trick Blade could be used more times thanks to the increased mana regeneration. The damage reduction on 2 attributes was even more special. Such effects didn't appear often and were rare even on the best equipment. After smiling broadly, a confused look appeared on Yunche's face, for there was something strange about the situation. Just as the crystal ores attracted the wandering species, with the presence of the secret treasure, that dungeon should logically have a monster whose strength exceeded theirs. With the crystal core in his hands, Yun-che found himself with 2 options: withdraw the item from the mirror world or use it immediately. Upon clicking use, a notification appeared. Using or taking items from the mirror world would consume 10 minutes of the remaining skill duration. As he prepared to wait, people outside were surprised. The stone walls of the cave began to move and crumble. From the cave where everyone had been minutes before, a giant dark crystal monster rose, tens of meters tall. Its size alone made those below look like ants. Everyone trembled upon seeing the Lord of the Wandering Species and shouted, "Is that a secret lord?" The Wandering Lord existed independently of the Dungeon Lord. This was a rare secret boss. Immediately after appearing, the Wandering Boss demonstrated its strength, far beyond that of a common lord, attacking and destroying the surroundings of the teachers and students. Such a monster was far beyond what the humans there could face. Surrounded by an army of wandering monsters and protected by the teachers' shields, the group of students, frightened, never imagined that a wandering lord would appear against a high-level dungeon. In each of their eyes, fear and panic were evident before such a lordly monster. Yun-sha took the lead after the desperate confusion began. Climbing onto a monster, she shouted, "Everyone, calm down! The most important thing now is to work together to escape." Drawing everyone's attention, she pointed to a canyon, warning, "We can escape through there. As long as we get out of this basin, we can flee easily." Immediately, she used the Mystic Art Starlight to buff everyone present again, encouraging them, "Don't hold back. Use everything you have to push the monsters back and get out of here." Professor Yajeng stepped forward, conjuring his shield of light. Knowing he had to at least get the students out of there, he advanced with all the shield bearers. "By my side, start advancing." The wandering monsters appeared before the group as warriors and shield bearers advanced. The clashing of shields caused an explosion of energy. Behind the shield bearers, priests used their healing magic, enabling their fearless advance. However, while the group tried to move forward, the wandering crystal monsters attacked them. Numerous mana rays hit the shields and barriers created by the shield bearers, who tried to force their way through. But at the moment when everything seemed balanced, the Wandering Lord bellowed his war cry. The sound spread throughout the dungeon, reaching the crystal monsters that were not wanderers. Immediately, under the command of the Wandering Lord, the monsters answered the call. Hundreds of monsters joined those already positioned in the canyon, pressing the human group even more strongly. A glow of energy appeared in the Wandering Lord's eyes, his crystal aura. Instantly, a magic circle seemed to emerge over the entire valley, strengthening the monsters below it. Empowered, the first monster charged, breaking a protective shield magic. With even stronger attack power, the crystal monsters struck the shield bearers with their mana rays. Little by little, the shield bearers found themselves in desperate situations. The damage was too high for the healing to keep up. In an instant, all the mana rays targeted a single shield bearer. Somberly, he murmured, "Help me." But before his vision darkened and his surroundings turned crimson, a desperate shout from a student crossed the battlefield. "A teacher has been eliminated!" Trying to keep everyone calm, Yunsha tried to coordinate them. "Shield bearers, stay in front. Priests, prioritize healing them." Despite maintaining everyone's composure, Yunsha knew they were exhausted, even before the Wandering Lord began to move personally. Soon, a rogue seemed to give up on the strategy. "There's no way. At this pace, we won't get through them." Using stealth magic, he advanced, ignoring the others. Fearfully, he said to himself, "It's every man for himself now." He quickly passed through the wandering monsters in front of the shield bearers, since he was unseen. Immediately, a knight shouted, "Those of the wandering class won't follow him. The stealth duration isn't long enough. It won't last until they escape." Right after the knight shouted, he heard a sound and saw a strong glow arise from a region behind him. The wandering lord gathered a large amount of energy, preparing an attack. A professor shouted, "Watch out!" However, the wandering lord's mana ray attack tore through everything in front of it, not heading toward the group, but targeting the one who had tried to flee, who, in everyone's eyes, was swept away by the attack. Immediately after the attack, the entire canyon began to collapse, closing the passage. Those trapped were shocked to see the passage destroyed. A shield bearer began to tremble with fear, frightening everyone around with his words. "That attack power is absurd. We won't be able to escape." The next moment, the wandering lord prepared a new attack. That fearful shield bearer saw the end approaching. But before the attack arrived, two girls moved, breaking out of the siege and advancing against the wandering lord. A gigantic shield appeared in front of everyone like a mountain of stone. The wandering lord's attack fell upon the two giant shields, trying to force its way through. Yunsha shouted to everyone, "Those with great strength, come help hold the shield. If they fall, we will be wiped out." Panting heavily, Yunsha told everyone that it was a level 70 piece of equipment, so its durability was guaranteed. Because the level was very high, no one could equip it, but they could buy time using it together. Still afraid, many shield bearers could not help. Why does the school dungeon have this kind of monster? Roaring, many began to blame Xiaoxi instead of moving to help. The professor looked around, wondering if even after holding for so long it would all be in vain. For him, the only relief was having saved the two young people earlier, since they shouldn't have been there in danger. However, he realized he was wrong upon seeing the shield bearer from the duo among the other students. Seeing the young man still struggling to help, he asked, "Didn't I tell them to stay in the valley? How did he get here?" Amid the professor's distraction, a crystal monster broke through the defenses, attacking the professor himself. At the last second before the attack hit, Qiaoji shouted, "Surrounding shield!" The shield was used on the professor, immediately broken by the mana ray, but thanks to it, Ya Zheng survived with a mere 10% of life. Suffering absurd damage, the professor gritted his teeth. With the perimeter defense broken, there was no one left who could stop the wandering species. The crystal monster, raising its fist, attacked the professor, but its punch unexpectedly fell on Qiaoji, who jumped to dodge the attack. Raising his shield, Qiaoji deflected the mana ray from the crystal wanderer. Surprised, the professor couldn't believe a young man possessed such strength. Still, all the shields were being broken by the monsters. The group's defense was rapidly falling. Two crystal monsters, united, prepared a joint mana ray attack against an injured student. In Professor Ya Zheng's eyes, there was no hope left. However, before that attack could fall upon them, the monsters were sliced into stone fragments by someone who appeared unexpectedly. Shocked, Ya Zheng stared at the young man before him. Climbing over the stone debris, Yunche praised, "Qiaoji, you did very well." The young shield-bearer extended his hand, relieved. Smiling, Yunche said, "Leave the rest to me." A few minutes earlier, upon leaving the mirrored world, Yunche found the crystal core. Besides the replicated core in the mirrored world, the real one still remained in its original location. By obtaining both cores, Yunche learned that with the mirrored world, all future harvests would be doubled. The only problem was that the crystal ores were difficult to carry out. If Yunche wanted to take the normal crystal ores to the real world, it would take 10 minutes per ore. He couldn't carry the 75 he wanted, as it would take more than 12 hours. Therefore, Yunche was forced to carry only the most valuable crystal, the replica in the crystal core. As soon as he obtained the second crystal core, Yunche felt the dungeon tremble. The vibrations alerted him that something had happened. Immediately, he ran with the intention of leaving the cave. Touching a mirrored surface, he entered the mirrored world once again, which lasted just under 13 minutes before its cooldown. Discovering that he could enter and exit that world whenever he wanted, while his time had not run out, made him quite confident. Thus, he hurriedly ran through the crystal cave, zigzagging along the narrow path, until he exited the cave and the mirrored world. Yunche was shocked to see that the number of monsters had increased. He did not expect to see so many, but soon discovered the reason. There was a wandering lord, the source of the dangerous aura he had felt at the dungeon entrance. Knowing that Qiaoji and the others were in danger, Yunche moved quickly. He headed toward the first crystal monster, but because he could still enter and exit the mirrored world at will, he used this ability to dodge the monster, pass by it, and exit right after evading it. Yunche had reached level 24. His total mana reached 140 points, and his mana regeneration per second had reached 2.6 points per second. With that, he used the cheat blade to quickly eliminate the wandering monsters threatening the students' lives as he advanced, since his attack power had increased by 330%, with 180% coming from the skill. Although this was already an absurd statistic, to face a wandering lord, who was even stronger than a dungeon lord, Yunche would not be confident without reaching level 30. Using the mirrored world, Yunche approached the area where the two giant shields were. Locating Qiaoji and the professor he was protecting, Yunche moved toward them, and upon immediately exiting the mirrored world, saved them by destroying the crystal monster. positioning himself in front of the two and saving Qiaoji, who was already injured. Immediately, entering and exiting the mirrored world again to move and attack another crystal monster, Yunche shouted, "Those with support skills, use your buffs on me. I will eliminate these wandering species." Immediately, Yunsha used the Mystic Art Starlight on Yunche. Qiaoji, despite being injured, used Armor Shield and Surrounding Shield. Feeling his spirit and attack power increase, Yunche destroyed another crystal monster with his Sword Strike and Heavy Kick. Although the number of monsters was ridiculous, after using the secret treasure, the Crystal Core, Yunche's HP had increased, and his damage reduction against electric and light types had reached 40%, so it was not dangerous to attack such monsters. Using the vines, Yunche discovered that the monsters were immune to confusion, therefore eliminating them would not be as fast as he wanted. Teachers and students were shocked, mouths agape. A shield bearer, confused, asked the others, "Are my eyes deceiving me? I looked at his status bar and it showed he had the Enchanter class. Why is his attack power so high?" Even Professor Ya Zheng was confused. "What skills is he using? He's even teleporting." The professor smiled self-deprecatingly, asking, "You were that strong? And here I was worrying about you back then." Before the professor and others, Yunche turned to dust all the stone monsters he encountered on his path. Yunche only stopped when he leveled up once more. With so many rare monsters together, leveling up became much faster. Surprised, Yunsha watched Yunche return to the fight. At first, she thought he was just a daring little thief. She never expected the strength he possessed was beyond imagination. Beside her, even the usually silent Yunyin, the first to notice Yunche's presence in the Ding house, was surprised. In everyone's eyes, Yunche seemed to teleport, jumping from monster to monster to defeat them. Entering and exiting the mirrored world every second, the protagonist cleared each wandering crystal monster. With each group of monsters eliminated, Yunchi leveled up once, twice, 3 times. Soon he reached level 28. Surprised behind Professor Ya Zheng, someone commented, "Does this person have external support? So strong." However, the professor revealed, "I've seen him before. I think he's a student." Everyone, shocked to hear the professor, returned to watching Yunchi fight. However, at that moment, the Wandering Lord began preparing a new attack after recharging its power. Shocked, the teachers warned everyone, shouting, "He's going to attack again!" The Wandering Lord's mana ray cut through the air, heading toward Yunche, who, jumping quickly, managed to dodge. Even being stronger, he still couldn't take that attack head-on. The Wandering Lord's attack continued, devastating everything it touched, tearing through the valley and hitting even the monsters. Yunche knew he needed to do something because as soon as the Wandering Lord started acting, the 2 shields protecting teachers and students from mana ray attacks would no longer be able to fulfill that function. Also aware of this, Professor Ya Zheng shouted, "The number of monsters has decreased. Let's advance toward the exit. It will be too late if the Wandering Lord gets closer." No matter how strong someone is, there's no way to fight against a Wandering Lord. Despite the professor's command, a squire was afraid. "These 2 shields are hard to move. If we run away, we'll be exposed to the Lord's attack." Everyone began to argue, afraid to leave, afraid of being attacked. However, everyone's attention was drawn by a voice. "Leave this to me. If I attack him and draw his attention, you will have a chance to retreat," appearing like a savior. Yunche warned everyone. Worried, Professor Ya Zheng asked what would happen to the young man if everyone fled and left him behind. Yunche knew that if the Wandering Lord was not defeated, he would gather even more monsters and roam the outside world. In the past, almost all major cataclysms had been caused by Wandering Lords, and that was why he wanted to act, telling the professor, "I will stay and eliminate this monster." With just over 5 minutes left in the mirrored world's time, Yunche had taken on the mission to save everyone. While attacks fell from all sides of the dungeon, the instructor led the group of teachers and students to flee. "No one can fight so many monsters at once. If we escape quickly, he can escape too." Beside the instructor, another asked confusedly, "Didn't he say he was going to defeat that lord?" But Ya Zheng thought such words were just to calm them down. With them was Qiao He, feeling useless for only being able to run away at such a moment and wishing Yunche wouldn't get into trouble. The protagonist was constantly swinging his sword, sequentially striking the stone monsters in his path to level up. The Wandering Lord did not stand still, launching a beam of energy at him. But to evade, Yunche entered the mirror world, leaving that realm the next moment to attack the big boss monster. Yunche's sword strike pierced the rock with overwhelming energy, but the giant mountain lord lost less than 300 life points from his more than 13,000. Moreover, with such high defense, the lord monster instantly healed after being wounded. Looking up, Yunche knew where he needed to attack. On the head of the Wandering Lord was a crystal, his core, his weak point. However, needing to dodge the stone attacks, Yunche didn't think his attack power was enough yet. Additionally, Yunche saw another problem. The effect bonuses they had cast on him were running out, and his mana was depleting. It wouldn't be possible to activate the cheat blade many more times. With all this in mind, Yunqi gave his all in his strikes to level up as quickly as possible. As soon as he advanced to a new area, the protagonist glimpsed a different glow. The glow came from the center of the Lord's palm. Immediately, Yunqi entered the mirror world, dodging the attack the monster launched as it predicted his movement. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yunqi left the mirror world, the giant lord's hand energy was still present in the air, causing continuous damage that reduced his life points by 50 every second. Yunqi leaned forward, trying to withstand the shockwave. He couldn't rely so much on the mirror world, as the skill's time was running out. He would have to get used to dodging. Yunqi saved the remaining 4 minutes of time in the mirror world, using the undead to block attacks. However, there was also a problem with this: the mana consumption from continuously reviving them. Faced with so many difficulties, he wondered if he should retreat. But at that moment, a giant shield fell in front of him. He was confused to see Yunsha, Yunyin, and Qiaoji. Yunsha revealed why they were there. "Your little brother begged so much that we had no choice but to come help you." Denying that he begged, Qiaoji simply said there were many people who could help with the escape, so he thought to help. Smiling slightly, Yunche thanked him. Since the secret boss was very dangerous, Yunsha said they would cover Yunche so he could retreat and recover. However, returning to face the stone monsters, he declared, "No need. With your help, I won't have to hold back anymore." In an instant, Yunche had already swung his sword countless times, giving a final sigh to the stone golems around him. Leveling up once again, he achieved the feat of reaching level 30. At that level, Yunche glimpsed enough attack power for what he aimed for, equipping the corrupted knight's armor, the level 30 equipment. Yunsha quickly understood what he planned to do. "You're not planning to climb the secret lord and attack its weak point, are you? It's impossible to reach that height." Ignoring her comment, Yunche took out a skill book he had saved. He had finally learned the gravitational attraction skill, which pulls the target toward him. Its reverse version, however, does the opposite. It throws him toward the target. Immediately before using the skill, Yunche summoned as many cheat blades as possible, increasing his attack power. Assuring that everything was under control, he extended his hand toward the monster. As soon as he pulled his hand toward his body, he disappeared, being thrown upward. Before Yunsha could realize, Yunche had already reached the top of the crystal. She and Yunyin were stunned. The protagonist swung his sword several times, overflowing his aura's energy to break parts of the crystal. The Wandering Lord roared in pain when attacked at his weak point, and released tremendous energy that caused damage around him. Amid the attacks, Yunche suffered continuous damage that reduced more than 100 life points every second. However, this only made him try even harder, until he completely broke the crystal when he had less than 20% of his life points left. A notification appeared for him. "You defeated the Wandering Lord. 5,000 experience points obtained, as well as the title Wanderer Hunter." Yunche, besides the experience points and the title, also obtained 2 skill books: the Golden Light Barrier and the Angel's Blessing. As soon as the crystal and the Wandering Lord were shattered, Yunche gained 3 levels as a reward due to the experience acquired. His friend Qiaoji celebrated how strong he was. In front of him, Yunsha and Yunyin could hardly believe that he had actually defeated such a terrifying monster alone. Yunche glimpsed the glow of 2 golden items dropping, but before checking them, he felt the ground shake. The great stone monster, having been defeated, began to topple. Yunsha, seeing Yunchi on top of the monster, shouted for him to be careful. The protagonist moved quickly, descending the stone mountain that was the Wandering Lord. Along the way, he noticed the presence of something: a cave. Approaching the cave where there were several crystals, he realized something else, muttering to himself, "Wandering race and human remains?" Entering the cave and looking around, he could tell that a Wandering Lord much more powerful than the one he had just faced had been born there long ago, as well as understand the reason for the intense battle marks in the place. Looking further ahead, Yunche saw the silhouette of a man atop a stone hill. As if frozen in time, there was the body of Qiao En, still thrusting his sword into the rock. There, where many monsters piled up, Qiaozhi's ancestor stood at the top. Upon entering the cave, Yunsha was shocked. "Is that the traitor, Qiao En? I heard he was eliminated by the hero Ding Kun, but I never expected to see such a thing." Yunsha looked around at the bodies of monsters and humans and noted, "These are clearly the consequences of countless battles between monsters and humans, completely different from the statue in the Modern History Memorial Hall. This definitely isn't someone trampled." Silently, Yunche bit his lips, annoyed. At that moment, Qiaoji approached, drawing their attention. "You may not believe it, but I think my great-grandfather might not have been a bad man." Qiaoji revealed that since childhood, he had searched for all stories about his great-grandfather. Whenever it came to his specific experiences, the descriptions were vague, but he had still found some details. He always went to dungeons that didn't match his level. "Tell me, why would someone of rank S, someone with a profession above level 60, come to a low-level dungeon?" Pointing to the surroundings, Qiaoji answered his own question. "Because this is a dungeon that could spawn a Wandering Lord." Such beings are the source of catastrophes as they summon all monsters nearby. In the past, there were not enough armies to defeat such monsters, even in dungeons. That's why they had to rely on powerful and responsible professionals to regularly clear the dungeons. Pointing to the pile of monsters, where his grandfather was on top, Chao Ji declared confidently, "My great-grandfather was one of those people. He came here to extinguish the disaster before it happened." The three standing before Chao Ji remained silent, listening. With his head down, he trembled as he declared, "You might think I'm lying. Even my family says I'm just seeking comfort, that I'm reading between the lines." At that moment, Yunche stepped forward and placing his hand on his friend's shoulder showed a smile. "I believe you." Yunsha and Yunyin were surprised by his action. Even Chao Zhi did not expect it. Memories from the past came to Yunche's mind. Chao En was a brave person who climbed on tables and declared he didn't need a master. He had the confidence to overcome anything. However, when facing many monsters at once, he would cry, asking to be saved. When all this passed and they gathered, he would raise his pride again, pouting and claiming he had never asked anyone to save him. When he grew up, even injured, upon hearing that a new dungeon had been discovered, he would smile and ask them to trust the one who secretly worked hard to prove himself to others. Chao En was always criticized for his choice of class advancement. The Sword Guardian, the weakest among all the squires. But he was confident this was a class undervalued because of its point allocation, and that no other squire class could fight it if well built. It was with this confidence that he continued to advance and defeat monsters, even abandoning his own team without permission because he couldn't stand a fight against the wandering race. For him, saving people was just a bonus. Remembering his friend nicknamed Ben, he swore he would settle scores with the Ding family. Sometime later, Ding Ji at the Ding residence frowned, questioning whether his nephew was telling the truth. Ding Shu categorically stated that he could even ask those responsible for the dungeon that Yun Che was truly amazing. Ding Shu told his uncle that he had been blocked at the dungeon entrance by the teachers, so he couldn't enter. But when people came out of the dungeon, everyone was talking about the fall of the Wandering Lord. People were commenting among themselves that the Wandering Lord had been eliminated by just one person. Many were still incredulous about the appearance of a Tier 4 monster near level 40. Ding Shu had clearly heard the group mention that the name of the person who eliminated the monster was Yun Che, and they wondered what his true identity was. At the Ding family house, everyone fell silent after hearing the report. Ding Jae stood up after hearing it and commanded, "Summon the Ding family guards to come with me to the traitor's dungeon." However, he remembered something. Ding Shu had said that a kid from the Chao family was also present. With a sinister look, he ordered, "Bring the entire Chao family too." In the dungeon, Yun Chi collected the legendary skill book, the Golden Light Barrier. He handed the book to Chao Ji, stating that there was no level requirement. Surprised, Yunsha asked if he was really giving a legendary skill to someone else. He simply said the skill was for squires, so it couldn't be used. When giving it to Chao Ji, he also said, "Maybe your great-grandfather used this skill several times." Impressed, Yunsha commented that she did not see a lack of power in Yun Che. Compared to him, she perceived a great gap between them. You possess many high-level skills, whether it's the skill to suddenly disappear or the ability to summon so many undead. Hearing Yunsha, the protagonist realized something that left him astonished. He remembered that his undead were summoned from souls that appeared in the mirror world. Seeing that the time of his skill had been reset, Yunche quickly entered the mirrored world. Looking at the top of the monster pile, he was stunned. He saw the entire pile, as well as the man at the top, moving like souls. In the real world, Yunyin wanted to hurry Yunsha so they would leave, since the young mage had a ceremony soon. Yunsha realized they had been there a long time. She wanted to stay because things seemed interesting and she wanted to understand where Yunche had been, missing for so long. When Denden's soul approached, the protagonist spoke to it. "I never thought we would meet again. There are still so many things I want to say, but it's a shame you can't respond." Around Chao En's soul, a dark energy formed until he roared fiercely. Yunchi had seen his old friend become an undead but did not want to fight him. Chao En, however, attacked with a large amount of dark energy that enveloped Yunche. The shadow around the protagonist made him see various images, scenes from Ben's life, from his birth, youth, and the time he fought monsters. One of these memories, however, was when he was cowardly attacked by Ding Kun. Somehow, Ding Kun's posture seemed familiar to Yunche. At that moment, like a mirror, the memories fragmented. Looking at the undead in front of him, Yunche wondered what was happening. Before he could try to talk to Ben, Yunche was attacked by his possessed friend. He blocked the sword attack, quickly retreating to dodge several others. While dodging, Yunche analyzed Chao En's actions, realizing only battle instincts remained. Trying to leave the mirror world, he was shocked to find he couldn't leave the current area. Sighing, he found he had no choice but to fight. In the real world, Chao Ji was surprised. Before him appeared several guards of the Ding family, Ding Shu and Ding Jae, who questioned him. "Where is Yun Che? Did he notice we were coming and run away?" Smiling, Ding Jae was upset, as the fun would be halved. Seeing Ding Shu, Chao Ji looked away, asking why they were there. Ding Gae, with a malicious smile, interrupted, "Don't pretend pretend, kid from the Chow family. Did you think we wouldn't notice you sneaking into our house with Yun Che? Chao Ji was about to deny any involvement when Ding Shu shouted, "Did you think I wouldn't recognize your screams?" Shock appeared in Chao Ji's eyes. Ding Ge, with a malicious look, raised his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, because I brought a little gift." Chao Ji couldn't believe what he was seeing. Among the Ding family guards, he saw his entire family: his great-grandfather, his grandmother, his great-uncle, and his aunt. Lastly, he saw his mother. Chao Ji's old great-grandfather suddenly started shouting, "Kneel, you little animal! Apologize to the hero's family! Apologize to young master Ding Shu!" Chao Ji tried to refuse, but the old man kept reprimanding him. "What have I taught you since you were young? I taught you how to behave in front of the Ding family. Kneel!" Chao Ji couldn't hold back and responded firmly, "Do you want our family to be the Ding family's dogs for generations?" The fury in his voice frightened his own family. Suddenly, one of his relatives knelt down, shouting, "Yes, as descendants of a traitor, being dogs is already a blessing." Chao Ji's aunt began trembling with fear, begging her nephew to think about their father's situation. Hearing his aunt mention her husband, his mother also started trembling, as it was very difficult for her and the whole family. Chao Ji couldn't believe his family wanted to remain in that situation forever. Trying to convince them, he desperately pointed behind him. "Look at this situation. My great-grandfather entered this secret realm just to prevent a catastrophe. It was only because many attacked him back then that he sacrificed himself." With a determined look, the young man put all his thoughts into words. "I have been gathering information about my great-grandfather all this time, but I lacked decisive proof. Now the evidence is right before us. Grandfather was not a villain or a traitor. The truth is completely different from their propaganda. As soon as the truth is revealed, my great-grandfather's name will be cleared. We will never have to live like this again." Chao Ji shouted at the top of his lungs, "The Ding family has no right to treat us like this. Great-grandfather, uncle, second uncle. They should not have been attacked because of this." At the boy's words, Ding Ge began to laugh. He slowly walked toward Chao Ji, revealing that everything he had said was true. "Your great-grandfather Chao En was indeed ambushed. He was not a villain. To be clear, it was my father who sought power precisely to ambush him." Ding Ge laughed, showing confidence in front of Chao Ji's face. "But who cares about the truth? Chao En was a traitor to the empire, so he deserved to be vilified." Laughing and showing the strength of his family, Ding Ge asked what was the problem if the young man's father had gone mad, or the family's reputation was attacked, since they were descendants of a traitor. Pointing to Chao Ji's family present in the dungeon, Ding Ge revealed the truth. "Your entire family already knew this. Otherwise, why do you think the people you named were eliminated?" He loosened his tie and ordered with a smile, "Kneel." Immediately, all of Chao Ji's family present knelt before him. Even the young man's mother knelt, begging, "Son, kneel. Just admit guilt and don't resist. It's useless." Chao Ji's mother cried, wiping her face with tears. "Mom really doesn't want to lose her son after her husband went mad. Mom really can't take this anymore." Hearing his mother cry, Chao Ji couldn't help but tremble, weakening. He remembered his mother before she aged, opening her arms to hug him and telling him not to listen to others, treating him as the best. At that moment, Ding Shu began to laugh and shouted, "The greatest fool of all time! Whether you want to kneel or not, you will kneel anyway." He raised his leg, kicking toward Chao Ji, but unexpectedly, the young squire raised his hand, blocking the kick. Chao Ji grabbed Ding Shu's leg, spun him in the air, and slammed him to the ground with all his strength. Knocking Ding Shu down, he swore, "I will never kneel again." Furious, Ding Shu got up, bringing out his fire crystal hammer while shouting, "How dare you fight back? Let me remind you how a punching bag should behave!" Ding Shu charged at Chao Ji, who at the last moment drew a shield. Using the shield's body, Chao Ji struck Ding Shu, throwing him backward. Ding Shu couldn't believe what was happening. Furious, Chao Ji threw a punch at Ding Shu while shouting, "Mother, we are the true descendants of the heroes." The punch from Chao Ji caught the attention of Ding Ge, who frowned. Ding Shu, still in shock, put his hand to his face where he had been hit. His gaze turned malicious. "Impossible. How could you possibly have become so strong all of a sudden?" Ding Shu tried to vent his anger on Chao Ji, but his attacks only fell upon the young man's shield, no matter how many times he tried to break his defense. After defending for a long time, Chao Ji turned the tables, knocking Ding Shu down once more with a punch. Chao Ji's family was surprised to see the boy display such bravery. Chao Ji looked down, warning, "I'm not the person I used to be anymore." Inside the mirrored world, Yuncha continued to fight against his friend's ghost. The shadow carried a shield while swinging a sword emotionlessly. Faced with Benben's complete fighting form, Yuncha felt that the power gap between them was too great. Against the shield-wielding shadow, Yuncha felt that he would have been crushed if Benben hadn't been a defensive class, or if the shadow fought with consciousness. After retreating for a while, Yunche managed to get past the shadow. Knowing all of Benben's weaknesses from having been his teacher, he found an opening to attack from the side. Yunche landed the sword strike, but only caused 50 damage points. Benben had almost 3,000 health points. Being a defensive class and being at level 60, Yuncha couldn't didn't do much, even with the cheating blade boosting his attack. Suddenly, Benben's shadow screamed furiously, overflowing with powerful flames. The legendary skill Golden Light Barrier charged at Yunche, who attacked it while retreating. He felt that things were getting more and more problematic. Outside, Dingshu used a hammer skill to attack Chaoji, hitting his shield while roaring, "You bastard!" But Chaoji counterattacked, hitting Dingshu on the cheek. In front of everyone, Chaoji continued to crush Dingshu. Seeing how his nephew couldn't even defeat a boy from the Chao family, Dinga activated a technique that transformed his data into claws. With a metallic fist, he charged at Chaoji. "Uncle will avenge your fury, Dingshu." Dingo's punch landed on Chaoji's shield, who activated a skill. Dinge was shocked to see the golden light emerge. The activation of the golden light barrier threw him away. Inside it, next to Dingshu, Chaoji roared, "Stand back and watch. You call yourselves a family of heroes? You are just cowards who don't dare to fight one-on-one." Various attacks fell upon a light barrier. Yuncho was facing Benben's skill. The barrier was not only linked to the user's defensive statistics. As long as it didn't take damage more than twice its tolerance, it would be able to withstand at least 10 attacks. Yunche attacked with countless sequential blows, trying to destroy the consumable type skill. Even small damage drained the barrier's energy, which broke after 10 attacks. The same thing happened outside. Dingo destroyed the golden light barrier raised by Chaoji. With a grim look, he threatened, "So what if you have the light barrier? If it's used by trash, I don't care." Holding Dingshu with his swollen face, Chaoji roared, "If my great-grandfather were here, you would be kneeling for mercy." At that moment, Dinge's fury exploded with a powerful aura, pushing Chaoji away from Dingshu. Dinge stated, mocking, "Your great-grandfather, the one who perished in a low-level secret realm? Even if he came, it would be him who would kneel." Dinge jumped on the ground, activating a gravitational skill that destroyed the terrain while forcing Chaoji's body down. With his body under pressure, Chaoji coughed heavily. Dinge drew an axe and walked toward Chaoji with a dark look. "Still holding on? Let's see how much longer you'll be able to." Suddenly, Chaoji's mother jumped in front of Dinge, begging, "Master of the three families, Chaoji is just an ignorant young man. Please spare him!" In tears, Chaoji's mother swore that she herself would kneel, that she would do anything for her son to be spared. Dinge smiled maliciously upon hearing the request and proposed, "How about this? Boy, either you kneel or I'll take your mother." But he soon changed his mind. "Forget it. There are many better people out there." He then swung the stone axe. Chaoji tried to stop him, but it was too late. Dinge's attack created a large smoke screen. However, Chaoji did not encounter despair. Someone emerged from amidst the smoke, shocking everyone. Surprised, Dinge looked at the shadow before him. "Are you Chaoen?" Chaoji's mother was shocked to see her grandfather. The members of the Ding family were terrified, fearing as they saw Chaoen who had possibly resurrected. The Chao family, however, realized that the ancestor was in a form similar to a lich. Accompanying the shadow of Chaoen was Yunche. You disrespected him before, so of course he would return from the underworld for a reckoning. The shadow of Chaoen stood before the Ding family. However, they were not intimidated. In mockery, Dinga commanded, "Put them on the ground." Immediately, dozens of angry-eyed soldiers leaped upon Chaoen's spirit. Chaoen used 4 skills at once: Iron Armor, Shield Armor, Guardian's Aura, and Group Shield, strengthening his body to block the sword attacks. He entered the enemy group, counterattacking and destroying their blades. The Chao family was impressed. Qiaozhi quickly ran to observe the incredible blocking techniques his great-grandfather was executing. Dinge pointed his axe at Yunche and commented, "That's an undead you summoned, right? You've done this before at my house." He smiled maliciously, leaping onto Chaoen's shadow. "Only level 33? An undead summoned by you is just trash." However, Chaoen's shield consumed the power of the axe attack with shadows. Dinge was surprised, but immediately launched countless other axe attacks, trying to break Chaoen's defense, without success. Faced with the blocking techniques, Dinge reached out, releasing a red energy. In the face of absolute power, these techniques are nothing. With the full power of his energy, Dinge attacked fiercely with a crushing axe blow, but golden flames surged, creating a shield that hit him mid-attack, the golden light barrier. As Dinge was forced to retreat, Yuncha commented, "Even with Ben becoming an undead, he's still in the S-class. His golden light barrier alone is capable of keeping you busy for at least half a day." Being pushed away by the light barrier, Dinge yelled to his subordinates, "Everyone, attack together! We'll drain the energy from that quickly!" However, no one answered Dinge's order, which made him look around for them. He gritted his teeth upon seeing the subordinates being pressed by undead skeletons. Dinge scorned the difficulty he was facing and conjured a strong energy to cover his entire body. With a roar, Dinge's attack power increased by 15%. Whether Chao En or the undead, they are only summoned creatures. Eliminating the summoner will make them disappear. Dinge ignored the golden light barrier and rushed towards Yunche. He opened his hands into claws, confident. Having obtained countless high-class treasures left by his grandfather Ding Kun, he knew he would win. However, Dinge's certainty was cut short by Yunche's sword. Surprised to be the only one wounded in the brief confrontation, Dinge turned to attack the young man who had passed him. The claws of Dinge's armor sliced through the air towards Yunche, but he vanished. Ding-ge didn't even know what was happening, but he found out when he felt the sword hit him from behind. As soon as he suffered the pain of the attack, he roared fiercely, overflowing with energy to throw Yun-che away. The protagonist retreated at the same moment Xiaoen advanced. The spirit raised his sword, which split, transforming into a platform for Yun-che to use as a boost. Yun-che was hurled against Ding-ge, brandishing his sword against the chest plate of the armor. Upon having his armor stained red, Ding-ge cursed, only to face a look of fury. He could not keep up with Yun-che's speed, who was hitting him from all angles and directions. Ding-ge screamed miserably as he saw his gauntlet fall along with his arm. Terrified, he hastily called for a priest to heal him. However, as a being of darkness, Yun-che was already behind him to continue the attacks. In a desperate move, Ding-ge increased the gravity around him, but Yun-che disappeared. The protagonist reappeared in the distance, out of the range of the crushing gravity. Yun-che used the pause to mock. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" With a dark look due to the pain, Ding-ge continued to scream, "Priest! Why haven't you healed me yet?" However, looking around, he discovered that the subordinates were too busy, being massacred by the undeads all around. The skeletons were dominating the Ding family so quickly that Ding-ge didn't even notice when it happened. Surrounded by spirits, Yun-che asked, "Do you still think my undead are as weak as the ones you saw at your house?" He then activated a reverse skill, the evil spirit possession, increasing his attack and defense by 30%. With the soul power overflowing in his body, Yun-che's hair turned silver like Xiaoen's. He was going to show that, with a legendary buff, the undead were even stronger than when they resisted the Wandering Lord. Seeing the power surrounding Yun-che, Ding-ge realized he couldn't beat him. He then made a decision: flee. However, before he could run away, a gigantic sword and shield blocked his escape route. But Ding-ge hadn't given up. He charged at the shield, preparing an attack with the arm he had left. Before he could do anything, however, countless other swords and shields continued to fall, blocking the path even more and surrounding him so he couldn't escape. Yun-che entered the sea of swords and shields, revealing, "This is the exclusive skill of the Sword Guard class, the absolute formation of shields and swords. No one below S-class can escape it." In front of Ding-ge, Yun-che asked him to try to run away. Suddenly, Ding-ge pulled out a red stone with evil energy and shouted, "Don't come any closer!" Ding-ge possessed a void bomb, an S-class item his grandfather had given him. "If this explodes, with your level and health points, you will be eliminated." The protagonist frowned but was not intimidated, telling Ding-ge to try to use the item. Desperate for not being able to intimidate Yun-che, he yelled, "Do you really plan to give up your own life? With my health points, I can survive this, you can't." However, Yun-che had an escape plan. He sent the spirit of Ben-ben, someone who could resurrect again. As soon as Ding-ge's attention was drawn, the protagonist reappeared behind him. "Don't be arrogant when you can't even hit me." Yun-che's sword cut caused Ding-ge to lose the void stone. It fell to the ground, draining the power that would activate it. The protagonist ordered only once: kneel. With no arms left to fight, Ding-ge was forced to kneel. His willpower no longer existed. Watching the situation, Chaozu smiled again. Ding-shu had been beaten by him, and now various swords prevented him from getting up. Yun-che stepped on Ding-ge, extending his sword while asking, "Tell me, how much do you think your life is worth?" Sometime later, Yun-che was checking the dozens of items he had obtained. There were even packages of healing potions among them. Those potions restored 100 health points in 10 seconds. The regeneration speed was not fast enough, especially for Ding-ge, who had now been eliminated and transformed into a shadow. After eliminating Ding-ge, Yun-che saw his soul appear in the mirrored world. Thus, the protagonist easily turned him into an undead. Although somber, Yun-che confirmed he could expand his undead army by eliminating other beings. Facing Ding-shu on the ground, the protagonist decided to keep him alive, as he might be useful in the future. While Yun-che was checking the items in his inventory, Chaozu's great-uncle stammered, "So young, and already so strong." The great-uncle imagined that the young man had guided Chaozu, which had caused the boy to awaken his inner strength. One of Chaozu's uncles hastily asked, "What will we do now? With the head of the 3 clans gone, the Ding family will surely retaliate. It will be the end of us." With a worried look, the man recognized the strength of the young man who eliminated Ding-ge, but didn't believe he could be a match for the great hero who had defeated the family's great-grandfather a long time ago and had now become even stronger. Yun-che agreed with him, especially if what happened was exposed, shortening the time he had to get stronger. Thinking of Ding-kun, the protagonist affirmed to himself that he needed to evolve fast enough to face him. At that moment, the protagonist was surprised to receive a notification. Soldier leveled up. He looked around, realizing that the skeletons he had sent to hunt monsters were getting stronger. With their current level and equipment, they could stand side by side with the stone monsters. However, that secret realm wouldn't be enough to sustain the evolution of Yun-che and the skeletons. This had been an important reason for sending them to evolve, to find the location of the secret realm lord. A few minutes passed until Yun-che found the level 41 monster. Chained up was a monster with multiple layers of shells and a gigantic golden core where its mouth should be. Different from the Wandering Lords, the secret realm lord was the very core of the entire realm. Yun-che sent the spirit of Denden to attack the monster's weak point. in order to completely sweep the secret realm. The outside of the secret realm was being guarded by teachers, who must have seen when the entire Chow family was taken to the portal by Dingay. The protagonist knew it would be suspicious if the Chow family left the portal alone. Knowing this, Yunche planned to have the Chow family escape amidst the chaos as the secret realm began to disappear. While Yunche was finishing his plans, Chow En defeated the secret realm lord. As soon as the notification that the lord had been eliminated appeared, everyone saw the secret realm begin to fall apart. The protagonist revealed to the Chow family that he had defeated the lord. Since the secret realm is going to disappear and cause some chaos, the Ding family won't be able to immediately respond to Dingay's disappearance. The protagonist asked everyone to take advantage of the chaos to escape, avoiding momentary danger. He also gave a single warning: if the Ding family pressures you again, just let me know. The Chow family was stunned by Yunche's help. The protagonist called back all the undeads, preparing to leave the dungeon when he saw a notification. The mirrored world, now level 2, had transformed the spiritual core of the secret realm into a mirrored world. Receiving a large amount of experience for the mirrored world, he discovered what was needed to evolve it. Since the previous evolution had greatly increased his strength, Yunche planned to evolve it again in the following days, to finally approach Ding Kun's strength. The path to strength and confrontation. Various guards were protecting a rich man's private secret realm. One of the soldiers asked, bored, "Do we really need to take this seriously? Who would dare to invade a private secret realm?" At that very moment, a blur passed him. Yunche crossed the secret realm portal, which caught the attention of the knight, who saw nothing from behind, only heard something strange. But in the end, he thought he had just been mistaken. Since most civil guards were around level 30, Yunche was confident enough to invade the secret realms unseen. He invaded a second secret realm in the forest, as well as a third with a blue portal. Sometimes he was discovered, but too late. Continuing to hunt inside countless secret realms, he saw the time to face Ding Kun getting closer. However, Yunche didn't rush. He remained calm, continuing to evolve while attacking the lords of the secret realms. Keeping his cool, he traveled from realm to realm, avoiding making mistakes. Whether they were water monsters or even dark centaurs, he used them to become increasingly stronger. Realm after realm, he destroyed and increased the power of the shadows. While Yunche was gaining experience points for the mirrored world, several news reports warned about private secret realms being invaded. The news spread as the days passed, and Yunche gained more and more experience. In one of these news reports about the secret realm destroyer, it was said that the public security department was taking the situation seriously and sending senior officers to investigate. With a newspaper in hand, a person asked those around if Yunche was responsible for it. The elder of the Chow family was sure that the cleanup of the secret realms was related to the young man. Frowning, he imagined that at some point Yunche's actions would make the Ding family find him. However, he was certain. He did all this for us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have escaped here. Being in a city days away from the Ding family, and in a well-hidden residence, they had even concealed all traces while traveling. They were sure they were safe, confident that they had finally escaped the Ding family. Suddenly, however, an explosion occurred, tearing down one of the walls. From the shadows, a person emerged with a mocking voice. "Escape from us? Do you really think you could flee with the help of that criminal?" The second son of the Ding family, Ding Hao, currently at level 42, had found them. He declared, "Even if you don't have connections with him, daring to flee the Ding family means you'll have to suffer because of him." A red gaze appeared on Ding Hao's face, threatening the Chow family as he descended to face them. "Did you underestimate the hero's family? Not to mention foolish traitors like you, even the whereabouts of that criminal have already been found." In front of a secret realm in the distance, Yunche, accompanied by another person, watched an army waiting for him. Having already reached level 42, he declared with a grim look, "Ding Kun, I've come to find you." Yunche stood before a large secret realm. He had only conquered the private secret realms of level 30. Continuing to attack them would be inefficient for leveling up. High-level secret realms, however, were like the hero's secret realms, state-controlled, guarded by the military, and surrounded by 2 kilometers of protection. Yunche could only explore 200 meters when entering the mirrored world, which prevented him from getting close by that method. As Yunche wondered how to sneak into the portal, the young woman with him noticed his doubt and commented, "So, the reason you called me is so I can get you inside?" Yunche refused. "No way. I don't know how much you know about my identity, but even for me, without a pass, I can't enter." At the same moment, Yunche held up the passes. Upon taking them, Yunche praised his preparation. Yunche checked, however, that these were temporary passes. "You need an accompanying person to use them. Otherwise, we won't pass inspection." With a sharp look, she questioned, "You avoided your family, and now you want to sneak into a secret realm without being noticed? For what reason?" Yunche reminded the young woman of the incident where she had seen Qiaowen's state. "Since he isn't as horrible as the propaganda claims, there's something suspicious about the supposed rebellion that happened in the past. I want to help the Chow family clear their name and find the truth." Yunche rolled her eyes. questioning if Yunche thought she was stupid. Pointing to the heavily guarded fort, she reminded him that he had no relation to the Chow family, yet he wanted to take risks offending the heroes. I remember you even infiltrated their families. Crossing her arms, she questioned if he had forgotten what happened to Chow En. Irritated, she even asked why he had stolen the entry passes. Changing the subject, she recalled how some time ago Dingge had entered the secret realm to cause trouble for him and Chao Zhi, and how no one found him after the secret realm disappeared. Commenting on all this made her look at Yunche. Clearly, you are not just trying to confront the heroes. I feel more like you are hostile to them. The protagonist smiled slightly, contemplating her deductions. With a sharp gaze, Yunsha stared at him. Your surname is Yun, first name Che. Could you be connected to the traitor Yun Che from the past? The protagonist shrugged at her question, reminding her, your surname is also Yun, isn't it? Could you be connected to him? Irritated, Yunsha replied that she had never done anything bad and corrected him, revealing her surname wasn't Yun. She had just changed her surname to avoid trouble. The protagonist used the same excuse as her. If your real surname isn't Yun, why do you think mine is? Annoyed at being continuously provoked, Yunsha warned, aren't you afraid I'll report you? You should be begging for my help. With a malicious smile while waving the entry pass, she reminded him, if I report you to that army, you can say goodbye. The protagonist remained silent until he swapped a grim expression for a confident smile, replying, I believe you won't do that. Yunsha crossed her arms in surprise. Listening to Yunche speak, I believe that you, who put yourself in danger in the secret realm to help other students, wouldn't side with the Ding family. As he approached Yunsha, the protagonist retrieved a stolen diary from the Ding family, the descendants of the so-called hero. Ding Kun committed countless atrocities using the ancestors' lineage to intimidate men and women, doing all kinds of despicable things. Taking the diary, Yunsha showed a look of mockery. Just because of that? You miscalculated. I don't care about that. Raising an eyebrow, Yunsha revealed she thought he would be calmer, but he, of all people, was putting his own life in the hands of other people. You've never experienced betrayal, right? Faced with the question, Yunche displayed a melancholy expression as he remembered the past. Before such an expression, Yunsha crossed her arms, intrigued. With a righteous voice, Yunche declared, so if I've been betrayed, I can no longer trust others? I'd rather believe that your true nature is not evil. Faced with Yunche's words, the girl couldn't answer him. In the end, she just shivered, afraid of what might happen if she helped him. Irritated, she turned her back to him. If you really trust me, come with me. See for yourself if I'll betray you or sell you out. As Yunche followed her, Yunsha looked at him out of the corner of her eye. She had never imagined that, even now, someone would trust her as a good person. With Yunche wearing a hood, the two approached the guards protecting the secret realm. A man was waiting for her and greeted her when he saw her. Ah, Miss Yunsha. The heroes have been waiting for you for several days. The orders have already been given. You can enter immediately. Confused, the man asked the young woman why she hadn't entered with Elder Ding Dan, as he had entered the secret realm moments ago. Looking at the hooded person, the man asked if he was Yunsha's guard. Please, don't misunderstand. It's just that when Elder Ding entered, he warned us that temporary passes from the Ding family had been stolen, so we needed to be cautious. Immediately, Yunsha pressured the man, questioning if he was interrogating her. The man quickly corrected himself, claiming only to have received orders from the security center, as a criminal had recently been attacking secret realms, as well as the hero's secret realms. Yunsha ended up looking at Yunche, who was hiding his identity. The guard monotonously asked, we are only doing this for your safety? Please. Yunsha came to look at Yunche with mockery. They are insisting on investigating you. She hugged him, putting her arm over his shoulder. You could let them check your identity. Before Yunche could take off his hood, Yunsha stared penetratingly at the man, questioning him. Do you think I wouldn't recognize my own guard? Maybe I'm a fake myself. Don't you want to inspect me too? The guard swallowed hard when they heard Yunsha's suggestion. They wouldn't dare question her. Thus, they made way for Yunsha and her guard to pass. Upon entering the secret realm, Yunche observed the girl, realizing that her status was even higher than he had imagined. As soon as they entered, Yunsha warned, because of your trust, I brought you here. I don't care what you do, but I will only go this far. I won't help you. While thanking her, Yunche summoned a skeleton wearing a hood identical to his. Take him with you when you leave. Whatever I do, they won't suspect you. Snorting, she was thankful he at least had some conscience. The protagonist immediately entered the mirrored world, walking through the trees. Now he could finally use the skill unlocked when the mirrored world reached level 3. After evolving the mirror world to level 3, Yunche unlocked the field dungeon function. As soon as he used the ability, several copies of dungeon beasts appeared in the mirror world. The ability replicated the monsters from the real world. The shadows immediately began to spread, starting to hunt the monsters he could freely use to gain experience points, now also in the mirror world without worrying about being discovered. As soon as he left the mirror world, Yunche encountered something even more important. The undead remained in the mirror world. continuing to hunt, allowing him to passively gain experience points. Walking through the dungeon, Yunche discovered that a city had been created inside the dungeon. While he was already there, he could do a proper reconnaissance. According to the information in the Ding family diary, the castle in that city was where Ding Kun was located. Yunche, however, knew next to nothing about him. All Yunche knew was that Ding Kun had reached S rank decades ago and had never shown his strength to the public since then. Even the third master Ding did not know the details. Yunche tried to think of something, but he didn't have detailed information that would help him have a better chance against Ding Kun. Logically, in his past life, he knew everyone who had reached S rank, but Ding Kun had appeared suddenly. Trying to get more information, Yunche asked Benben's spirit if he knew anything, but the spirit merely shrugged, answering negatively. For Yunche, that was not good. After the mirror world reached level 3, the intelligence of the undead had been enhanced. Benben's improvement was the most obvious among all of them, but still, he had not reached the point where he could communicate properly. As he looked at the horizon, Yunche imagined that, perhaps, if the mirror world continued to level up, Benben might regain more of his consciousness. In the castle Yunche was observing, Ding Dan's voice rang out. "Father, you always had a special affection for the third brother. You can't just stand by and do nothing. The whereabouts of the third son are still unknown." He stood before an iron throne, where a person wearing full body armor sat. That was Ding Kun, the hero of the empire. Ding Dan continued to complain, revealing what they knew. According to the Public Security Office, the criminal dared to appear near the hero's dungeon. To be capable of making the third son disappear, I fear he has reached S rank. As Ding Dan spoke, Ding Kun stood up. Unexpectedly, Ding Kun's hand moved, stained red as it pierced Ding Dan's body. As he lifted his own son like a piece of meat on a spit, a gloomy voice emerged from behind the helmet. "You are a grown man, and yet you can't find your own son. Asking me to tell you what you need to do?" Ding Dan coughed miserably. His eyes turned red. Ding Kun continued. "You only reached the requirement for S rank at this age, barely meeting the requirements for class change. You couldn't even block a simple attack from me." Ding Dan's vital energy began to be sucked away by Ding Kun as he spoke. "The reason I kept trash like you around was because you could look after my grandson. But in the end, you just lost him, and you want me to clean up the mess you made." As Ding Dan dried up more and more due to his vital energy being sucked away, Ding Kun questioned him. "Did you know that without the third son, I lost a blood relative? That reduced my lifespan by several years?" Meanwhile, in the city streets, Ding Yan, a descendant of the hero, laughed heartily, using a man as a mount. In the city streets, wolves attacked people. Some fought against others for the rations scattered on the ground. While children cried, adults fought against the wolves, competing with them for food. At that moment, Nancy, a level 60 conjurer, approached Ding Yan. "Young master, your beloved pets haven't eaten anything for days." Behind a statue, Yunche observed what was happening. Compared to that, what the Ding family was doing outside seemed to be nothing special. Yunche wondered if he should intervene, but he soon noticed something. Benben's spirit became greatly enraged upon seeing that scene of injustice. Sadness appeared in Yunche's eyes upon realizing that, even in that state, Benben still had the desire to help those in need. When they first met, among the children in the disaster areas, Benben and Lan Qian were good and strong, daring to fight against injustice even though they were just children. It was for this reason that Yunche took them as disciples and trained them. Yunche wished for them to become powerful so they could help others. Imagining that it was he who caused the pain his disciples suffered, who made Benben transform into what he was today, made Yunche disappointed in himself. Upon hearing Yunche speak about Lan Qian, Benben's consciousness seemed to return momentarily. Yunche noticed the change in Benben and quickly approached. "Are you conscious? Can you speak?" The next person Benben ended up remembering was none other than Ding Kun. This caused the fury inside the spirit to explode until he spoke in an angry tone. "Lan Qian is Ding Kun!" Yunche's eyes trembled upon hearing the affirmation from Benben's spirit. At the same time, throwing Ding Dan's body onto the ground, Ding Kun returned to sitting on the throne. He held a time-worn sword while commenting, "Yunche, is he trying to provoke me by using such a similar name?" Ding Kun's mask opened. The veins carrying the power he absorbed from Ding Dan were still red. His crimson-red gaze showed curiosity upon hearing a name he never imagined he would hear after so many years. Rising with a maniacal smile, he declared, "Let's see who dares to pretend to be you, my dear master." Ding Yan was surrounded by orcs whom he stroked, calling them good babies. Remembering how he had been taking care of other pets in the past few days, Ding Yan apologized to the orcs for letting them go hungry. Laughing like a madman, he pointed to the people eating dog food. "I'll give you this now." The people were frightened upon hearing Ding Yan. He laughed like a madman. "I'm already tired of playing with them. You can eat." The orcs obeyed Ding Yan and ate with eyes swollen by hunger and hatred. However, before they even touched one of the people, countless cutting attacks flew toward them. Yunche invaded the square, slicing the orcs in an instant. A gloomy look dominated Yunche's face. Lin Qian, how can you be Ding Kun? While repeating the same thing internally several times, Yunche gripped his sword with hatred. The conjurer quickly stepped forward to protect Ding Yan upon seeing the intruder. How naive of you to come to the hero's domain. Yunche's gaze showed even more hatred upon seeing Ding Yan and the conjurer. How could you, Lin Qian, become the Ding Kun who created trash like these? In the past, upon adopting the two boys, Yunche gave them a book. Yunche explained to them that they were no longer in the era of knights due to the classes, but he still wanted to pass something on to them. One of the boys was always excited while the other maintained a contained look. Yunche had volunteered to guide them so that they would become stronger than anyone else. Yunche's first teaching was to teach them that they should always be humble. There was no difference between him and others, so they should always maintain respect. In the boys' first training session, they spent time cutting hay. The boy who was contained had become excited and competitive. However, when receiving the reward from the old farmer, he seemed not to like receiving so little. Yunche punished him, reminding him of the first rule he had taught. After that, he himself gave an extra reward to the two skill books, while reminding them to continue being humble and not arrogant. It was remembering how hard he worked to teach both of them to be humble that Yunche charged at Ding Yan and his protector with attacks they couldn't even see. The shield created by the conjurer was destroyed in an instant, but he managed to protect himself. Yunche glared at them with a sharp gaze. The conjurer had recognized the power of Yunche's equipment, legendary level 30 equipment. They were powerful enough to force him to break the protective necklace he possessed. Ding Yan, seeing how the enemy failed to hurt them, became confident enough to curse. "You worm! I'll show you the difference in level between our powers." He extended his hand, while the conjurer next to him raised his staff, brimming with energy. Yunche immediately moved toward them. The protagonist then remembered the second thing he had taught the two brothers: to always possess compassion. They should treat the weak with kindness, especially the defenseless. Always use a benevolent heart to fight against those who did wrong. Yunche hoped that the rescued boys should be able to understand the hopelessness of the weak. Yunche's attack hit Ding Yan and the conjurer, but they immediately disappeared like smoke. In the next instant, they reappeared in another corner of the square. Ding Yan scoffed as more and more copies of them appeared. "You must have been happy to hit our illusion. If you liked it so much, there are many more copies for you to slice." Ding Yan noticed the look of fury Yunche carried and provoked him by pointing at some people. "Are you like this because of these insects? Are they your relatives? Things are getting interesting now." Confident, Ding Yan challenged, "Try again. I wonder what expression you'll make when you discover after slicing the illusions that you were actually slicing them." While Ding Yan spoke, the protagonist continued to use his attack power increase ability. He then used a mirror world ability to see a reflection of reality. As Ding Yan said, many of the illusions were actually the fragile people, but among them was the real Ding Yan. The protagonist immediately charged, attacking the real Ding Yan, who tried to avoid the attack by jumping backward, showing extreme surprise. "How is this possible? Were you able to see through the illusion?" While continuing the attack, Yunche remembered the third lesson he taught the boys: they should be brave. To learn such a thing, they were placed amidst a horde of goblins. They should be fearless and determined. In a battle against dungeons, there should be no cowards. They should fight for justice. The boys did as he instructed and fought bravely, although at the end of the fight they complained to him, who reassured them, showing that he had been by their side the entire time. After being hit, Ding Yan retreated, leaving the conjurer in front. Hidden, he cursed, "Damn, this guy is too strong, you trash! Stop using illusions and protect me. Buy me time so I can escape." Ding Yan quickly began to run, warning, "If something happens to me, my grandfather will finish you off." The conjurer immediately began to use countless spells: charm, paralysis, swamp summoning. Although it was difficult for him, a conjurer, to fight without illusions, he was still confident. But as soon as he used all the magic, he looked around and the intruder was no longer there. When he noticed, Yunche was already behind him. Yunche's sword strike was forceful. The man, however, remained alive. Trembling, he fell to the ground begging, "Please spare me, I'm not from the Ding family, I'm just a contractor." But Yunche did not spare him. He used the fourth teaching he gave the boys, the spirit of sacrifice. Benben had captured Ding Yan and dragged him to the square. Ding Yan screamed, "Who are you? I am the hero's grandson. If you touch me, I will make your entire family suffer even more." When Ding Yan looked up, however, he was faced with a spirit, the shadow of the conjurer who minutes ago was protecting him. With a gaze distorted by fear, he stammered, You, what did you do to him?" Yunche continued to inwardly list everything he had taught Lin Qian. Fifth, be honest. Sixth, be fair. Seventh, always be a person of honor. It didn't take long for countless phantom swords to begin destroying the city. Ding Yan no longer existed in the world of the living. Throughout the city, the men of the Ding family were hung after being punished. Their lives were the payment for their crimes. Yunche was increasingly enraged. Lan Qian not only had not listened to any of his teachings, but also betrayed him and Benben. Above all that, he still allowed all his descendants to commit all kinds of atrocities. In fury, Yunche shouted, "Why?" At that moment, Lin Qian appeared behind him, returning the question, "Why what?" What? Lin Qian caught Yun Che by surprise and hit him with a punch that sent him flying through the air, breaking the sound barrier. Lin Qian roared, "It seems you're having quite a lot of fun in my dungeon." Yun Che slammed against a building but quickly recovered, using healing magic to recover his health points. He had equipped himself with all kinds of new equipment, obtained from the loot he got from the Ding family members. Even with his face completely stained red, Yun Che murmured the question, "Lin Qian, why?" Ding Kun, who was Lan Qian, revealed to be a level 71 berserker, walked gloomily toward Yun Che in silence. Suddenly, Yun Che threw several mirrors at him, which shattered upon hitting the hard armor. Just as Lin Qian showed confusion, Yun Che appeared beside him, surprising him. Yun Che's attack landed on Lin Qian, breaking his armor as he yelled, "Why did you betray us?" As Lin Qian's helmet split and his face was revealed, he laughed. "You really broke my armor. Your speed and attack power are truly abnormal." Upon seeing Lan Qian's face, Yun Che became furious to the point of trembling. He asked once more, "Why did you betray us?" Mocking the question, Lin Qian grabbed a sword as large as himself. He stared at Yun Che as he advanced. "Are you called Yun Che and call me by my old name because you were sent by that old man?" Lin Qian's sword attack proved so strong that it destroyed an entire concrete structure. His red gaze, however, did not find its target. Still, he scoffed. "Pretending to be the master? What a tasteless joke." Yun Che had appeared behind him and shouted once more, "Why did you betray us?" Yun Che's sword attack fell upon Lin Qian, who raised his arm to block. Smiling, he scoffed, "You are nothing more than a tool. There is no reason for us to talk." The next moment, he pushed Yun Che and, with a punch, created a shockwave that destroyed everything in their surroundings. Ben's spirit, however, appeared, creating the absolute shield and sword formation to protect Yun Che from the attack. Yun Che had revealed Ben's existence, who, in fury, shouted Lan Qian's name while charging and creating dozens of shadow swords. Lan Qian watched Ben approach and, with a gloomy look, broke his attack and grabbed him. Lin Qian threw Ben to the ground while yelling, "How did you survive? Tell me how!" Furious at facing Lin Qian after so long, Ben roared, activating the golden light shield. Lin Qian, however, pressed him hard and, with a powerful punch, broke his shield ability. Upon seeing that Ben had actually become an undead, Lin Qian sighed. Yun Che at that moment attacked once more, but his attack was again blocked. Lin Qian stared at Ben falling to the ground while scoffing. "Although this somehow counts as resurrection, you've lost most of your intellect. What a pity." At that moment, several level 60 individuals, Lin Qian's children, appeared. An archer, a rogue, and a warrior. Ding Xin, Ding Qiang, and Ding Jian respectively. Ding Jian promptly shouted, "Leave this intruder to us." Yun Che stared at the damned ones who appeared to get in his way. Immediately, however, Yun Che used the undead summoning, making all those he had turned into shadows appear. Lin Qian was shocked to recognize one of the undead, his third son. He gritted his teeth and bit his lips upon seeing that his son was no longer alive and cried. However, a maniacal look soon appeared in Lin Qian's eyes as he stared at Yun Che. "I'm starting to get interested in you. You're not even alive anymore, but you're reviving others." Lin Qian jumped to try to grab Yun Che with the claws he possessed, but his attack only passed in front of Yun Che as he missed. Lin Qian seemed to be distraught by the past and shouted, "Prove to me that you are my master. You must be my dear master. Ask me anything. I will answer you. Don't hide from me." Yun Che looked at Lin Qian with pity. While using all his mana to increase his attack power, he remembered and questioned, "Back then, when you were trapped in a cage, you still helped others. How did you turn into this?" Yun Che brandished his sword, delivering his attack to Lin Qian, who quickly raised his fist to block it. Lin Qian laughed, blaming Yun Che for what he had become. Yun Che did not accept Lin Qian's flimsy excuses and continued to attack while yelling, "Who helped you escape? Who made you receive such a strong class? What did I teach you?" Lin Qian ignored Yun Che's words. "So what? Why did you come to save me so late? Why only after I suffered so much pain did you come?" Lin Qian questioned things that didn't even make sense. Why can only being your disciple, or being a knight's son's disciple, allow us to live comfortably? Why does everyone treat them politely? Why does Qian Ben receive the same treatment as me without suffering anything? Lin Qian stopped attacking as he continued to ask, "Why is he better than me at everything? Why do you care about Qiao Ben? Just because he was born cleaner?" At such a point of madness, Lin Qian already began to shout at the heavens. Distraught, bitterness surged in Lin Qian's chest as he began to stutter in his questions. "Why? Why did you make me receive the berserker class? Because I am shy. You forced me to become a berserker? Shouldn't I become a guardian knight with high defense instead?" Faced with so many questions, Yun Che sighed before answering. "When did I ever favor anyone more?" He pointed his sword at Lin Qian, reminding him, "Weren't you always acting as if you wanted to become braver and stronger?" Driven by suppressed feelings, Lin Qian roared, "Because you prefer people of that type. You prefer people like Ben. Lin Qian began to tremble as he remembered. "I clearly tried everything to act bravely, but you only started to look at me favorably then? Deep down, you despise my birth, don't you?" Stop pretending. Sympathy, humility, stop talking about these so-called knightly virtues. Did they make life better for me? Privileges come with power and status. Lin Qian was already trembling, his eyes becoming redder and redder as he shouted, I'm not an idiot like Ben, who was fooled by your lies and wasted his time and opportunities to level up just to save others. Laughing, Lin Qian questioned if Yunche really dared to call him a traitor. Overflowing with power, Lin Qian showed the power and status that Luo Wei could give him for switching sides. With an evil gaze, he provoked, take a look at what Ben's descendants have become, and where my descendants are. He laughed as he remembered, Ben's descendants can't even get out from under the Ding family's heel. Now see where you are and what status Luo Wei has. Ha 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 ha! Tell me, who made the right choice? A powerful aura began to rise around Yunche. Sparks of energy leaped from his body with the increase of his attack power. With great fury, Yunche cursed, You damn ungrateful wretch! Yunche immediately threw several pieces of glass at Lin Qian. As the glass fell near the old disciple, Yunche used the mirror world to approach and, from various angles, launched his attacks, sharp cuts that fell upon Lin Qian. Lin Qian tried to attack Yunche, but the protagonist showed superior speed to continue attacking and destroy Lin Qian's armor blow after blow. It wasn't long before the entire upper part of the armor, including the helmet, had been destroyed. Preparing a final blow, Yunche yelled, You cannot be compared to Ben. You cannot even match one of his toes. However, as soon as the armor was destroyed, Lin Qian began to laugh heartily. The effect of his Berserker class was met for the activation of the Berserk body. His attack increased by 300%, and his speed by 200%. Now, the lower his health points, the more attack and speed he would receive. Laughing, he charged at Yunche. You admit you favored Ben? You truly are a hypocrite! When all of Lin Qian's stats were enhanced, Yunche was surprised. Against Lin Qian's speed, Yunche could only enter the mirror world to hide. Lin Qian's attack carried fury and chaos. The arrogant slash cut across half the city, creating an abyss. As soon as he dodged using the mirror world, Yunche reappeared. Lin Qian had already guessed that Yunche was using the mirrors to dodge and deflect, and that without them, he could no longer hide. Lin Qian promptly activated a Berserker exclusive ability, making a red rain fall from the sky. The red began to paint the shattered mirrors on the ground, making them useless. While the corrosive rain caused damage to Yunche, Lin Qian yelled in provocation, Face me! Shouldn't knights be fearless? Come practice the knightly virtues you taught. With the rain, Lin Qian grew stronger and stronger. His smile widened, as did his madness. With a grin from ear to ear and a red gaze of madness, he stated, I was right about everything. You only talk about virtue when you are safe. A child who hasn't suffered doesn't understand what life is. Have you experienced the pain I felt to speak about compassion? Lin Qian swung his sword, launching an energy slash that flew toward Yunche, who, by leaning back, managed to dodge, causing only his cloak to be cut. In the meantime, Lin Qian had already moved to his side. You just play make-believe. You think friends and apprentices will always support you. A true joke. Mocking Yunche, Lin Qian attacked him with an explosive blood rage strike. The energy slash tore through Yunche, who couldn't even manage to dodge. The protagonist fell to the ground, destroying everything around him. At this point, about 10% of Yunche's health points remained. His mana was even lower than that. Seeing the pathetic state Yunche was in, Lin Qian laughed heartily, scoffing that he was nothing without the mirrors. The protagonist quickly used the mana he had left to heal some health points, but the damage caused by the red rain was greater than what he could heal before his mana ran out. Lin Qian walked up to Yunche, stating that he wouldn't attack him, since he wouldn't even survive the continuous damage caused by the rain. As soon as Lin Qian approached, Yunche used all his strength to brandish his blade and attack, but Lin Qian simply placed the great sword in the way, blocking while scoffing. You weren't so delicate before. This is the price of naivete. Be grateful to us. Only through betrayal does one mature. Although his sword was blocked, Yunche retrieved a dagger in his other hand and launched another attack. Lin Qian dared to block the attack with his bare hands, grabbing the dagger. Using his strength, Lin Qian managed to take the dagger from Yunche with one hand and swung his great sword with the other, continuing his taunt. You failed to reach the peak of the mortal world. That must be a terrible feeling, mustn't it? Knowing that Luo Wei became the supreme king, revered by the masses, while you are called a traitor. Aren't you jealous? As he spoke, Lin Qian launched a heavy attack, forcing Yunche to block with his sword. But due to the force of the attack, Yunche was thrown back and fell onto the rubble. With the rain continuing to fall, even with the healing he tried to use, Yunche barely managed to maintain 2% of his health points. Seeing that Yunche's health points were about to zero out, Lin Qian walked toward him, dragging his heavy sword. With a mocking smile, he offered a way out. The only way to stay alive is to hold my hand. As long as you admit you were wrong and kneel begging for mercy, I can still keep you as a pet. Dominated by the desire for eternal power, he also demanded, of course, on the condition that you hand over the secret of resurrection to me. At that moment, Yunche murmured, I was wrong. Retrieving the sword in the nether, he concluded, it was a mistake to rescue you. It was a mistake to trust wolves. A golden energy began to surge around Yunche. His level increased, recovering some of his health points and boosting his stats. Surprising Lin Qian, the protagonist continued. It was a mistake to think that leading by example could win people over. It was a mistake to think that good people wouldn't turn bad. While Yunche spoke, his undead continued to hunt in the mirror world, providing the experience points that made him level up. A new ability was also received. Reversed, Radiant Acceleration increased the speed of all allied units. As soon as he recovered all his health points and began spending mana to increase his attack, Yunche continued. It was also a mistake to rigidly follow the knightly virtues. To deal with trash like you, they are not necessary. With all his health and mana points restored, Yunche immediately cast all the buffs he possessed and continued to stack attack bonuses. At this point, due to the energy accumulated in his body, Yunche's hair changed to a spiritual platinum color. With fury, he roared, "To deal with people like you, all necessary means can be used." Yunche advanced at a speed that startled Lin Qian and swung his sword toward him. In the last second, Lin Qian moved the great sword, blocking Yunche's attack. But the protagonist did not give up and continued to attack, trading sword blows continuously, pressuring Lin Qian for the first time after he had gained the stat boost. Lin Qian did not spend the entire time defending himself. Thanks to the boost in stats when his health points dropped, he became faster and managed to launch a horizontal slicing attack against Yunche. Laughing heartily, he had become excited by the battle. This is how it has to be. Still, he had time to scoff. "But master, I thought you had learned a specialization in dual wielding, but it seems you just hold two swords and attack blindly. Using a battle method you can't manage is asking to lose." Convinced he had the advantage in fighting style, Lin Qian began to advance. With an attack filled with energy, he sliced through the air toward Yunche, who disappeared before being hit. Lin Qian was confused when Yunche disappeared, when he realized he had already been hit from behind. Lin Qian coughed heavily, wondering how that was possible. Knowing Yunche was behind him, Lin Qian swung his sword backward, but Yunche disappeared once more. Desperate, he yelled, "Weren't the mirrors broken?" It was then that he noticed the blood on the ground. As soon as he stepped in the puddle and it splashed, he could see the reflection in the liquid and understood the essence of Yunche's ability for the first time. Immediately, Lin Qian used his ability to gather all the blood energy. He roared furiously, "You actually found a loophole, but as soon as I use this move, you won't have room to escape." All the blood was gathered into Lin Qian, who scoffed, "Now you have nothing left that has a reflection to use." While Lin Qian spoke confidently, an attack impaled him. Looking back, Lin Qian was faced with Benben's spirit. Yunche reappeared in front of him, mocking, "You were ambushed. There's no need to talk to you about a knight's spirit." At that moment, the entire city ground was destroyed, as if tectonic plates had been separated, and the ground divided into small continents of earth. From the peak where he stood, Yunche looked at all the surroundings, where countless phantoms now existed, and Lin Qian suffered under Benben's attack. Yunche's fury had still not subsided. With a sharp gaze, he declared, "I will only be satisfied when your existence is no more." Lin Qian managed to stand up, and his sword strike hit Benben's spirit with atrocious force. He laughed confidently. "The loser from decades ago can't even keep up with my current strength. The more hurt I am, the stronger I become." Amidst Lin Qian's confident laughter, Yunche moved for another attack from behind. With an ethereal voice like the energy surrounding him, Yunche declared, "I can see all your flaws." Lin Qian gritted his teeth as he was hit once more. As he swung his sword, he saw Yunche escape again and said, while Benben attacked to punish Lin Qian's movement, "You have two main weaknesses. One of them is your low defense." At that moment, the spirit of the third son also emerged to attack Lin Qian. Yunche's voice entered his ears. "Your berserker class demands too much attack power and speed, so you cannot evolve your defense." Equally swift were the arrows that struck Lin Qian, launched by a spirit controlled by Yunche. Recalling how berserker abilities lowered defense to increase attack, Yunche commented, "At this point, even spirits can hurt you." Furious, Lin Qian swung his body with enough speed to create a crimson whirlwind. "I just need to destroy all these spirits!" But the spirits managed to retreat, leaving Lin Qian without attacking them. Here, Yunche revealed his second weakness. "You don't have many area of effect attacks. Besides the hurricane attack, learned before the class change, you only have one attack for launching lines of energy." Lin Qian used the attack cited by Yunche, an explosion of chi in the form of a sword attack, to destroy the mountain where the archer spirit was located, causing him to fall. The spirits, however, were restored and gathered behind Yunche, who declared, "My mana regeneration is high enough to maintain the number of undead. You will never manage to destroy them." At that moment, making the red rain fall once again, Lin Qian yelled, "You said I don't have area attacks!" Just then, Yunche raised his hand and pointed a finger upward. Countless phantom shields began to appear. Yunche pointed out Lin Qian's biggest flaw: "You don't have anyone you can trust." Holding the shield, Benben appeared before Yunche, who reminded Lin Qian, "Back then, Benben covered every one of your weaknesses. But now, the shield that once protected you has become the sword that will strike you down. You are someone who obtained power through betrayal, so I doubt anyone wants to be near you. Is this what you wanted?" Faced with Yunche's words, Lin Qian fell silent, unsure how to respond. The only option he had was to disagree and attack. His linear energy strike advanced toward Yunche, who this time managed to dodge merely by jumping. With rage in his lungs, Lin Qian shouted, "You still talk about friendship and dependence when I've continued to benefit from the power I obtained for decades? 60 years!" Suddenly, Lin Qian began to flee. He jumped from rooftop to rooftop while yelling for the city to hear, "I don't need companions, sons and grandsons, come and fight, Ding Jian, Ding Qiang, where are all of you?" Suddenly, Ding Qiang and Lin Qian's other sons began to appear, quickly approaching. Lin Qian laughed upon seeing them. "I don't need companions. My sons and grandsons will fight for me." At that moment, Yunche appeared behind him. Lin Qian was caught off guard. Yunche's attack, cutting from bottom to top, hit Lin Qian's arm. Lin Qian's scream echoed throughout the city, startling his children. Ding Jian watched his father's situation with a look of fear. He didn't believe that his father had actually lost. One son quickly shouted, "Help him, heal him quickly!" But no one dared to approach. They were afraid of the person who defeated their father. Lin Qian realized that his children were not helping him. Cursing them, Lin Qian jumped toward the trio. Lin Qian grabbed Ding Xin by the neck and threw him down. Frightened, Ding Xin screamed, "Father, what are you doing?" Lin Qian began to suck Ding Xin's vital energy while yelling, "Everything you have was given by me. Why did I bring you into this world? It was to increase my lifespan." As soon as he finished draining Ding Xin's vital energy, Lin Qian, with a powerful appearance, looked at his other sons. "Don't even think about running away. I will drain you too." At that moment, several mirrors were thrown at Lin Qian. From the mirrors, a cloud of spirits emerged. Explosions, spells, and attacks rained down on Lin Qian, who atop a building had nowhere to escape. Lin Qian decided to confront the attacks, and a wave of destruction occurred. A massive strike swept all the surroundings in a cloud of dust and destruction. Debris began to crumble. And in the middle of all the destruction, Lin Qian emerged holding the heavy sword with his remaining arm. Gasping heavily, he looked around, searching for Yunche. At that moment, the protagonist's voice entered his ears. "Can't you maintain yourself physically anymore?" Yunche appeared before Lin Qian, and around him were the spirits of Ding Xin, Ding Qiang, and Ding Jian. Taunting, Yunche stated, "Your interior doesn't match your appearance. After all, you are still an old man. Come, enjoy the family reunion." Lin Qian was shocked to see that even his own sons had been transformed into spirits. Lin Qian immediately tried to flee. Mocking him, Yunche managed to chase him closely. More and more mirrors were being thrown at Lin Qian. When the first attack landed on his back, shadows began to appear. The attacks continued to land on Lin Qian's back, destabilizing him. Yunche made sure to emphasize each attack. "Companions, master, and sons, you will not be able to have any of these." As he lost more and more ground, a look of despair appeared on Lin Qian's face. Out of strength, he fell to the ground. Looking up weakly, he saw himself surrounded by the spirits of everyone. Yunche pointed out the truth to him. "Now all you possess is their hatred. Face the end you chose." More than 60 years ago, a small meeting between master and disciples took place in a warehouse. Facing Benben and Lin Qian, Yunche extended his hand. "You two have successfully reached S rank and changed classes. As your master, I have something to give you." Items began to materialize in Yunche's hands. As he explained, "I sent all the best materials I saved over the years to the divine craftsman. With great luck, I managed to forge weapons of mythical quality." He handed both of them weapons of the highest level they could obtain. To Lan Qian, Yunche handed a great sword, one of the same style he usually used. Lan Qian seemed happy to receive it and swung it while thanking his master. To Benben, Yunche handed a shield shaped like an axe, something that would perfectly match his new class. Hugging the axe shield, Benben frowned, complaining to his master, "You must have spent a lot of money on this." Looking at his shield, Benben noticed that Lan Qian was staring at something. Lan Qian pointed to the sword at Yunche's waist, commenting, "Master, it seems you never changed your weapon. Isn't it obsolete?" Yunche held the sword he carried and revealed, "This sword will never need to be replaced." Yunche possessed the Flowing Cloud Sword. It was a piece of equipment where Yunche spent all his resources, secretly collecting treasures for years in the most difficult dungeons. He had finally managed to find it in a triple S rank dungeon, where he managed to create it through an ancestral power. In the forge as large as a building, which melted metal as hot as lava, only the initial embryo of the sword was created. As a piece of equipment of unique and unrepeatable quality, at the top of equipment rankings, it possessed its own characteristic, the awakening method. The sword could change its strength like flowing clouds, transforming into any weapon he desired. Furthermore, the Flowing Cloud Sword required synchronization with its user to activate its true condition and take on its final form. Yunche had fought countless battles with it over the years, in which the sword learned to adapt according to his precise will. Learning about Yunche's sword for the first time, Lin Qian's eyes shone with its reflection. He was attracted by the sword. It was years later that Lin Qian laid his hands on that sword once again. By betraying Yunche, Lin Qian was finally able to obtain that sword. The satisfaction of obtaining what he had desired and envied for so many years made him laugh like a maniac. Ha ha ha, I finally laid my hands on it, the equipment of unique quality. The sword transformed in Lin Qian's hands, changing shape into the great sword he used. This was the sword that Lan Qian used until the present day. Stuck in the ground, the great sword seemed to distort like a cloud in the wind. Yunche slowly approached the sword. In the past, when he was on the front lines of the dungeons, advancing was never easy, but he never retreated. He managed to overcome all difficulties, all for the sake of peace and thanks to the stable life he achieved with it. In Yunche's hands, the flowing cloud sword revealed its true form, currently extremely damaged. He pointed the sword at Lin Qian, who was on the ground begging to live, and cursed him. Because of your greed, it is damaged. I don't care at all about the empty title of hero, but in your hands, the flowing cloud sword was nothing more than a mere sword. At Yunche's will, the sword changed shape, transforming into a scythe as it approached Lin Qian's neck. Yunche's voice conveyed the fury he felt. You betrayed me, and you also betrayed Ben. Come and face the end you chose. At this point, Lin Qian was screaming, begging to be spared. However, with a single strike, Yunche made him pay forever for the evil he had committed. As a last trace of life faded from Lin Qian's eyes, he saw the shadows take Yunche's body and voice, who warned him, everything you know, I will also know. It didn't take long for Yunche to reach the castle where Ding Kun once sat on the throne. Facing him was indeed a shadow, the soul of Lin Qian. The soul knelt before Yunche and declared, even with a slow voice, I was just bait. Luo Wei is the culprit. Thanks to Lin Qian's words, Yunche saw a new path for the revenge that had only just begun. To follow it, he needed to become stronger. Lin Qian at that moment knelt and extended to Yunche a card with a golden energy symbol. Due to dungeon restrictions, the highest a common person could reach in their lifetime was around level 30 working as miners or in secondary jobs. Even if they were exceptional talents, by joining an official organization where they could be promoted, they would reach level 60 at most. Level 60 had an enormous barrier, the class change. After fulfilling specific conditions, a professional could evolve their class. This would unlock higher tier equipment, attribute levels, and exclusive abilities. Only those who completed their class change could surpass level 60. The card Yunche had just obtained through Lin Qian's soul was the class change proof card, the item necessary for advancement. The class change proof was extremely rare and desired. Even in Yunche's past life, when dungeons were open to everyone, not even one person in 10,000 could change class. In this life, the cards were even more strictly controlled by officials. In an entire hero family, only Lan Qian possessed one of these cards. None of his descendants had changed class. The difference in power before and after changing class was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Lan Qian had changed from warrior to berserker and learned the exclusive berserker body ability. Thanks to it, his strength increased exponentially. If it weren't for the mirror world, Yunche wouldn't have had a chance to defeat Lan Qian and make him kneel once more. Yunche ended up wondering, what if I, besides possessing the mirror world, also undergo class evolution? Yunche ended up clicking the button with a guitar symbol, and the class activation transfer initialization began. He wondered how powerful he would become. Yunche's stats scan began and the prerequisites were met. Class transfers began to be offered. Battle Dancer, Bard, Forest Musician. He could choose one of them to obtain the quest. The protagonist had already decided which class he would change to long ago. Among the expensive enchanter classes that could be transferred, only one of them possessed offensive abilities. Yunche chose the Battle Dancer class. As soon as he clicked the option, a notification appeared. Mirror World. Reverse the Battle Dancer class? Surprise appeared in Yunche's eyes upon discovering he could fully reverse the class. Classes from the 8 basic ones, Archer, Shield Bearer, Priest, Warrior, Conjurer, Warlock, Mage, and Enchanter, had ramifications for further class changes. There were, for example, the Rogue and the Thief, each with their area of expertise. But there were always exceptions, like the Bandit class. There were many secret classes within the profession change. The higher the requirements for the class change quest, the stronger the class would be after the change. Such was the War Dancer. To change to this class counterintuitively, one must increase speed to over 55 and spirit to over 65. Normal enchanters never allocated their stats in such an extreme manner. Furthermore, the class change required a super rare item, the Blood Core. This was a crystal that required a massive number of kills to be created. Obtaining it was not easy for enchanters, who lacked offensive capabilities. Only a very small number of people could change to this class. Now, the War Dancer underwent enhancement because of the Mirror World reversal, causing the class change quest requirements to also be reversed and multiplied. The class name had become Dancer of Peace. True peace required absolute martial protection. The dancer of peace was not merely a priest, but one who held back enemies with elegant dance movements and a sacred bell staff. They believed that only by making the enemy fear could the war be ended. Their dance could be a sacred hymn of healing or a requiem of destruction. To obtain the class advancement, Yunche would need to obtain 5 nurseries of life. The protagonist sweated upon seeing the somewhat exaggerated requirement. He wondered what the basis for the mirror world was, whether it reversed randomly or generated the class and requirements based on something. The reversed requirement should at least be at the same level as the blood core. That was a precious treasure, capable of continuously generating potions that could fully restore health points. Each nursery of life is extremely coveted by high-level professionals. With it, a professional team could even dispense with the healer class, and Yunche needed 5 of these legendary items. After a moment of frustration, he rose from the throne. With such requirements, he believed the class would definitely be ridiculously strong. Initially, he thought that enhancing the mirroring ability would gradually perfect and unlock this mirror world, but it seems it is not that simple. Entering the mirror world, Yunche met the Orc Chief, a copy of the Dungeon Lord. The mirror world not only contained normal monsters but also copies of the Dungeon Lord. By quickly eliminating him, Yunche could see that their souls also seemed clearer than he initially perceived. Furthermore, since the class change could be reversed, the functions of each level could become even more powerful. Upon leaving the mirror world, Yunche was faced with the real orc. He needed to maintain his priority on the class change to quickly become stronger. Thus, he sent Ding Kun's soul to attack the orc in his stead. With a single vertical top-to-bottom strike, the soul eliminated the monster blocking the path. Yunche obtained the legendary equipment, Large Fang Necklace. Defeating the Dungeon Lord, he completed it. Yunche had currently reached level 50. His spirit was at 67 points, and his agility at 57, thanks to all the monsters he had hunted over the past few weeks. Suddenly, the dungeon began to disappear. People outside looked at the large portal changing shape. Confused, they saw the misty wall fall, while the sky returned to showing its blue with white clouds. The hero's dungeon suddenly beginning to disappear made everyone freeze, unsure what was happening. Desperate, someone shouted, "Has the hero's family suddenly encountered a major crisis? Everyone follow me immediately." Inside that world, buildings were falling, demolishing what was once a great, miraculous city within a dungeon. Upon entering the ruined city, the knights began to find the Ding family. The first one they found was Ding Jian, and they were shocked to see him already lifeless. In the newspapers, the news spread quickly throughout the country. On an image device, the news was spreading. The hero's family has been completely eliminated. No suspect has been found yet. Anyone with information about the incident, please contact the authorities. Throughout the city, the scenes of the city's final moments left people shocked. The hero was extremely powerful, and yet he was defeated. There was a single photo of the one who eliminated the hero's family. It was being circulated among the army while the general roared, "This is the only photo we've managed to capture so far. Superiors have ordered us to do everything in our power to capture the criminal." On a dark throne, a single person rested cross-legged in the dark. That was the Supreme King, Luo Wei. Seeing the scenes of the destroyed city, he commented, "So little Lan Qian was eliminated. Even though the king had placed the army to guard the dungeon, he had still been found." While watching a live transmission, the king asked the man on the other side, "What did you find?" In the former hero's dungeon, a hooded man sat on a rock, looking at 2 fallen S-rank individuals. He replied to the king, "None of Ding Kun's official guards know what happened. I ordered my subordinates to check the recordings. I also obtained information from the public security office. The main suspects right now are Yun Sha and Yun Che." Even the king's informant was surprised upon reading a notebook with the information. The king fell silent upon hearing the names. Holding the notebook, the hooded man felt a great sense of nostalgia and requested, "Your Majesty, let me handle this." Meanwhile, in a school, news and comments were spreading. The young people were talking about what had happened in the hero's dungeon. Over the past 2 days, rumors had spread like crazy. No one knew, however, who would be audacious enough to actually attack the hero. While the students were commenting among themselves, trying to figure out who had attacked the hero's dungeon, Yun Sha and Yun Yin arrived at the academy. Yun Sha looked around, still in disbelief at what Yun Che had done. Meanwhile, she was the accomplice who helped him enter the hero's dungeon. As she was thinking, Yun Sha saw Yun Che approaching. She was dumbfounded, confused upon seeing him. With a cold gaze, Yun Che stared at her. A few days ago, still in the hero's dungeon, the spirit of Lan Qiao, when questioned, stated he had never heard of the Nursery of Life. The item was so precious that Yun Che estimated only those of the highest level possessed it. Speaking of high level, Yun Che remembered Yun Sha. The nobility behind her was quite obvious, so he asked Lan Qiao's spirit if he knew the girl, since he seemed to want to see her previously. Lan Qiao's spirit spoke, still weakly. "Yun Sha is Luo Sha, Luo Wei's granddaughter." A dark fury surged around Yun Che as he approached Yun Sha. His gaze was sharp and carried his true feelings of hatred. He truly didn't expect her to be the granddaughter of the bastard who betrayed him. Before Yunche and Luo Sha could speak, several students ran excitedly toward him. They all wanted to thank Yunche for saving them from the wandering lord and show how worried they were about the time he took to recover. A spark could be seen in the eyes of Yunche's classmates. "We were waiting for you to come back to school. We will definitely thank you properly." They even reminded Yunche that the school would be giving him a reward. However, someone noted, "But since you are at school, the Ding family might cause trouble." They mentioned that the third master of the Ding family had disappeared while evaluating the dungeon, and searches for him were underway. One of the students thought Yunche would be interested since, being strong, he was a key figure. But no one wanted to worry Yunche too much. With news that the Ding family had been attacked and even the hero eliminated, no one would think he could do something so illogical. Everyone would be surprised, however, if they knew that the destruction of the dungeon and the Ding family had been caused by him. The Ding family only knew that he had broken into their house to steal dungeon passes. There was no evidence of anything else. One of the students continued with the circulating news. The dungeon destroyer was being sought by public security and would soon be brought to justice. Everyone worried about Yunche told him to rest easy, as his name would soon be cleared of any suspicion. However, Yunche really didn't want the culprit, himself, to be caught by public security. Patrol teams were on every street, each possessing extraordinary strength. Everyone also had things called mobile phones to report any suspicion. Thanks to the undead, Yunche had at least managed to throw security off his trail. Since the place was full of students, Yunche believed that as long as he continued to pretend to be a simple person, he would have an alibi. The most important thing was to discover and understand the era he was in without raising suspicion. While Yunche remained quiet, he saw many angry people blaming the dungeon destroyer. They even said the Ding family was a victim. The brainwashing had been so strong that they went as far as shouting, "That person is simply unforgivable. No matter how bad you are, you must not attack the hero." Yunche saw that all the young people knew was that the hero Ding Kun had been promoted by Luo Wei. Even if Ding Kun was eliminated, it would be difficult to change people's view of him. One person suddenly commented to the other students, "Did you hear? The hero in his private life wasn't actually like the books describe." Several people disagreed, while some claimed to have heard the same stories. Yunche listened to the conversation until someone brought up something remarkable. Someone secretly filmed the scene where the hero's dungeon dissipated. Everyone inside was in a miserable state. It seems there were countless people imprisoned there by the Ding family over time. Upon seeing the video shown by the girl, everyone was terrified. Curious, Yunche wondered if a change could happen. The girl who had the video, however, was quickly met with hostility. "This must be fake! Where did you get this? This is something someone with evil motives must have done!" While everyone refused to believe the video, Yunche spoke up. "The video is true. I was invited to the hero's dungeon not long ago. In the video, there is only a small part of what actually existed there." Looking away and twirling her hair around her finger, Yunche spoke uncomfortably. "These things are not exactly a secret among those of the high class." When even Yunche confirmed the truth, the students put their hands to their heads in total disbelief. They looked at each other, wondering if everything could indeed be true. Yunche observed the change caused by Yunche and was suddenly pulled away by her. As Yunche led Yunche away, everyone stared at them, mouths agape. Upon reaching an isolated spot, Yunche questioned why he returned to school when everyone was investigating and searching for the culprit. Finally, she asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll turn you in?" Faced with the question, Yunche replied, "I've said it before. I trust that your true nature is not evil." Yunche's expression was that of someone uncomfortable with a compliment. She looked away, saying, "Considering the misdeeds of that family of heroes, it's better that they were wiped out." Looking back at Yunche, this time with an irritated face, she reminded him, "But this time, you owe me another favor." With a serene look, Yunche told her not to worry. "I am aware of everything you said." Luo Sha was clearly Luo Wei's granddaughter, which left Yunche confused about the reasons why she had helped him. She likely didn't agree with the Ding family's actions. There was doubt about what her relationship with Luo Wei was like. To eliminate Luo Wei, deceiving and using Luo Sha could be a good option for Yunche. He refocused on his current goals and asked Luo Sha, "Do you know anything about the life nursery?" Yunche remembered something by that name, something that could produce life essence. With the tip given by Yunche, Yunche went to the principal's office, someone who possessed a life nursery. Yunche opened the door, but at the same time, he entered the mirror world. The old principal was at his desk, reading a book. Yunche knew he had a world tree sapling in his collection. He valued it greatly. Basically, all plant nurseries had been acquired by him by any means possible to water the precious tree. Inside the safe in the principal's room, Yunche found a barrier. In the center was a golden tree, and around it several copies of life nurseries. Yunche never expected to find so many life nurseries. Yunche tried to break the barrier with a sword strike, but his attack was ricocheted. Essentially, that entire barrier had been sealed by the principal's magic circle. Originally, Yunche planned to take a copy of the Nurseries of Life directly, but he didn't expect that even the outer formation had been pulled into the mirror world. Despite being familiar with formations in his past life, this formation was different from any he had ever seen, and it contained many things from this new era called machinery. With his current strength, Yunche knew he couldn't break the formation yet. Even if his attack power were sufficient, forcing the destruction of the defensive formation would also destroy the items inside. Yunche decided to leave the nurseries of life behind and took only copies of other items: a robe, boots, and 2 skill books, the Thunder Formation and the Machine Formation. Inside the mirror world, he managed to see Principal Bolan's information. Unexpectedly, he was at level 89. The principal's strength was far superior to Lan Qian's. Yunche felt that if he didn't complete his class change, he wouldn't be able to do anything against him. Furthermore, there were only 2 ways to obtain the nurseries of life. The first was to wait for the principal to open the formation and enter it through the mirror world. The second way was to learn about this era, familiarize himself with what he didn't know about formations, and discover a way to crack the formation in the principal's vault. In the school library, Yunche began picking up some books. He started with general knowledge books to build a solid foundation, which is the most important thing when studying. Having decided to eliminate Ding Kun as the first task of his new life, Yunche realized how impatient he had been. Time had changed significantly, and if he didn't understand the new era well, he might not be able to face Luo Wei. To comprehend the new era, Yunche dismantled all sorts of items he copied in the mirror world, from phones to cars. It was said that Luo Wei had been the driving force behind this development. This made Yunche wonder where he got so many ideas. Continuing to study, he discovered how mana cores were currently used, but he didn't understand the principle behind it. Aside from the dungeon items, there were parts that were easy to understand, but the intent behind the dungeon items was full of mysteries. Although some questions had answers, even more questions arose in Yunche's mind. Much of the knowledge was vague and required research in other books. The most crucial point was the absence of certain records. The most popular books were those that were most heavily censored. Only a few niche books, those that weren't popular or were rare copies, contained what Yunche wanted. This led him to search even deeper into the library's storage rooms. Among these types of books, there were many useless ones. Flipping through them would take so much time it would be a waste. While searching in the oldest area of the library, Yunche noticed he was not alone. Sitting on a windowsill was a girl. Unexpectedly, it was Yun Yin. Yunche was confused, as she was normally always with Yunsha. Yun Yin was the personal guard of Luo Wei's granddaughter. If she was in the library, she was possibly investigating something. However, upon seeing the book's cover, its title surprised Yunche: Complete Collection of World Classic Fairy Tales, Illustrated Edition. Noticing Yunche's presence, Yunyin tried to hide the book and glared at him with irritated tension. Yunche walked through the area where she was, offering an excuse. "I just want to get a book from here." When questioned about which book he wanted, Yunche replied he didn't know yet, which increased the tension shown by Yun Yin. Since she wanted him to leave, he sought her help. The content should be about the main dungeon products and mechanical structures. Immediately, Yun Yin threw a book at him. She just wanted him to leave quickly. Yunche thanked her and left her alone with her book of fairy tales. Before leaving, Yunche asked from a distance, "When I finish reading this book, are there others related to mobile communications here?" Yun Yin bit her lips before deciding to help him. The next day, the same thing happened. Yun Yin was disturbed during her rest and helped Yunche quickly obtain the book he needed so she could be left alone. Before going, Yunche held out a hand with a sandwich wrapper. "I found this, and it's very tasty. Do you want it?" Yun Yin simply turned her face away, refusing. Even so, Yunche placed the box on a nearby shelf. Although Yun Yin seemed cold, Yunche inexplicably felt close to her. The snack Yunche placed on the shelf, however, remained there until the next day. Yunche visited the library again and placed another snack next to the previous one. He turned to Yun Yin, looking for a book on mana engines. This time during the day, Yun Yin seemed to be in the library while Yunsha was resting. Since Yunche was unfamiliar with the place, he was slow at searching for things. Therefore, he wanted to ask for help to cause the least amount of noise possible. Perhaps, after becoming more familiar with each other, Yunche hoped to get some information about Luo Wei and Luo Sha from Yun Yin. Yun Yin once again helped Yunche find his books. The whole day passed, and being near her, Yunche tried to interact. Days went by, and more, Yunche managed to extract longer sentences from Yun Yin. "Do you know anything about formation connection systems?" The girl gave a literal answer about how mechanical systems connect to formations. Once again, Yunche asked for assistance in finding books on the subject. Being disturbed yet again, Yun Yin hid her face behind the book to think for a moment before asking, "Why don't you go ask someone else? Those followers of yours, or even the descendant of the traitor. Where is he?" Hearing her speak about Qiao Zhi, Yunche smiled slightly before answering, "He'll be back soon." Currently, in the inner residence of the Ding family, Ding Hao sat looking at a photo with an irritated gaze. In the photo was Ding Shu. tied up. Seeing the boy that way, he roared, "Damn it, threatening us using Little Shoe. What exactly do they want? And they only sent a photo? There's been no news for days." The man beside Ding Hao questioned if the photo had been sent by Yun Che. While Ding Hao scratched his head trying to understand, the man questioned again. "He has been going out with Chiao Ji from the Chiao family lately. So is this because of the Chiao family members we captured? If it's related to Yun Che, then was it him who eliminated the hero grandfather as well? Does he have that strength?" Faced with so many questions, Ding Hao felt increasing pressure as well as irritation. Why haven't the public security officials arrested him yet? Do they not care about our words? We are the family of the hero. Even grandfather was eliminated, and nothing has changed. As Ding Hao ranted, a warrior desperately opened the door to the dark room. "Master, that Chiao Zhi from the Chiao family has returned to school." Chiao Zhi stood in front of a fountain holding up a sign. Everyone looked at Chiao Zhi, recognizing him, and wondered what he was doing trying to cause trouble after what happened to the hero. Despite the rumors, everyone still treated Chao En as a traitor. Raising the poster, Chiao Zhi shouted, "When the dungeon dissipated, someone must have seen that battlefield. Even if you didn't see it, I have a video here." Inside the school building, Yun Che and Yun Yin observed Chiao Zhi through the window. For many years, the truth had been covered up. The hero had been wronged and humiliated as a traitor, but there are always people who persist in the search for truth. Chiao Zhi did not stop shouting his words of justice. "Now there is enough evidence to prove that my great-grandfather, Chiao En, was not a traitor. He was a hero." It was thanks to the persistence of such people that Yun Che would see the world change. In front of so many people, Chiao Zhi drew attention with his words. "Everything I say is true, and I am not afraid of verification. If there is any doubt, ask. My great-grandfather was definitely not a rebel." Everyone stared at Chiao Zhi with apprehension. Some had doubts, but most trusted what they had read in history books. Facing the crowd, Chiao Zhi stated that he didn't expect them to believe him immediately. Suddenly, he bowed. "Whether it is my grandfather, uncle, or aunt, my entire family is innocent. I only hope the Ding family will leave my family in peace." Doubts began to arise among the students upon hearing the Ding family mentioned. They remembered that the Chao family had always been servants to the Dings. It was said the Ding family had been generous by allowing the family of rebels to live in their homes. However, reflecting on the rumors, they began to wonder if what the Chao family said could be true. Some people also felt that, in the times they lived in, owning servants was quite strange. Still bowed, Chiao Zhi smiled with satisfaction. The Ding family was now at the center of public scrutiny. Now was the time for the Chao family to break free from their control. As long as they held Ding Shu, his uncle and the others should be safe, but it was better to rescue them as soon as possible. It would be inconvenient for Yun Che to rescue people at that moment, so Chiao Zhi wanted to take responsibility for those matters. Yun Che was calmly watching through the window when he noticed several people approaching. Dressed in military attire, Leo, the chief of public security and an S-rank archer, was accompanied by Ma Shu and Matt, the chief deputies. Leo smoked a pipe while speaking. "You must be Yun Che. We are from public security. You are suspected of being involved in the incident at the hero's dungeon. We are here to investigate you. Please cooperate." The protagonist simply put his hands in his pockets, while the mustachioed deputy pulled out a file citing his information. Yun Che, male, 17 years old, from the eastern district of the royal city. Parents passed away when he was 11 due to a nascent dungeon disaster. Since then, he has lived alone on his inheritance. He has a withdrawn personality, and his combat performance has always been among the worst in the school. The chief of security, Leo, stared at Yun Che with an irritated look. "That is your past, but you seem quite different now." Leo cited Yun Che's recent feats, discovering numerous wandering species in the Brave Dungeon and defeating the Wandering Lord. After that, he disappeared for the same amount of time that the Ding family's third son went missing, reappearing only after the hero's dungeon incident. The security chief stepped closer with a somber gaze, questioning how he had become so strong and where he had been. Yun Che replied calmly, "I didn't return to school because the boss was so terrifying that I needed to calm my mind. I am only strong because I have always hidden my strength. But isn't suspecting me of eliminating the hero going a bit too far?" Spreading his arms, Yun Che showed he was just a student, declaring he hadn't even undergone a class change yet. "How could I defeat the hero, who must have at least completed his class change? And why would I do it? There isn't even a motive." Leo took a puff from his pipe and confirmed that students wouldn't have the motive or the strength for such a thing. Frowning, he leaned in, pushing his pipe close to Yun Che. "I've heard there are those who can change classes and use skills to disguise themselves. Could it be you are just one of them?" The protagonist responded calmly, reminding the official that he was just a student. Leo did not accept the answer and immediately used a skill, Dispel Disguise. However, the skill failed, embarrassing the security chief. Could his disguise skill be at a higher level than my Dispel? Changing the subject, the security chief questioned, "At your age, you should already be starting to learn the principles of communication machinery, right?" The protagonist scratched his head, asking back, Isn't that subject only learned by graduate students? I haven't even learned the connections between common systems and machinery yet. Leo and his subordinates fell silent. They couldn't find anything and decided to leave. The security chief, however, warned, "We will be back." The protagonist watched them leave, relieved that he had read several books lately. Although public security was leaving, Yun-chae knew this was only the beginning. Ding-kun's soul had already warned him he was just bait. Luo Wei had much stronger people in the shadows to go after those linked to Yun-chae, people far more powerful than him. The people sent by Luo Wei would not follow rules like the public security officials. That was why Yun-chae knew he needed to change classes, as he was facing great risks. However, the principal only remained at the school for 1 hour a day, and recently did not seem to be entering the vault, let alone opening the formation. Trying to obtain the nursery through the mirror world also wouldn't work in a short amount of time. On the roof of a building, the chief of public security handed the investigation report to a hooded figure. He didn't even look the person in the eye out of fear while speaking. The obvious suspects at the moment are Yun-chae and Her Highness Luo Sha. The hooded figure contradicted him. It's impossible for it to have been Luo Sha, but that Yun-yin, who has been by her side the entire time, that is a different story. She is a descendant of the rebel Yun family. The hooded man in the shadows also suspected Yun-chae specifically because of his surname. Thus, he ordered Leo and his men, "Keep your eyes on Yun-chae. If any abnormality occurs, I give you permission to eliminate him immediately." Upon leaving the school building, Yun-chae noticed he was being followed. This meant he would need to maintain his disguise from then on. He began doing normal things, going to the cafeteria and not just choosing meat bread as usual, but a regular meal like everyone else. In his past life, Yun-chae often slept in the open and ate while feeling the wind. Amidst so many disasters, food was scarce, but enough to feel satisfied. While wondering where so many delicious foods came from, he heard someone complain at another table. "The taste is so bad." Someone suddenly sat down beside Yun-chae, curious. "Hey, how can you eat with a smile on your face when this is so bad?" Somber yet enjoying the food, Yun-chae replied blankly, "I'm just hungry." Since they were near Yun-chae and didn't want to eat there, several students invited him to go out and eat elsewhere. No one had had the chance to thank him yet. Thinking of going to a bar, Yun-chae remembered the taverns of old. He stood up, as the invitation was perfect. That kind of place was convenient for gathering information. Besides learning about modern formations, perhaps he could even hear something about the nursery of life. However, when Yun-chae arrived at a dark location lit only by purple lights, he realized it was very different from any tavern he knew. Dwarves and women in bunny costumes distributed drinks, while customers danced and talked. Yun-chae's classmates pulled him along, ordering drinks for themselves and for the guest of honor. One of them put a hand on his shoulder, talking about various drinks he should try. Seeing how people only drank and had fun there, Yun-chae realized it would be impossible to get the information he wanted. In the end, he left the bar, walking down the dark street. He wondered what exactly he had been thinking. The dungeons were controlled, and common people were at most at level 30. It wasn't possible for there to be news about items as rare as those in places frequented by commoners. In moments like these, Yun-chae remembered the common villagers he used to meet in the past. In silence, he left the dark streets and visited a study hall. He was not someone who belonged to that world. Stories of the Yun family rebellion, of friends and relatives, barely existed, making him wonder if anyone had survived. As he continued to study, he felt the voice of Ding-kun's soul. "They are all gone." Yun-chae then went to the library. Late at night, only someone like him, who didn't fit into that world, would go to such a place to read books. Or so he thought, because just as he was about to grab a book, Yun-yin approached. "What kind of book are you looking for?" Yun-chae was surprised to see her. The young woman with hair as black as his reached out to hand him a book. "I found the book related to formation machinery you were looking for." Unexpectedly, it was written by the principal. Seeing Yun-yin help him find the book so late at night, Yun-chae thanked her. She simply nodded, offering the excuse that she hadn't been able to sleep. As he began to leaf through the pages, he remarked, "Next time I'll bring 2 sandwiches." The book Yun-yin had given him explained profound concepts in simple, easy-to-understand terms. With his current knowledge, it was too early to say he understood everything completely, but if it were a matter of dismantling such concepts, it wouldn't be difficult. With the formation problem solved, he looked at Yun-yin momentarily before asking, "Do you know if there are any books related to the Yun family of the past here?" Yun-yin felt a sharp pang of pain upon hearing the question and shook her head. "You won't be able to find anything, even if you search the entire library. Before the rebellion, the emperor seemed to have a good relationship with the Yun family. Therefore, he was benevolent and banned the circulation of any books related to the family." Yun-yin's answer made Yun-chae grit his teeth. Benevolence! Setting aside what the actual truth is, was there not a single innocent person in the Yun family? Did none of them survive? Yun-yin looked away, nodding and giving the same answer that Ding-kun's spirit had provided. There were no innocents. No one survived. According to Ding Kun, Luo Wei had personally led the shadow guards to take action. He and the Yun family were close, which helped him gain their trust. Sneaking in, he eliminated the strongest combatant, the leader of the Yun family. Then, not only the members of the Yun family, but the guards, the servants, and even their children were killed. No one was left. Everyone suffered the storm. According to Ding Kun, after Yunche was eliminated, Luo Wei spread the word that he had committed a rebellion, and anyone related to the Yun family was purged to remove any risks. With these stories in mind, Yunche drew his sword. In the mirror world, he attacked the formation in the principal's vault, imagining he was attacking Luo Wei himself. In an instant, the formation was shattered. When Yunche was 12 years old, he was a simple boy who practiced with swords. Beside him was another blonde boy, someone he knew well. "Hey Luo Wei, that's enough. If you keep training, you're going to run out of scarecrows." Luo Wei, who was the same age, reassured him, claiming he would just ask the queen mother to buy more scarecrows. Yunche gritted his teeth in response, correcting him. "I'm not telling you to buy more scarecrows. I'm telling you to take a break. If you don't rest, I won't feel right either. Why do you and my brother like training so much?" Another young man, older, was also training there. Yun Yi, Yunche's older brother, commented to the boys, "Our father said that every drop of sweat that falls in training is one less drop of blood on the battlefield. Soon I'll be able to go to the dungeons, so I can't relax." And so he continued to train. Luo Wei shared the same sentiment. The teacher said being diligent is important. As the older brother continued to train, Yunche joked, "I think big brother is just afraid we'll overtake him. Being surpassed by someone 4 years younger must be humiliating." Luo Wei was convinced by Yunche and reminded Yun Yi that their teacher always said training too much was as bad as not training at all. Yun Yi accepted the prince's words, deciding to rest after that final repetition. Interrupting the three of them, a girl called out, carrying a tray with ice-cold honey lemon water and freshly baked apple pie. The girl was Yun Tier, Yunche's younger sister, only 8 years old. If Yunche strained to remember, he could compare the girl's appearance to that of Yun Yin. When Yun Tier approached, Yunche and Luo Wei were the first to start eating. "You're the best little sister in the world." Yun Tier also brought the drink to her older brother. Drinking the honey lemon water, Yun Yi smiled. The four of them talked, laughed, and had fun right there on the training grounds. While everyone drank, Yun Tier stated proudly, "I managed to steal this with great difficulty. Otherwise, we couldn't have had something so good." Yun Yi almost spat out his honey lemon water, surprised by what his little sister had done. Yunche, on the other hand, roared with laughter. "That's why it tastes so good, isn't it, Luo Wei?" At that time, Yunche was not interested in dungeons, knights, or anything of the sort. He just wanted to live happily with his family and friends forever. While collecting the 5 nurseries of life, Yunche immediately used them, fulfilling the condition for his class change, and was enveloped by the energy of nature. Now that everything had been broken and taken from him, he still didn't understand why Luo Wei had changed. The class change began amidst Yunche's thoughts. His body began to break down, just like the memories of the past, stained by the red he had shed. The years of friendship Yunche had shared with Luo Wei brought resentment to his heart, a fury that made him question amidst the pain. Why did he destroy it? Luo Wei's words, from when he was already emperor, still echoed in Yunche's mind. "It is all for the stability of the empire." Yunche's class change was successfully completed. Dark chains tore forth from his body, snaking out like razors. The Peace Dancer class had been acquired. Immediately, healing mode was activated, and retention mode also went into operation. Soon, Yunche left the academy, thinking of his next target. However, it was at that moment that he heard someone calling him desperately. Yunsha was running toward him, panting as she begged for help. "Don't you owe me 2 favors? I beg of you! Help me save Yun Yin! She's going to be eliminated by the Shadow Guards!" Yunsha was utterly confused by Yunsha's statement. Why would she be a target of the Shadow Guards? Didn't she stay out of matters related to the hero's dungeon? Tears streamed down Yunsha's face as she stammered, before revealing a secret that left Yunche in shock. Because she is actually a descendant of the rebel Yun family. Shaken, Yunsha revealed the truth about Yun Yin and recounted everything that had happened. "They invaded my house to arrest Yun Yin. Even though I showed proof that Yun Yin wasn't even there when the hero's dungeon was attacked, it was useless. They didn't care." With regret, Yunsha stated she had contacted everyone she knew who could help and tried everything, but nothing had worked. "I really don't know how to save her." In response, Yunsha pulled his hoodie over his head and asked, "Where are they now?" Yunsha wanted to accompany Yunsha to show him the way, but he refused to take her. "You stay here and help me. It will be more convenient for me to go alone." Yunsha immediately entered the mirror world, running through the city. When he left the vicinity of the academy, he exited the mirror world and was contacted by Yunsha. A hologram appeared beside him. Entering a video call with her, he questioned, "Is Yun Yin really a descendant of the Yun family? Wasn't the Yun family completely wiped out by Luo Wei? How did she survive?" With a look of sadness over her friend's disappearance, Yunsha revealed that, as far as she knew, the Yun family had an illegitimate child living outside the kingdom at that time. Yunche thought about the situation. His father was someone who placed high importance on reputation. It was impossible for him to have had an affair. This meant it could only be related to a descendant of his older brother. Yunsha revealed that for this child, perhaps out of mercy or consideration for past relationships, the king had not eliminated her. She had even been kept in a small manor near the palace, but she never stepped foot outside that manor her entire life. She, who didn't even know who the father of her daughter was, eventually said goodbye to the world. Yun Yin was the daughter of this illegitimate daughter, and she continued to live in the small manor after the incident. Hearing the story, Yunche questioned how Yun Yin had left the manor and how she had become Yunsha's guard. Yunsha then revealed a bit about herself. I don't know if you're aware, but I am actually the daughter of the empire's third prince. Luosha was only 7 years old when she met Yun Yin for the first time. On that occasion, she was bored due to etiquette lessons, so she sneaked out of the palace and saw a girl being harassed. The area near the palace was full of children of high-ranking officials who tended to be arrogant. Since Yun Yin was the descendant of rebels, no one blamed them. In fact, many people treated the persecution of Yun Yin as doing a favor for the emperor, putting excessive effort into trying to humiliate her. Yunsha had already seen many people crying because they were attacked or humiliated, but she had never seen anyone so desperate to protect a tattered book. She didn't understand why, but she decided to intervene. When those attacking Yun Yin saw the princess, they were startled. They accused Yun Yin of stealing books and being crazy. However, Luo Sha stood in front of Yun Yin to protect her, questioning them firmly. She knew the girl had likely picked the books out of the trash. Those bothering Yun Yin couldn't talk back to the princess, who held out her own book to Yun Yin. Take it, and those that are tattered, you can throw away. However, Yun Yin refused. Even though the book in her arms was worn and torn, she gathered all the papers that were on the ground. In front of the princess, the girl had treated a pile of trash with more importance than a treasure. Looking at her, huddled in the corner of the wall, Luo Sha realized that was the only spot in the entire hallway that received sunlight. At that moment, the princess could vaguely sense that this was perhaps the only remnant of light and warmth the girl could cling to. The memories were still fresh in Luo Sha's mind as she conveyed them to Yunche. Even if it's tattered and broken, it's better than the perfection offered by others as charity, which can disappear at any moment. After that day, Luo Sha began to visit that corner of the residence. Sometimes she tried to help, other times she couldn't. Years later, Luo Sha asked the king to allow Yun Yin to be her guard. This would prevent most of the attacks Yun Yin would receive, though the secret attacks would never stop. The situation only improved when Yun Yin's identity was covered up and they went to school. However, now she had been dragged back into such matters. The Shadow Guards were the king's direct guard unit. They were ruthless, preferring to arrest the wrong person than to let them go. Not just innocent individuals, but entire clans would be eliminated without a reason. That was why Luo Sha bowed to Yunche, begging him to save Yun Yin. Please, I will do anything to repay you. Just tell me if there is any way to help. In the mirror world, Yunche tore down a stone wall. From there, he saw into the real world, a man with large chains. In front of him was Yun Yin, bathed in red, the same red from her body that was washing the floor. On the girl's face, a vacant expression showed that she no longer cared about the pain. Seeing that she no longer reacted, the man smiled. You're quite stubborn, aren't you? But I'll be in charge of you tonight. The night is long and I have countless methods to use on you. No one is going to save you. The moment the Shadow Guard tried to swing the chain, a knee strike hit him. He flew to the other side of the room, buried in a wall that was demolished by the impact. Emotion returned to Yun Yin's surprised gaze. Her eyes met Yunche's, who asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The Shadow Guard scrambled out of the hole in the wall, narrowing his eyes at Yunche. So, I finally lured you out. You were the one who took down Ding Kun, huh? Even though he was just a showpiece mascot, that title of hero he carried still held authority. As Yunche healed Yun Yin with magic, the guard watched him closely. Your strength makes me suspect you're an old member of the Yun family. After all, only the Yun family holds a grudge against him. Yunche amplified his healing magic by using one of his new skills, Healing Bell. Meanwhile, the guard revealed his entire plan. It's a good thing we kept this bait, since you came knocking on our door for her. Otherwise, your stealth magic would have been a problem. The guard pulled out a gourd, a magical tool. Immediately, a massive formation took shape across the entire prison. The guard cackled with excitement. Now that you're here, you won't be able to run, he smiled confidently. This prison formation is so solid that I am likely the only S rank who can break it. The guard, known as the 33rd Shadow, a knife juggler from the Advanced Wanderer class, toyed with his knives and chains while suggesting to Yunche, "Why don't you take off your hood and surrender? Do it quietly, and I promise you won't feel as much pain. After all, I'll have my fun with her first." The Shadow Guard suddenly lunged forward, making the knives attached to his chain spin rapidly in front of him. The weapons slammed into a golden barrier, the Peace Domain, another of Yunche's new abilities, which provided all friendly units with a 10% damage reduction while slowing enemies by 20%. With the Peace Domain, the knives were ricocheted. Gripping a staff, Yunche wore a dark expression as he asked, "So you hurt her just for entertainment?" The Shadow Guard laughed, unafraid to answer. "Of course. Our reputation alone is enough for us to do whatever we want with you people here." With a flick of his hand, the guard caused the chains to split into small triangular shurikens, which surged together in a massive attack against Yunche. Before he was hit, Yunche dispersed the shadows, summoning the soul of Benben, who immediately cast 4 protection spells. Seeing Benben made Yunche remember the summon's words after becoming a shadow. Benben had revealed that Luo Wei had personally led the Shadow Guards to eliminate everyone in the Yun family. The shadows flickered like a violent flame, matching Yunche's fury. The shuriken chain attack crashed against the Peace Domain shield, being completely blocked while the shadows spread. Magic began to surge from Yunche's own shadow. Before him stood one of the Shadow Guards who had wiped out his family, someone who, even decades later, still attacked those who had done nothing wrong. Creating numerous shadow chains by switching his Peacemaker class to Deterrence mode, Yunche somberly extended a sword toward the guard. "You're wrong about one thing. It's not me who is trapped in here with you. It's you who is trapped in here with me." Numerous buffs were instantly applied, skyrocketing Yunche's attack power. The protagonist's sword glowed crimson, fueled by a murderous rage. On the other side, the guard transformed his chains into shurikens once more, spinning them at his command. Hundreds of rotating blades dominated the prison space as the guard spread his arms, laughing. "You've already used healing and protection magic. You must definitely be a support class. Changing attacks or weapons won't change the fate of this." "Battle!" The shurikens flew toward Yunche at a terrifying speed. Before the attack reached him, Yunche swung his chains in a spiral, parrying every single blade. Simultaneously, he deployed several small mirrors, creating the martial domain of deterrence. Unlike the Peace Domain, this caused enemies to take more damage and increased allies' speed by 20%. Yunche's movements didn't intimidate the guard, who even praised him. "It makes sense that you eliminated that piece of trash Ding Kun, but compared to me, you're still far behind. You won't even be able to reach me." At that exact moment, mirrors thrown at the guard zoomed past him. Yunche teleported to the mirror's position, appearing directly behind the Shadow Guard. When the guard looked back, he lost sight of 2 chains, which promptly skewered through his body. The guard gnashed his teeth, finally realizing Yunche's ability was tied to the mirrors. Yunche retracted his chains, as the damage dealt to the guard wasn't as high as he expected. The guard, looking relatively unfazed after the attack, mocked him. "Revealing your trump card just to cause minor wounds shows that, in the end, you really are just a support class." However, at that moment, a burst of damage erupted from the guard's back. The effect of the blade deterioration skill kicked in, worsening the damage and status abnormalities of the enemy unit's hit. The guard was shocked by the sudden spike in damage. "What class exactly are you? I won't underestimate you anymore." The Shadow Guard extended his hand, controlling every shuriken and making them divide and multiply. The sheer volume of blades became a razor-sharp wave. The guard's arrogance grew alongside the number of blades. "You won't be able to use your mirrors anymore. None of your summons will be able to block the coming attack. Face your end through 1,000 cuts." In response, Yunche remained silent and conjured a golden power, the exclusive ability of the Peace Dancer. Final Dance, Bell of the Celestial Requiem. Along with a massive bell that appeared in the air, small angels emerged, blowing the trumpets of peace. This legendary ability in deterrence mode released a powerful aura over everyone in the area. Attacks made against the Phantom Angels would be reflected back at the attackers. When the skill ended, it would provide the entire team with a 20-second buff, granting 40% attack power and a 20% reduction in skill costs. By the time the guard saw the angels, it was already too late. The blades he had launched turned back on him. A rain of reflected damage fell upon his body, shredding his health points. The Shadow Guard was incredulous. He never imagined someone could possess such a skill. As the guard fell, the imprisonment formation began to shatter. Yunche walked slowly toward the guard lying on the floor. Standing over him, the protagonist asked Yunyin to turn around so she wouldn't see what he was about to do. The guard spotted the blade in Yunche's hand, and a look of terror filled his eyes. "What are you going to do?" With a dark, hollow expression, Yunche gave the answer the guard already feared. "I am going to make you suffer 1,000 times the pain you caused." The guard coughed heavily and tried to find a way to escape, attempting to intimidate Yunche. "The other Shadow Guards will be here soon. You won't be able to fight at least 3 of them. It's not too late for you to leave now. I am the King's Guard. If you do this, you'll have to face him." The guard grew more desperate with every step Yunche took toward him, the blade drawing closer. Yunyin, protected by the shadow summons, watched Yunche and heard the guard's panicked screams. It wasn't long before 3 more shadows invaded the dungeon through the wall Yunche had knocked down. Armed with blades and daggers, they shouted, "Rebel! Surrender!" Surrender! Yunche stood in the center of the room ready to leave when his gaze fell upon the new guards. Yunyin still couldn't fathom what had happened before her eyes, for in a blink, Yunche had instantly eliminated the 3 shadow guards. Without answering the girl, Yunche instructed her, Luosha has prepared a nearby hiding spot to help you. Go find her. The undead will protect you until you get there. Worried, Yunyin hurriedly asked what Yunche was going to do. Seeing the eliminated guards, Yunche replied, I still have some cleaning up to do. Yunche didn't know how many shadow guards would keep appearing, or if he could keep what happened a secret. Finally, he transformed all those guards, who belonged to Luo Wei's unit and had eliminated the Yun family, into undead summons. With a dark gaze, Yunche asked the first undead, when the Yun family was eliminated in the past, were you present? Which shadow guards participated in the attack? The shadow guard replied haltingly to Yunche, I was present. From there, he began to list the shadow numbers that had participated. Finally, he mentioned a name, and also Yun Yi. Shock flooded Yunche's gaze. Yun Yi was his own older brother. In that destroyed kingdom, there was a distant pillar of light, and Che discovered, along with one of the guards, that it would take them half a day to reach there. However, beyond the great distance, there were numerous monsters in the vicinity, such as 58-level gorillas and giant snakes watching the gorillas from their cargo backs. Ataya remembered them, for in another secret kingdom in her past life, she had encountered such monsters. The gold ores growing from the backs of the gorillas would be dropped when they were eliminated and would serve to repair the fluid cloud sword. Extending his hand, Yunti created a sword of lightning. He advanced through the gorillas, and the sword transformed into dark chains that bound them. The moment the monsters were immobilized, the sword turned into a giant scythe. Luocha couldn't hold back. She assisted Yunche using one of her secret star arts. The attack power increased by 20% in addition to gaining 2 points of spirit. The fluid cloud sword was enhanced by the buff provided by Luocha, adding to more than 10 other buffs. The scythe slash unleashed by the protagonist cut through the air in front of him, as well as the gorillas. Che watched the monsters fall to the ground as Luocha approached. She looked at the sword with curiosity. This is the fluid cloud sword. Its attack power is really high, even though it looks severely damaged. Che smiled slightly, revealing that the attack power wasn't originally that high, but that thanks to her, he was able to fix the sword for having helped protect so many students in the secret kingdom. The director planned to gift Yunte with some skill books, but since little Cha was asking for so much, he changed his mind and decided to gift him with resin from the world tree, as it was impossible to give up on a nursery of life, were used by the director to water the tree of life. After a long time, he began to collect resin from it. This was the best item a Tech could get their hands on at that moment. With it, a portion of the sword was repaired. With the partial repair, the sword gained an adaptation buff. It would copy a buff being applied to its user and apply it to itself. After defeating the gorillas, Attach obtained 2 gold pieces, each providing the sword with 0.1% of recovery. Though little, this alone increased the power of the sword by 40 points. Attach equipped the items they obtained during their journey, a necklace from the hero's secret realm, a robe from the Jing family, and a copy of a chest from the director's office. With such good items obtainable from the monsters of that secret realm, they invested in the hunt to continuously repair the sword. The plan was obvious, to repair as much of the sword as possible before encountering Yun Yi. The sword, charged with shadows, sliced through the large gorillas. The chains it transformed into provided Yunche with the freedom to use dual daggers at an even greater speed. The chains also served to pull and topple large monsters. With the gorillas immobilized, Yunche called out for Yunche. The young descendant advanced with their own daggers and seized the opportunity to evolve. The trio that invaded the secret realm evolved continuously, yet a Yin, however, worriedly asked, helping us like this won't slow down. Your rate of evolution? As the shadows delivered the gold crystals to him, Attich revealed that they were also being assisted by them. Doing a favor for them would not hinder him while he helped Yunin and Laksa. Various spirits were in the world of mirrors, passing the monsters on the other side. Wandering with them while following along just made everything more efficient, and Attich deposited 15 more ores into the sword. By increasing your recovery by 1.5%, 300 attack points were provided. Locha approached the protagonist by leaping over the gorilla he had been on before. You clearly wanted to come to this secret realm, and looking at your route now, you seem very certain. What exactly is there in the Pillar of Light? She asked with curiosity and uncertainty. Ache looked at the distant Pillar of Light in silence. His answer was surprising. There lie the ruins of the ancient Yun family mansion. The surprise made Lulu, the tea, ask once more to be sure. Are you referring to that Yun family? Yun Che provided a longer explanation. 40 years ago, the ruins of the Yun family were swallowed by this secret realm, right from the expanding Golden City, and have been preserved there since then. Yunin was most impacted by Yun Che's unexpected words. Your grandfather might be in those ruins right now. In a small reception room in the ruins of the Yun family, a brother of A.T. asked. Still no news about an eye? It's been a long time since her identity was leaked, hasn't it? The man in front of him knelt down, stating that with public opinion so stirred up now, it must be difficult for her to travel. She could be discovered at any moment. I report her location to us. The man also revealed some devices as per his request. At the time, a tracker was secretly placed on an eye. As long as this locator Cetro comes within 1,000 meters of her, her position will be discovered. The Cetros have already been distributed. No matter how good Yunyin's luck is, she won't be able to hide for long. Yunyin stood up and walked through the ruined room. He remembered the past, but believed he shouldn't. The time for nostalgia must be left behind. It's time to eliminate the last trace. He held one of the Cetros that suddenly began to vibrate. A warning notification appeared, generated by the item. Unexpectedly, a kilometer away, Aceh continued to hunt the gorillas, and one tried to follow him while he grimly brandished the scythe, collecting even more pieces of gold. Taking small breaks, he always checked how the descendant was doing. Several hours had already passed, and Aceh met with a yin to inform her. And a yin is now the captain of the Guard of the Shadows of Lua Wei, and even more the person who eliminated the entire family one back then. Even the impassive look of a T showed sadness when discussing the matter. At the moment, I do not know exactly what kind of person he is, nor do I know what his attitude towards you will be. I just want to tell you that first, Family 1 was innocent. You are even more innocent. If you do not wish to go, you can stay here. I will leave reborn spirits to protect you. And Anim held her dagger with agitation. The young girl's gaze showed nervousness. Discovering so many things suddenly made it hard for her to organize her thoughts. Immediately. Grandfather, annihilation of Family 1, innocence. Each of these matters was enough to force her to digest for a long time. She, however, knew one thing. Regardless of whether the Yun family was innocent or not, or whether this person was good or bad, the reality is that I grew up with no one to take care of me, since he, as a shadow guard, chose to stand still watching me. So, the status quo will not change either. That is why I will go with you. As he walked towards the Tower of Light, Yuncha wondered if he should have left Yunim behind. There was no way to know if he was right or wrong. Only when confronting Yunim could he decide what to do. When Yunche reached the area where the ruins were located, he saw something he recognized from long ago. There was a training area that was now a desert. Yunche's eyes widened as he recalled the place where he had trained and played long ago with Lua Wei and his siblings. A fearful glance and Aceh thought of something. He entered the world of mirrors, where the shadows dwelled, and wondered, just as Ben's soul remained in the secret realm, are my family's souls also wandering around here? He found no one's soul in the mirrored world of the training camp ruins. Upon returning to the real world, he wondered if Yun Yi might be in that area, surveying the surroundings. He found some broken swords and ended up reminiscing about the past. The swords used to clash there. Young and old stood around the arena, cheering and supporting those who were training. The one fighting against Yun Yi unexpectedly stepped on a stone. His foot twisted, causing him to lose his balance. As he fell, he knew it would be his defeat. However, Yun Yi remained still. With a slight smile, he declared, "There shouldn't be loose stones in the arena. Let's continue." Yun Yi's spirit of chivalry inspired all who watched him, allowing the opponent to keep fighting. He won. Just as Yun Yi stepped down from the arena, those who welcomed him praised him, as expected. Even after giving his opponent a second chance, he still won. No one else needed to compete. No one could defeat him. But there were also those who opposed him. In a real battlefield, this kind of nobility will cost you your advantage. To these words, he maintained his conviction. Then I will just gain the advantage again, just as I did today. Yun Yi continued with his spirit of kindness until years passed, and the serene gaze eventually turned into an expression of fatigue. In a fight in the arena, his opponent stood tall, showing no signs of impending loss. All around, people showed just how crazy that was. How can this be real? And Yun Yi really lost to a T. A T is 4 years younger than him. Words of glory for the emergence of a new genius echoed today in the ruins of the Golden City. In the secret realm of the Yun family, Yun Yi walked in silence, reminiscing about the past. One day, Lua Wei spoke to him. "The big brother is a good man. If my brother saw me stealing his shine like this, he would surely want to end me. Ha ha ha." And Un Yi asked Lua Wei not to speak ill of the royal family and not to talk about him like that. "I take pride in the talent of my younger brother." Walking calmly, Lua Wei stated that it was precisely this pride that Un Yi felt, which he envied, and reminded him, "Whether it's you or the master, everyone spoils a tea. Our master only lets his guard down when he's with him." The words could be verified, for at the small gathering happening in the kitchen, The one who taught them laughed joyfully, sitting next to Eunyi's younger brother. Amidst the laughter, he asked, wouldn't he pass the title to Yoon-tae? There's no way he would. Would that happen? The question may have sounded joking, but it deeply affected Yoon-yi. Time passed, and a bandit invasion occurred in Lanyuan village. Yoon-yi fought with all his strength alongside his companions, trying to protect the villagers. He leaped against his enemies, confronting them in midair. His sword thrusts were precise, and he stood in front of the weak, blocking and deflecting arrows shot at them. Despite his efforts, he realized they would not win. We can't keep going like this. Our reach is too short. Lua Wei, who accompanied him, used fire magic while exclaiming, we can't. Stop all the bandits. The villagers are already being hit. We need to concentrate our strength on defeating their leader. The tank accompanying her warned that this plan would only lead to more casualties. However, in her view, there was no other choice. They ended up pleading, make a decision, Captain. Yoon-yi, pressured, did not know what to do. It was at this moment that another person appeared. A young man passed by him, jumping between the enemies as he advanced to the rear. Che was moving alone with a sword and a shield. Each swing of his sword pinned an enemy to the ground. In seconds, he eliminated an entire group. Quickly, he reached the rear where the leader of the bandits was. He shouted with fury and justice. With a single sword strike, he took down the enemy. Climbing on a rock, he raised the bandit's body and shouted, your leader has been defeated. Surrender, and we shall spare your lives. In response, one enemy froze in surprise. At that moment, he realized he had truly been outmatched. Later, while they were eating, the group's master praised T, scratching his head. Well done, I knew you could do it. You're even better than your older brother. Agui was still walking with a shaken look. He addressed Lua Wei, unable to believe what he thought. I almost chose to sacrifice the villagers. Lua Wei tried to calm the guilt that Yoon-I felt, saying that, for the greater good, sometimes sacrificing a few was inevitable. Not everyone has the martial skills of Yoon-tae. The risk was too high. Even Yoon-tae wouldn't succeed every time. His eyes glinted with a dark gold as he declared, concentrating power to eliminate the leader was the correct tactical choice. Later, in the prison, Yoon-I checked on the prisoners. A thief, with his hands bound, pleaded for forgiveness. I had no choice. My wife is sick at home. I was just borrowing. I would have paid it back as soon as I had the money. And Yoon-I, don't you remember? I was the one who taught you how to ride a horse. Please let me go just this once. Yoon-I remained silent, overwhelmed by his feelings. Soon, Lua Wei joined him, warning, if we make him an example, others will do the same, and the family will be ruined. For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For lack of a shoe, the horse was lost. For lack of one, the battle was lost. For lack of one, the kingdom was lost. With such teaching, he added, Atia is so reckless. Without you to manage the big picture, older brother, the family is doomed. And one, I heard the words of Lua Wei and made my decision. The sword was wielded over the wrists of the prisoner, and a scream of pain echoed. The sword continued to be wielded against 1, 2, 3, countless people, and one, I couldn't even count anymore, the shadow. Knights were formed, and one. I led them until the last of those I saw as an obstacle to Lua Wei was eliminated. Years later, Lua Wei was riding a horse, talking to Yoon-yi, who walked beside him. For the good of the kingdom, for the sake of my goals, Yoon, this is all Yoon-chae's fault. Yoon-chae, who was looking at the training ground, felt a sudden pressure. He looked around in search of the source of that energy. From a distant light, a thirst for blood was approaching rapidly. Wondering if it could be I, the protagonist, drew my sword, preparing to see what my brother had become. A horse flew through the air, and Ataye's eyes widened upon seeing who was mounted upon it. Fury consumed her expression as she shouted, "It's you!" Mounted on the horse was a man with long golden hair, Lua Wei, with the gaze of a vampire. He stared at Yoon with deeply golden eyes and asked in surprise, "Can you recognize me in this form?" Yoon trembled with fury at the sight of Lua Wei. The emperor proudly asked, "My current appearance looks like someone at most in their 20s. How do I look?" Yoon's gaze showed extreme rage, an outrage directed at Lua Wei. The king, concerned about his appearance, remembered how all of his portraits circulated. They looked like someone in their 40s as he spoke. Thousands of knights from the army emerged, completely surrounding the area, and a tech stood frozen at the center of the training arena. When Luo Cha and Yun Yin ran toward him, with no way to escape due to the arrival of the knights, the protagonist silently met Luo Wei's gaze until the king stared back at him. "Your name is Yun Che, right? Quite an interesting name." Hua Wei revealed what he had heard. "My captain of the Shadow Guard used little Yun Yin as bait earlier to lure the remaining rebels who eliminated the hero. That person took Yun Yin away and eliminated several of my Shadow Guards." He glanced slightly at the person next to T while continuing. "Now, this so-called T and little I are both here." Reaching out, he pointed at Yunti, creating a ray of light that accused him. "You are that rebel, and since you are a plague, you must return to dust." Seeing an imminent attack, Luo Cha ran to protect Yun Yin. Luo Wei was surprised, but the attack had already been launched. The ray of light crossed the distance quickly, falling near the two girls in a huge explosion. Luo Cha and Yun Yin looked back, as the attack had struck where Yun Che was, and devastated a massive area, the size of a mountain. The expressions of both turned grim with fear. Such destructive power made them realize that if they were hit, there would be no chance of survival. Luo Wei reprimanded Luo Cha. "Hey, you're being rude again. I almost hit you." Ignoring Luo Wei's words, Yun Yin searched for Ti and could not find him. Could it be that he was hit? Luo Wei ignored her and addressed his granddaughter. "Be a good girl and don't cause any more trouble. Just follow me for now and come back with me." At that moment, Ti, inside the mirrored world, made his way to Luo Wei's back. He activated the intimidation mode, and a great dark energy exploded alongside his furious voice, shouting the name of Luo Wei. Activating dozens of buffs that increased his attack power, Che charged fiercely with his poisonous scum. "You do not deserve to set foot on the lands of the Yun family. The kindness that was shown to you in your most difficult moments, years of friendship, should not have been chips for you to gamble, and certainly should not have been crushed like trash." When you finished, shadows around Ti whirled rapidly, making his power grow even stronger. Immediately, Yunch left the mirrored world while continuously shouting, "This grudge will be repaid today." The sword attack struck Huawei's shoulder, who reacted at the last second. He looked at Yunch grimly and activated a spell, Luo Cha, and Yun watched the battle from a distance with surprise and concern. A great shield of light appeared and a fire explosion pushed back against Yunti's attack. The protagonist took all the damage inflicted, realizing that Luo Wei was already at the level of a triple S class, and Che was thrown far away. While still in the air, Luo Wei moved his hand and a gigantic hand of fire attacked, and Che vanished a second before being reached by her. Upon seeing Che disappear, Luo Wei showed surprise in his golden gaze. He did not expect there to be a stealth ability capable of surpassing his perception, and Che had returned to the world of mirrors, crashing against several stones on the ground. He had suffered the laceration status. Continuous wounds would deal damage to him for 60 minutes, leaving him in an incurable state. Additionally, he suffered the mental shock state, with effects of confusion. Of the 2,400 hit points that Che possessed, only just over 10% remained, and Che fainted, even with the 25 minutes of continuous walking in the mirrored world. As they continued passing by, Luo Cha tried to say something and speak to the Emperor. Luo Wei interrupted her before she could speak, warning, "You don't need to worry, that traitor was wounded by my automatic counterattack skill. He should be on his last breath now. He won't survive." The atmosphere around Luo Cha turned deeply grim upon hearing this. The grandfather, glancing slightly back, Luo Wei called someone just to make sure. "Please take a few squads to the vicinity of the impact point," and I approached upon hearing the order. "Even if he's just a pest, we need to handle him properly." With a reddened look running down his face, and I coldly accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Remembering a discussion, Yunti's father said to his wife, "You can't always pamper Yunti. The sun is almost rising. He should be training now." She, who knew him well, retorted, "You never overslept before. When we got married, you always woke up late." In haste, the husband tried to prevent her from revealing his shameful side in front of the children. A little girl with black hair was carrying a plate of bread to her brother, and Che saw this scene, recalling that day. Mother, father, and Tyr were before him now, but as soon as he tried to touch his little sister, she vanished like smoke. The scene changed. Years seemed to have passed, and Tyr looked a bit older, but her smile was the same. As she spoke, "Brother, you always skip training to cause trouble. Dad finally couldn't take it anymore and found you a fencing teacher." She teased her brother, who would be busy, and an eye behind her commented, "I heard that Sir Sean is a master at fencing. Even our father is no match for him. Thank you. Thanks to you, I'll also be able to learn a bit." Yun-Ti looked at him, remembering what a true older brother should be like. The memory shifted again, and there was a family gathering. Yun-Tae's father praised his older son. His performance was good. "Do you remember my style from the old days while I was sewing?" Yun-Yi's mother also praised him and asked him to help his younger brother a little more, so he wouldn't fall behind. Yun reassured his mother, assuring her that although Yun-Tae was a bit fickle, his foundation was solid. Tyr, however, denounced, "That's not true. I saw Yun's training, and today his volume cut is really cool. It's much better than the stiff movements of the older brother." Yun-Che could remember how attached his sister was to him. One day when Tyr grew up, she could finally wear the pointed hat with feathers, and her light magics healed her brother. "I awakened the priest class. From now on, whenever you get hurt, come to me, and I will heal you." She was happy to demonstrate how useful she was. "I healed everyone today. Everyone praised me for being amazing." And Yun-Che, melancholically, praised his sister. Yes, you are amazing." Days passed again, and cheerfully, Tyr ran up to her brother. "Yun-Che, let me tell you some good news." She pulled a young blonde girl into the house. "I found a wife for you." tear winked at her brother, revealing her plan with Professor Sean's daughter being his wife. Surely he'll go easier on you. He recalled the answer he had given to his sister that day. The professor will only be tougher. Even though the young girl hadn't accepted to marry yet, Tyr already treated her as a fiancée. She is from the priest class, has healing abilities just like me. Don't come to me when you get hurt in the future. Go look for her. I'm tired of having to heal you all the time, Tyr whispered to her brother. If you do that, you'll be able to spend more time with her. Tyr was about to say something when she noticed his sad look, with tiredness in his eyes, and Tyr avoided crying. I miss you all so much. Days passed, and in a serious meeting, the family leader questioned the eldest son. You are too harsh with the matters. Your punishments are excessive. It seems too early to let you handle these things. Do something else for now. Yang Yi challenged his father. If I don't do these things, who will? It can't be. Right, he is not ready for this. The family leader crossed his arms, announcing that Yang Yi should not worry about such matters yet. Yang Gui trembled with irritation at having his position revoked. His father, however, continued ordering. Stop working for your highness, Luoxiang. That is not something you should be involved in. Yun Yi's gaze mixed shadows and surprises. He clenched his teeth irritably, and his feelings overflowed. Father, your benevolence is becoming a weakness. Indecision will become the ruin of the family. Yun Yi's father would not accept his son speaking in that tone. Rising, he glared fiercely at the boy. Insolence. Does your knightly spirit teach you to contradict the head of the family? Do you wish to betray the family creed? Yumi's mother heard the argument and entered the room to prevent them from continuing to fight. Even against his own mother, Yun Yi did not hold back. Those who do not understand should keep their mouths shut. Watching the entire scene, Tierce was frightened. She trembled in fear and clutched Yun Ti's shirt. My brother, I am scared. Ache tried to embrace her, swearing that he would protect her, but as soon as he touched her, Tierce transformed into a cloud of dust. The scene changed completely. What had been a family discussion turned into a tragedy. Ache could no longer control his anguish and fell to his knees, breaking into tears. I'm sorry, the second brother could not protect her. It is the second brother's fault. At that moment, a gentle hand reached out toward Yun Ti, and a voice he recognized reached his ears. That is not true. Yun Ti's eyes widened. He turned around hastily and felt his sister's healing power. Yun-tae stared at the spirit before him in surprise. The pointed hat with feathers, the flowing hair, the gentle gaze, and that magic all betrayed who stood before him. Tyr was swirling a glass of wine. Lua Wei instructed the two girls in front of her. Relax, you don't need to be so restrained. Lua Cha tried in some way to make the emperor leave. Your Majesty, why come to a place like this? The level of this secret realm is much too low for you. It is also a desolate place. Sweat dripped from the young woman's forehead as she spoke, carefully choosing her words. Interrupting his drink, the emperor announced, Of course I came to fetch you. I did not order you to return home. A dark look of despair appeared on Lua Cha's face. She was questioned once again by her grandfather. Did you think that by infiltrating the secret realm through your great-uncle's connections, I would not know? Lua Cha found no words to respond to the question. Seeing her expression, Lua Wei instructed her, You don't need to be nervous. I am not angry. Just don't be cruel again. At that moment, an eye entered the ruined hall, informing the king that he had searched the entire area, but found no trace of the one they were looking for. It was possible that he could have had accomplices to help him escape. An eye suggested to the emperor, Since the opponent has stealth abilities that even your majesty cannot detect, for your safety, return to the imperial city. The proof of failures noted that there was no need to rush. The emperor turned to another person in the room and an eye. I know you must have deep resentment towards us, trembling with fear. An eye responded hastily, I would not dare. With a smile that showed teeth, Lua Wei advised, You don't need to try to hide. Back then, I spared your mother and did not eliminate her because I felt that child was innocent. Regarding Yun Che's father, he claimed that Yun Gi led the Yun family in a rebellion against the kingdom, but it wasn't necessary to involve her because of that. I didn't expect the hatred towards the Yun family from common people to be so intense that it drove her mother to do what she did with her own life. The expression on Yunin's face turned dark upon hearing the lies the emperor was telling about her mother. To validate his own words, he pointed at Yun Yi. If you don't believe it, then why did he become the captain of my shadow guard? Yun Yi's gaze fell upon the white-haired man, recalling what Yun Ti had said about finding the grandfather. Shaking his wine glass, the emperor continued, My relationship with Yun Yi is close. If it weren't for Yun Ti, if the Yun family weren't truly sinful, I would have never touched them. Even now, I feel pain from this decision. Ultimately, it is all Yun Ti's fault. The king spoke with bared teeth. shamelessly manipulating the story to his advantage. Yun Ti quietly looked at Luo Wei with his head down. So, since I never revealed myself, my rebellious lineage doesn't come from him, right? Luo Wei looked at him with a slightly furrowed brow and nodded. She then revealed what the true lineage behind Yang Yi and her sister Yang Tir was. The man before her was, in fact, her great-uncle. Formally introducing them, he commanded, "From now on, you will follow him." Luan Cha tried to hastily intervene, reminding the king that Yun Yi was his personal guard. Before he could continue speaking, Luan Cha saw the grandfather approach in the blink of an eye. With a smile and closed eyes, he lightly asked, "Wasn't I the one who asked you to make him your personal guard in the first place?" And Yun Yi discovered the truth behind her connection with Luan Cha. Luan Cha herself had no words to refute the king. Having finished all the drink, he reminded her and warned her, "I asked you to take good care of her. You did that very well. I have already prepared a reward for you." Before the young girl could try to explain herself to her friend, Luo Wei used a control magic, lifting her granddaughter into the air and deciding, "Let's go home." Luo Cha's mouth was sealed so she wouldn't say anything. Luo Wei carried her with her, notifying that her brothers and sisters miss her, while a yin was left behind, with a vacant look and a mountain of information to process at. Once, in the mirrored world, a Che came face to face with his sister's soul. Tier's soul fell to its knees when he rushed to hold her. Che didn't understand why Tier was there, but remembered that it was natural since it was the Yun family's home. What worried him was whether his sister could remember him, even after becoming a spirit. Tier's ghost gently raised her hand, watching the healing magic she was releasing herself. Extending her hand, she used magic to control a small cloth doll, an old gift. Yunti's trembling gaze understood that even now, instinctively, Tier was trying to heal him. He desperately hugged his sister, trying to apologize after so many years. Tears streamed down his face as he repeated his apologies. "It was because I was useless, I couldn't protect you, it was my fault, I'm sorry." The hand of the spirit of Yunter touched Yunter's back. She also embraced him. In an ethereal voice, the spirit murmured, "Yunter, heal." A notification immediately appeared. For Yunter, spiritual contract. You can sign a contract with this soul. After the contract, you will be able to bring her out of the mirrored world to fight for you. Trying to cope with all of this, Atio looked at his sister's spirit, surprised that she still knew his name. There was a possibility that she truly recognized him. Everything seemed to be thanks to the level 3 mirrored world and its changes in light of the spirit situation of his sister. Ache had an idea. Since level 3 of the mirror world could restore part of the spirit's intelligence, it meant that at a higher level, it could continue restoring their consciousness. 1T quickly recovered. His tired gaze revealed a determination to keep moving forward. "I will definitely find a way." The ruined training ground of the secret realm of the Golden City, and one I continued to command the movement of the search squads. Uminho approached the great uncle, trying to intervene, as he could not be found before. Perhaps he was no longer alive. Moreover, your majesty also departed, so there was no need to continue the search, right? Yun Yi looked at her, remembering her existence. With a wave of his hand, he created countless chains that bound Yun Yi and lifted her into the air. One of the guards approached, asking the captain of the guard what they should do regarding Yun Yi. He didn't even spare her a second glance. The look of fear in the young girl's eyes grew increasingly darker, as if she were falling into an abyss of terror. At that moment, the golden sky of the secret realm began to crack and collapse. Everyone looked up in shock. The secret realm was beginning to dissipate. Someone had defeated the lord of the secret realm. High on a mountain, the one they sought appeared, and one Che looked at his brother, recalling their last conversation with Tyr. He had asked if the older brother was truly responsible for the elimination of the entire family. Tyr's spirit revealed what had happened. He entered the house with a look full of concern, but that was merely a camouflage to create an opportunity to be alone with his father. Trusting in that, he was able to launch a stealthy attack with ease. "Father, Mother, all the family members ended up meeting our final fate at his own hands." Upon realizing the fluctuation in the emotions of her brother's spirit, one Tessa became furious to the bone. What he refused to believe had really happened. The young Tyr burst into a room where the newcomers were asleep. "Get up! It's time to train! I wasn't lazy when I was your age." The group that had been awakened shouted against Tyr for being roused so early. Seeing they weren't following her orders, Tyr announced, fire in her eyes. "Believe it or not, when my older brother arrives, I'll bring him to give you a lesson." She swung a sword, warning, "If any of you disturb Chaya again, I'll make Big Brother come and punish you until you can't get out of bed anymore." Chaya, the daughter of the swordmaster Shan, appeared at the door trying to calm Tyr down. The group of kids that had been awakened made excuses for Chaya, saying she was so weak, even being the swordmaster's daughter. She didn't even know the basics of fencing. Hearing them complain, Tyr rushed to another room, smashing the door. Father announced, "I'm going to borrow Big Brother. I'm going to teach Shin and the Yi." others a lesson. Tyr's words were interrupted by surprise. Before her, her brother stood, holding a dagger, while her father lay on the floor in a pool of red liquid. Tyr's father lifted his head with difficulty, weakly shouting, "Run!" A second dagger strike fell upon him, and the splatter of red stained Tyr's face. An enemy attacked her sister, who at the last second was saved by a knight. "Miss! Run fast!" Tyr stared at the swords being wielded and ended up freezing. Chaya suddenly appeared, grabbing Tyr's arm and forcing her to run. As they ran through the mansion corridors, all they could see were stained walls and bodies sprawled all along the way. Familiar faces passed by, each name echoed in their minds. Tyr's gaze became blurry, on the brink of madness, as they ran away from her father's office. They spotted her mother, Tyr, across an extensive corridor, about to run towards the mother who was searching for her, when Chaya covered her mouth. The two of them hid, and AI had appeared near the mother, who didn't even know he was the culprit. Just as she was about to ask him to also look for her sister to protect her, she felt her own son's attack. Even with her mouth covered, Tyr saw with her own eyes the desperate scene unfolding before her. Chaya pulled her friend behind a bush, hiding with her. The young woman was the only one able to think clearly at that moment, and knew they needed to find their father. He was a master swordsman, and the only one capable of helping them escape. Chaya revealed that when Yunt was little, to avoid training, he had created a hole in the wall. The hole was near some bushes close by, and they could escape through it. When they reached the area where the hole in the wall was, they noticed someone was above the walls, watching. Realizing the enemies knew the Yun family very well, Chaya felt confused, but Yuntir understood the reason. They were led by Yun. Looking at her friend, Chaya made a decision. She took the sword that Yuntir was holding and warned her, "If we go together, we'll both be caught. I will draw their attention. Use this opportunity to get through the hole in the wall." Tyr, who could hardly think because of the shock, tried to argue but found no words. Chaya hurriedly held her friend's face, insisting, "Quick! If you find my father, you both can come back to rescue me, got it?" Chaya promptly crawled to another area, while Yuntir managed to get closer to the hole in the wall. Upon entering the hole, Tyr heard her friend screaming from another point, drawing the attention of the guards above the walls. Chaya was hit before she could retaliate, and Yuntir could no longer bear to see that repetitive vision of suffering. She closed her eyes, passed through the hole, and ran away. But after taking a few steps, she opened her eyes again. The sounds of footsteps emerged before her. Her brother was already there, as if waiting for her. He raised his sword and attacked, as if mocking. "Don't blame me." Back in reality, the space of the secret world was finishing breaking apart. The dungeon was dissipating, and the inner world was merging with the outer world. In a grand castle, a knight watched the sudden change in one of the towers. Why is the dungeon of the Golden City dissipating? The garrison troops stationed outside are transferring soldiers inside. What the hell happened? From the top of a mountain, Ache, with his sister's spirit by his side, watched the knights gather in the center of the training field. He saw that Yun Yi was facing her brother, her gaze carrying a mix of emotions: despair, hatred, fury, and disbelief. Yun Yi was in an arena surrounded by dozens of knights. In the center, there was a post to which Yun In was chained. Yun Yi knew it was Yun Ti who was the reason the dungeon was dissipating. Is he trying to trick me into thinking he's already escaped? In the midst of the chaos, pointing to her great niece, Yun Yi announced, "Yun, I will be punished with the maximum penalty in 2 hours. Everyone, stay focused from now on. Be on guard against rebel attacks." Yun I was certain that Yun Yi was trying to use her to lure Yun Ti into a state where he could do nothing. She wondered if Ache would once again risk his own life to rescue her. Being weak and useless, she preferred to meet her end at that moment. A great explosion occurred in the middle of the army, and an Im raised his head, hoping that it was Ache attempting to rescue her. The attacks continued. Explosions of light spread as their conjurer advanced. A guy who was far away managed to see the attack, and upon recognizing who was unleashing it, was astonished. A woman with white hair and silver armor carried a shield and a sword. Even having completely changed, an ant recognized her. It was Chaya. A dude smiled maliciously at Chaya's arrival. "Finally, we managed to lure you in, didn't we, Chaya? You really were still alive." Seeing Chaya walk across the battlefield, Yunte asked his sister's spirit if she hadn't been eliminated. However, the spirit itself showed a look of doubt, just like Young, Yi, Luowei, and Lankian. Chaya looked extremely young. The protagonist recalled when he had asked Lankian why he looked so young. According to him, it had been a reward for being betrayed. Luowei had obtained a strange skill book. After learning this, he could absorb the life essence of his blood relatives to gain a longer life and health, but much later he finally realized he had been deceived. He himself had never used that kind of ability. He was watching me. He gave me that skill for experimental purposes. Having discovered this skill, a guy began to wonder how Luowei had obtained it, being on the front lines for so long. No guy would have ever heard of her. Now the question was how Chaya also looked so young and what exactly had happened. Chaya had advanced to the area where a dude was. Her sword carried immense destructive power. Every time it was wielded, dozens of guards were eliminated. The shadow of number 13, Ingwiar, a Class S rogue, tried to attack the invader from behind. However, with the sacred attack she unleashed, cuts in all directions struck the enemies, including Ying, and all those in front of Yongbert Rai were eliminated. The traitor of the Yong family faced Chaya, needing to praise her. About the circumstances of the dungeon being sealed, did you really manage to get a second-class change without alerting the officials? That is a level of power that only city lords are permitted to possess. Chaya was currently at level 85, having gone through her second-class change. Now she was a sworn double-ranked paladin. Chaya stared at Yun Wang, who continued to speak, and advanced, but not towards him. She passed by Yun Wang and turned to the chains that bound Yun Wang, cutting them and freeing her friend's descendant. Laying Yunim on the ground, Chaya assured her, "Don't worry, you're safe now." Before Yunim could say anything, Chaya interrupted, "I'll explain later. I need to get you out of here first." Shield in front of her body, Chaya held a shield while activating the knight's advance. Sacred power gathered before the shield as she charged forward, knocking down each enemy in her path. However, she was soon surrounded by knights of equal level, the captain of a royal knight order and an 80-level barbarian warrior. He picked up his axe while boasting, "Did you think that a battlefield was a place you could come and go as you pleased? You dared to attack the enemy lines on your own. We will finish you off without the Shadow Guard captain even having to lift a finger." Chaya's expression darkened, for the reality was evident. Against so many enemies, she would end up overwhelmed. I mocked her situation. With you needing to protect someone, how much combat power and mobility can you demonstrate? Attacks began to rain down on the two, blocked by the devoted's shield. Chaya quickly raised a barrier around them with a wave of her hand, and Yunai immobilized the archers to fire arrows. They cut through the sky, turning a single person on the battlefield into an absolute target. As the archers attacked, those in the castle, confused, were asking what had happened. One of them claimed to have seen a flag in the center. Earlier, it seemed they were going to carry out Yunin's final sentence. The rest of the group was surprised to learn that the rebel had been found so quickly. Upon seeing that someone had come to rescue Yun-in, they cursed the invader and shouted in support of the army. The arrows falling on Chaya's shield managed to weaken her defenses until it broke. Chaya then used her own body to shield herself from one of the initial attacks. Next, she activated one of her most powerful abilities. The sacred power gathered around her, exploding like a sun. A huge golden cross appeared, initiating the dominion of sin. The holy shield, the sacred light, melted and burned all enemies around Chaya, quickly reducing their health points. And with a simple wave of her hand, she ordered the mobilization of the priests. Dozens of healing spells were cast, and the injured knights recovered almost instantly. Many years had passed, and the kingdom had never ceased to develop its army thanks to Yong Yi and Luowei. When countless soldiers with evolved classes gathered, the area damage caused by individuals was healed immediately. Chaya used powerful single-target attacks, but she would need to defeat dozens, hundreds, thousands of enemies, and she knew she couldn't defeat them all. No one would withstand such a prolonged war of attrition. With Chaya starting to show signs of fatigue, the traitor of the Yun family saw the perfect opportunity to act. Shadows began to form around him as he approached her. Just give up. It's one thing to hide in the shadows of the kingdom and act like a parasite. Now that you've been exposed, all that's left is to hunt you down, the shadows around Yun. And now, at level 99, they moved like true monsters. Just like Chaya, he had also undergone a second advancement, becoming a shadow hunter, but at a level far superior to hers. Chaya ignored him and tried to advance through the large army, taking Yun along with her. The enemy captain, however, would not allow her to act easily. An outstretched hand of an eye towards her formed a dark claw. A huge quagmire of shadows arose beneath her feet as he warned her. As soon as her identity as a rebel was revealed, everyone would abandon her. All those close to her would be implicated. There would be no peaceful place to hide from the quagmire arena. Shadowy arms began to rise, grasping Chaya's legs and pulling her down. With a wicked smile, an eye quickly closed his hand. "You are completely isolated." The shadow quagmire transformed, and teeth emerged along its edges as it rose around the two women like an iron maiden. The attack would engulf them with spikes, waiting to pierce them. The spikes rapidly approached Chaya, as there was no visible escape route. In that instant, two large swords destroyed the shadow spikes, freeing Chaya. An eye saw the new invader and remembered the existence of another important rat, the one who curiously bore the name, a T being saved. Yunin. Chaya, the protagonist, cast a brief glance at them. Upon hearing the name Yun Che, she turned to him with surprise in her eyes. The group in the castle was able to see when a new figure emerged. Another rat appeared. "It seems they are coming out of the sewers." With a mischievous smile, one of them mocked. "This is great. Let's use this chance to draw out as many hidden rebels as possible and eliminate them one by one." His companions agreed. Who could face such a large army? The answer was about to be given as soon as he stepped forward, and a Che activated the power of the mirror, bringing forth from the other side his army of souls and zombies. He pointed the sword at Yun Yi, declaring his sentence: "The sin you have committed is unforgivable." Seeing the fluid cloud sword in the hands of that Yun Che brought surprise and fury to Yun Yi. His imitation is perfect.